Did I turn my camera on? Boys, I did. Good evening. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. Today, I got a little rub tug of doom. Just kidding, no rub tug of doom. We got a nice massage ski to start the day. 'Twas a gift, and it was wonderful. My massage lady basically roasted me because she was like, you definitely need to book another one. You are all kinds of fucked up. So, yep, we've reached that point where basically, like, my arm, she was like, dog, you got carpal tunnel that's already starting. I can feel that shit. And she was like, what do you do for work? And I was like, I stream video games all day. She was like, is it the type of game where you're just having repetitive clicks or movements all the time? And I was like, yeah, on both my hands, because WASD movement and clicking all the time. And she's like, okay, that makes sense. So, like, my entire arm was just apparently, like, tight. So, I will say, 'twas a good day, though. The massage was great. The stonks are going absolutely insano style. Let me tell you what. That's typically not the DustyWhy claim to fame, is calling the shit out of some successful stonks. But, we're going to the moon and back, boys. Oh, Lesh. You know who did buy? That man. That man.
12-month Annie on the day of the stonks.
Oh, the stonks are so great, aren't they? Lesh, thank you for the 1 year, brother. I appreciate you. Also, my boys, Leon, Sauce, Brain, Willow, my lurkers out there. I hope you're all having beautiful days, guys. Lesh, isn't it just a glorious, glorious day? A 52-week high, some free clams, and honestly, I think it's going to ATH area. I'm not gonna lie. I think there is still room for another large run for it once it blasts through the 50 threshold. I think the 52-week high resistance point will probably be beat this week, and then next week it just starts to take off. Just getting started with the news today. Dude, isn't it huge? Isn't it fucking huge? Signing defense contracts with drone companies and shit. Dude, Rev 8's actually changing the world. Like, the only reason why Rev 8 isn't getting talked about more is because SpaceX is doing SpaceX things and everybody's freaking out about 5G. But there's literally a LiDAR sensor that natively detects color now, which is fucking insane. Like, actually wild. Like, Rev 8 just changes that shit. Beautiful day today, not hot and pretty. Excuse me. It hit the 80s here again today. But let me tell you, it was nice 80s today. It was... I mean, it's hot. It's hot. I'm not here to lie about that. It's fucking hot. But it's not that, you know, egregious level of hot with humidity that just makes you actually want to unalive. It's quite nice. 90s here, I'm melting. Bro, I hope that it doesn't hit 90s in Maine. Hold on. Now you fuckers are making me check my weather. Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay, no. We're good. This is the hottest. A high of 82, and then it goes down to 78, then 63, 63, 56, 61, 66, 76, 78, 80. So it's like, it's going through hot, cold streaks. Which is, oi! Cunt! God fucking damn it. What the hell are you doing? You bitch! God dang it. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I got a layer up so I don't have to worry about this. Anyways, a lot of records being broken per usual. India's very hot also. Isn't India always hot though? Or is it like record hot there? I'm at 40 Celsius. I don't know what that means. Extra hot? How hot is extra hot? But yeah, like, I mean, hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie. When I was in elementary school, Motherfuckers were doing presentations in class on global warming and how in 20 years we'd all be worried about it. I ain't worried about nothing. Now we gotta worry about Super El Nino. Why wouldn't they just call it, like, the big man at that point? Because isn't, like, El Nino the boy or something? Wouldn't a Super El Nino just be like a man? Maybe like Macho Man? Maybe we call Super El Ninos Randy Savages now. 50 Celsius equals 104. Wait, 50 or 40? Because if 50 is 104 and you're at 40, then that means that it's not that bad. It's hot, but not that bad. Is 40 104? We just started summer. Oh yeah, I forget that other parts of the world don't necessarily like share the same seasonal to date cycle, huh? Yeah, because we're also just getting into summer here. But I always have to take a minute and realize other parts of the world exist, and also, like, apparently it's theoretically not flat. So, you know, apparently people get different weather patterns. You'll tell me 104 or 40? Oh, okay, so if it was 50, you'd be dead. Where are you that it's 104 and it's not that hot for you? Because I'm gonna be real, 104 is most definitely hot as shit. I don't know, like, what the whole not that hot at 104 is. I thought you were at, like, 85. And then I was gonna be like, okay, that's not that bad. We peak 55 Celsius. Do you live in hell? Are you the devil? Do you live in a crematorium? Satan? No, dude, literally, what the fuck is this? Where do you live? Where's Sib? How's Dubai? Like, does Dubai get really hot? How did I miss that? Because I feel like Dubai probably gets really fucking hot. What's the hottest place? Kuwait. Is that like desert or is that wet and hot? Because honestly, I'm not the best at geography. 100% in desert of some sort. Well, if it wasn't before, it is now. Yo, run it. What up, dog? What's this game like? Came here before buying? Yeah, I mean, it's, as of right now, I think the most important thing to keep in mind with the game overall, I always tell this to everybody just first thing. They have a roadmap of content that they're working on bringing in. And a lot of people have blindly said that it's an MMO and have told a lot of other people that it's an MMO. It's not an MMO. And even with the entirety of this roadmap brought in over time, it's still not going to be a true MMO, in my opinion. I play a lot of MMOs. It's the genre that I prefer to make content for. And I also build communities in MMOs. This is more to me like a multiplayer adventuring game, so to say. It's like a co-op exploration. But with that, there is still instancing, right? They do have PvP systems planned. There's no PvE in the game yet. But a lot of it right now is, going through the open world. And they have a pretty sizable world, 20 levels, and 2 big zones with different smaller zones within them. About 100 objectives that are marked for you to complete throughout the world, including dungeons, bosses, shit like that. But then you also have some hidden objectives. Things like going around and collecting all the orbs in an area, collecting chests that could have hidden mounts, gliders, collecting companions, things like that, that are more horizontal forms of progression than vertical. But if you like grinding cosmetics, if you're a completionist, you can get a lot of hours out of that. Even with the verticality, the vertical progression of the game, like your character getting stronger, I still have, at this point in time, 144 hours, and my character is finally in a spot where I'm like this, but I still have to get more materials before I'm truly like actually bissed and fully upgraded. So I'm kind of hoping that there's a quality of life patch that comes in at some point in time relatively soon that will actually, you know, take out some of the issues that's preventing that. Regardless, the game itself, accessible, fun, has a lot of content to it. Not a it's a multiplayer game, but it's not a massive multiplayer game. Like, it's not an MMO. And again, I'm not really comfortable saying that it ever will be an MMO in my mind. I just think it's like, you know, functionally a little different. They're co-op dungeons. Alb, what up, dude? Yeah, so basically all of the dungeons and boss fights in the game, everything can be done 1 person to 4 players. 4-player group max. There's no group finder or anything like that. And there are, like, when you're in the open world, you can see other random people in the open world. The only thing is, the entire world is layered heavily. And it's a max of, right now, 20 people per layer.
Is absolutely
Blind, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, Doc. So right now, it's a max of about 20 people per layer. They are working to improve the layering structure and hopefully bring, you know, about 50 people per layer as the game continues to develop. But as of right now, it's not like it's that true open world incentivized thing. But yeah, you can do any content in the game 1 person to 4 person. The dungeons as well will adjust their difficulty based on the 1 to 4 person group size. So, Destiny 3, in like 6 years, they haven't even started dev on that. They haven't even started ideation on it, I don't think, from what we've gathered, right? I'm pretty sure Ashes of Creation might see the light of day again before Destiny 3 does. I personally think Bungie gets sold. They said years ago they had a storyline. They said literally within the interview that their game is not even in the incubation state yet, but they're looking to get games in the incubation state. You can have a storyline based on continuous lore, but if you haven't been developing anything because you've been allocating teams to a live service, then it's gonna be pretty rough. You also have to keep in mind, they spent a lot of dev time on Marathon, which was a completely new IP that also didn't perform as well as they would have wanted it to. I think their emphasis is probably short-term going to try to be triage Marathon's problems based on what they've said and get Marathon in a somewhat profitable area so it doesn't get cooked. And I think if they can't do that within like 6 months, then they're probably going to get sold. They're just improving the engine for Destiny 3. Correct, but then if you're improving the engine can take away a lot of your work. A lot of the time assets have to be redone. See Ashes of Creation's engine rework and upgrade. Something as simple as an engine rework for a game could effectively make you start from scratch on any dev that has already occurred. Now, having the base code and the language and everything like that is phenomenal. But again, I don't really think that there's like any validity in Destiny 3 coming out within 3 to 5 years. I just don't. There have been no signs of internal testing anywhere. There have been no communications from them that any Destiny 3 prog has actually occurred. So, I don't know. I wouldn't hold hope there. What are these devs are working on right now? I've been quiet this week. Oh, it was a holiday weekend. They're probably, if I'm being completely honest, just getting back from the holiday weekend, and today was a big meeting day to establish where they want to tackle things going forward. Because they haven't released any communications of like patch this week or anything like that. I'm hoping they do. But as we move forward through the week, one thing that I've been talking about a lot is what I've been yapping about forever. It's important to keep in mind that I've been saying very, very openly, the problems that I'm facing are not just exclusive to me. Every player is going to hit those problems. And FAREVER is starting to hit a very, 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 very large fall off. Especially this past week or so. The 2-week kind of like honeymoon period wore off. And it's not even to the point where like the content creators and the sweats are the only ones that are like, okay, well, I've done everything. I'll see you later. it's now to the point where the casuals are also kind of hitting the walls. And I'm not even saying like add new content, bump it up to level 30, make the early access like 3 weeks or anything like that, right? I'm more so saying fluidity issues, people not being able to upgrade stuff. We've had casuals in chat that are hitting the point of like, okay, well, I can't upgrade my shit, Dusty, what do I do? And I'm like, well, as of right now, you gotta make alts and play those alts. And they're like, I don't want to make an alt. And I'm like, well, you want to upgrade yourself? How are you feeling about Dracantos? Dracantos was fun as fuck. I really enjoyed Dracantos, if I'm being completely honest. I think that I'm going to have Selv cook up a, you know, just a general, like, Dracantos PvP video to show off what the gameplay was like, because it was really fun. I'm gonna play Spiritvale. I haven't heard much about it. Is that the one that Cannon was playing the other day? What's the deal with that? I kind of suck at knowing about upcoming MMOs, so excuse me. Still miss it. What's that, Dracantos? Yeah, Dracantos fucking slaps, if I'm being honest. I really think that Dracantos itself has a lot of potential. It does. Just couldn't get into Dracantos. Movement too jank for you. See, I'm gonna be honest. The thing about Dracantos movement is it's pretty much the same as this, just has a different turn rate, and it's more this instead of this. Like, Dracantos has full Wasdom movement with, like, you know, freeform. Now, you do only have the 8 directional, but even here, like, it's more or less 8 directional as well. Like, this is the same movement as Dracantos is. You take away the jumping, you make this pixels, and then this is literally Dracantos. I think that people definitely have to get used to the camera element of it. But, like, the actual movement itself, it's just Wasdom movement. Especially with the 8 direction. I will say there's some abilities that didn't play the best with 8 directional movement and 4 direction ability casts. But I think that's where inherently a lot of the jank came from. I feel like a lot of people just kind of, I will say, it's really hard to get a feel for something brand new to you over a weekend and actually have a positive, you know, sentiment about it. Incredibly hard, because it's gonna feel super off at first if it's not within your muscle memory, within your wheelhouse, within your direct, like, I recognize this. So, I think a weekend playtest definitely would have been, I say this selfishly, maybe better served as like a week playtest for PvP to get some good data around what was going to, you know, what was going to happen as people actually completed their classes and built out a little bit. As people were farming up more of the boxes, maybe see some people getting into PvE over the week, but is the testing over? Oh, yeah. The testing ended Sunday at 9 p.m. EST, and as soon as it ended, we were all sad. Played the direct test before it was a lot worse then, got a tiny bit better, but the weird jank's still kind of there. Do you know, like, particularly what feels super janky about it? Like, just in your opinion, like, can you discern what it is that's just, like, not clicking? Is it, like, the camera and the pixel art? Is it, like, the flat world type beat? Or is it just kind of, like, maybe turn radius of characters or something like that? Because I honestly, like, I'm not calling you crazy or anything, more so curious because everybody has their own preferences on things. But, like, I kind of fucked with it. And I know I say that about a lot of games, but I've also played so many at this point that it's almost like it's hard for me to not have some form of familiarity with it. Only janky part was getting caught on pixels from bushes. Yeah, that was definitely a part of it. Getting caught on pixels, like terrain pixels, especially around corners. You had to learn which corners to swing wide and which corners you could actually chill going through. And that was definitely not ideal. But once you learned them, it wasn't as punishing. Sir Alwyn, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to, dude? About what? I have no fucking idea what that is. Is that like a too slimy? What? Is this your Zoomer Satan music? Finding sleep? I napped a little bit before stream. I'll be completely honest. I had to wake up early today to work hard and get a massage. After that, we went shopping. And then after that, we got Jersey Mike's. And then after that, we came home and I took a nap because it was 80 degrees and I was hot and I had the itis from Jersey Mike's. It's been a crazy day. Oh, also, we got Yay tickets. Wait. What part of Florida are you from, Owen? Because, like, Jacksonville. Where is that relative to Tampa? Because he's doing a show in Tampa at whatever stadium Tampa has. And we got pre-sale seats, which from what we've gathered, there were over 1 million people in line. Carlo was 4,000 in queue. I was 550,000 in queue. Honestly, I don't know what's up with the pre-release, like, at this point in time. I'm assuming the pre-release is done. I can check, actually, but how do you get them? Ticketmaster pre-release, my dog. Let's see. I'll try to find it and see what's going on here. Pre-sale happening now. I got my ex Bruno Mars tickets. Bruno Mars, you say? PayPal, buy now, pay later, unlock, enter offer passcode. Oh. I mean, looks like there's still some pre-sale seats happening right now. Section 151, 139, and 145. 139 is the first section of seating. But yeah, we're GA on it. Seen any of Apogee before? Loki super stoked for that when it actually releases and not another test. I haven't seen a ton of it. People have been saying that it's really, really enjoyable though. Do we know anything about when it's supposed to release or have any form of playable product whatsoever? Chibi, hope you're having a beautiful day. Tampa's nice though. Glad that's your first Florida experience. Is Tampa like the good part of Florida, so to say? Is that like the clean part? Because I've heard Miami is kind of like an armpit. And like, people don't really like Miami that much in Florida because it's all just like, it's all icky. Like, you should wear a condom if you're just in Miami, just in general, even if you're not fucking anyone. Basically, just have one on to protect yourself. Miami is what NYC is to New York State. Smells like poop. Be another tech test very soon. Not interested because I invested a lot of time in last test. How long do their tech tests usually go? And are they ND8 or nah? So done my life in Miami and finally escaped 3 months ago. Definitely don't recommend it. Yeah, I don't think I'll go to Miami anytime soon. Based on what I've heard. Like, if I wanted to shake ass and then catch something, then I could probably go to Miami. But I wouldn't fuck with Miami that heavy. I like going to places where I can see cool things, like I like cool architecture. I like cool history of areas. And I also like really good food spots where I can just vibe out and have some good food, you know, chill. Florida natives don't even go there. Yeah, I've heard it's kind of, isn't it all just like spring breakers and shit that go to Miami? So it's basically like one big stinky college town and then everybody hates it. St. Augustine for the best of story. Okay, hold on. Don't get it twisted. I'm going to Florida for a Kanye concert. I'm not going to be roaming around Florida. You can take your fucking swamp and you can keep that shit. The stadium is like right next to the Tampa airport. We're flying non-stop, private jet, just kidding, economy seats, straight down to Tampa. We are getting off, we are walking to the Airbnb because our Airbnb is within walking distance, and then we are walking to the venue. because the venue is right next to the airport. Beautiful. You're gonna stay on Mini? No, we're staying in an Airbnb. So, I used to drive to Florida. Yeah, I mean, I could drive to Florida if I wanted to spend multiple days probably driving, or at least one full day driving constantly, not stream, put a shitload of maintenance on my car, miles on my car, gas into my car, be awake the entire time, having to worry about everything. 16-hour road trip. Brother, you're not in Maine. You're not in Maine. Take whatever you're driving from any part of the Northeast and add a whole lot of time to it. Risk I-95 coin toss to death. Yeah, I-95 being backed up at some point throughout that, not being able to stream. I'm gonna be real. As long as I stream, I can write off pretty much anything associated with travel because I can document the trip and say it's for content as part of my job. And it is. It's just better for me to fly somewhere and then deduct it if I'm worried about the cost of it hitting at any point in time. So I just deduct it if it's ever any travel stuff that I like need to deduct. But again, it's a 2.5 hour flight, right? I think 2.5 hour flight, like 2.5, 3 hour flight nonstop from Boston. And it's round trip like $250 or some bullshit per person. It's fucking nothing. I'd probably spend that much in gas just commuting for myself. Hold on, let me see. I will do... We'll go... Where's my maps? Bro, I can never find my fucking maps. I hate this shit. We'll go Tampa International Airport.
Farm him.
Directions.
That fucking idiot.
Car. Fupo! What up, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to on this fine one? Alright, let's see. Not public transport. I'd like to drive. We'll go main terminal, sure. Bring me to the main terminal. It's calculating my route. 22 hours and 1,400... Actually, 1,500 miles on a route that saves gas. So, basically, my car gets 30, we'll say 33 miles a gallon on the interstate. So we'll say 1,500 divided by 33 is one way 45.5 gallons of gas. So we'll double that and say 91 gallons of gas times 450 average means I'm already spending $410 on gas. Then you factor in tolls, vehicle maintenance, being awake, all that stuff. That's cooked. In all fairness, we had 7 people in one car. Oh God, what were you driving for a car? Fuck those gas prices. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Paying $1,800 for an apartment with a window that doesn't even fully close. Shit coming up all night with how loud the howling from the wind was. To get rid of the howling, open up another window. And then it'll suck the air through. An F-150. Oh yeah, no, you probably spent like $17 million in gas anyways. But yeah, it's literally just, it's more economic for us to just buy plane tickets. We show up at the airport. We fly. And then we sleep on the way. The nice lady comes through and she's like, would you like anything to drink? And I'm like, 2 cans of Pepsi and a coffee, please. And then I pocket the cans of Pepsi for later, because I gotta get my money worth out of it. Realistically, a can of soda, I think in today's day and age, can be easily valued at 80 cents to $1. So I basically double down on the cans of soda every single time the drink lady comes through. Silly. What up? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope you've been having fun on Forever. Raiders, welcome in, gang. If you guys haven't been here before, my name's Dusty. We're talking about a trip that I just found out I'm taking today down to Florida soon. So we're in a little bit of a cook session, so to say. But if you haven't been here before, my name's Dusty. I stream every single day. I've streamed, I think today's 1,060 in a row or something like that, 1,061, some shit like that. I stream a lot. And I usually stream around 8 hours a day. I've been playing FAREVER for about 150-ish hours now. I play a priest, but I have a more or less extremely functional paladin build that is very, 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 very strong. More than happy to share the build if anybody has questions on it. Right now, I am going around starting my day with a little daily tradition where I come over to the Crimson 3 farm and I work on any recipes that I may not have, which I have pretty much every recipe in the game. I work on any gear drops that I may need to salvage and break down for mats, and it just gets me some good general utility mats as well. So I come over here, usually fill my inventory once, get into some boss grinds for the day, see if I can find any legendaries for chat at this point, because I have a problem. My gear's fucking stinky. I took a cute game and said, yep, I'm gonna just optimize all of this. So I wish I could go when it's concert on a plot. What if you don't plot? It is end of June, I think. Like last weekend of June, if I'm not tripping. I don't even know if I'm being completely honest. This is going to sound like a Pokimane type statement. But again, the massage was a gift and the travel is deductible. We got the tickets from the pre-sale while we were getting our massages this morning. So it was kind of a chaotic moment for me. I was trying to enjoy my massage and Carla was also getting a massage while simultaneously on her phone trying to secure the actual, like, the tickets. It was an experience. We found out that we got them and I was like, yay, that's amazing. Because I was so, like, I was just chilling. Did you see news? Fupo, what news? Is SpaceX news? How do you get a code? You had to enter the pre-sale event. I'm pretty sure. And I don't know. I think you have to like sign in and then you had to enter the pre-sale event and then you get your code through that and then it opens up the tickets for you. Because the tickets really weren't that bad. I want to say the cheaper ones that were available through the pre-sale. Keep in mind, this isn't all of the tickets either. So the pre-sale is just a very limited number of tickets. And then after the pre-sale, they'll do another round of tickets maybe like next Thursday. I want to say it is something like that. So they'll do a second round of ticket sales at a, you know, soon TBD type day. And then people will be able to get the, you know, just the normal tickets as well. But keep in mind, tickets pretty much everywhere get bought into fucking shit. So, good luck. Gravon, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the 50-day streak. Dude, what you be up to? Horrible priest, wondering about my problems, and just still make a good scrub. Listen, I don't have time for your problems. Dog, I had somebody comment on one of my YouTube videos, and they were like, man, choosing a priest without the goal to support a group at all is really crazy. Maybe you'd like warrior a little bit more. And I'm like, man, suck my fucking cock. Why does a man of the light have to care about other people? I care about the light. I'm devoted to it. But I also don't want to give a, you know, a damn about spreading that shit to other people. I'm not trying to forcefully conscript a motherfucker. I ain't a preacher. I'm just here to bop some people with some goddamn divinity and then call it a fucking day. Go back, know I did well through my people. Maybe the hentai virus. Yeah, I don't know if I want you going to the concert. I gotta stop talking about things that I'm doing publicly so you don't accidentally show up one day. That would basically be like the low light of my entire streaming career. SpaceX has been awarded $2.29 billion contract from the US Space Force. No shot, wait. Silly, I appreciate you so much. I hope you have a beautiful day. Wait. Space Force? So, like, the Space Force is getting active as fuck now? Are they, like, actually doing stuff? I always thought the Space Force was just gonna be a fucking meme the entire time. What are, like, are they preparing for interplanetary war? What do they do? Space Force is kind of a big deal. It was a meme when it started, but yeah, they're very important. Like, this is gonna be a dumb question. But are there Space Force pilots that are simulating driving the latest cutting-edge spacecraft in case we get into space war? Or are they just a bunch of fucking nerds that put satellites into the sky? Cause like, still cool, but one way, nerds! Nerds? Nerds! Everybody bully the nerds. Stupid satellite launching fucking billionaire, trillionaire nerds. Fucking nerds. Probably couldn't even bench press their body weight. Fucking nerds. I probably can't either. I didn't bench in a while. Will be larger than Air Force pretty fast. Well, yeah, they have bigger ships. What do you mean? Of course they'd be larger than the Air Force because the Space Force could theoretically do air patrol really easy if they can do space patrol. It's like, sure, you have air superiority and everybody starts freaking out when the sky starts missing pixels. But what about when the moon starts missing pixels? What about when you see a photon laser charging up from 17 galaxies away that's about to absolutely snipe some dude taking a shit? That's when the Space Force comes in. Their superiority doesn't mean shit to death laser from space. Bro, we just need to name our space death lasers after the greatest NBA three-point shooters of all time. And then also the quarterbacks with the greatest arms of all time, signifying their distance from deep and their ongoing accuracy. I'm thinking like, you know, Steph Curry, Reggie Miller, Jimmer Fredette, JJ Redick, maybe a little love to Joe Flacco. Let's see. Mike Vick had a crazy deep ball before he made dogs, you know, fight each other. But he also apologized for that, so that's good. Let's see. Just call it Kobe before sending it. We could have a Kobe one. We just have to be cautious shooting that one near any mountains. Sorry! Sorry. That's my bad. That's on me. That's on me. That's my bad. That one was supposed to stay in the chamber. This build's good for warrior. I mean, like, functional, yes. However, it scales pretty heavily off of faith. I would recommend for a warrior using judgment in your arsenal slot because you can just get, you know, 25% bonus boss damage, and anything that's CC immune, you do 25% more damage to. I would recommend Judgment over what I'm currently running for a warrior. Some warriors also prefer Dominion over Crab Shield. I really like Crab Shield, but also it's Fate scaling instead of Strength scaling. So it can be a little bit of a, you know, a letdown on the warrior side, I will say, unless you're full scaling like Strength Fate. But it is still a good build. It's not inherently that you're going to die on a warrior if you're running this. It's just not going to do as much damage on a warrior as it would with a priest. It just doesn't really, like, scale that hard. How to look around me on that one? Yeah, I was looking outside and shit. Go outside and put a magnifying glass and a peak sun, put a raindrop on it, and put your hand under it. Arctic, you realize I went through 8th grade science classes. We all understand how, like words, yeah. Like, we understand this. But we're talking with the Space Force, the actual level of orbiting satellite lasers of death. That is fucking drippy. That is drippy. Called Project Thorn was never implemented, was kinetic bombardment platform utilizing tungsten rods about the size of an electric pole. I'll give you a tungsten rod about the size of an electric pole. Sorry. My bad. Serious discussion. That's on me. That's on me. That's my bad, Foop. Try to actually look up actual information here. That's my bad. Let's just nuke Dusty. We could. Oh, also, I was yapping and somebody asked what happened to the WoW streams. Wow. Happened to the WoW streams. You know what I mean? Like, WoW, unfortunately for me, felt very empty. It felt like there wasn't much actual, like, incentivization to build a community outwardly. There wasn't a lot that we could do truly as a full community. And it felt pretty empty, despite having a million people in it. So, WoW for me is back on the, you know, maybe someday Classic Plus comes out, right? And they, you know, they implement some real open world structure again for a game. But even then, I think Classic Plus is more likely to be an MMO light than it is to be an actual, like, you know, classic feeling MMO. I almost fear that those days are done. But who knows, maybe Classic Plus comes out and it's a fucking complete shock the world and they take a chance on a full action combat system and open world structure. I don't think they will. I think it would be the craziest M. Night Shyamalan twist out of nowhere. Ooh, mount. If they did go into a Classic Plus. Wait. I didn't have that mount yet. Oh, shit. Wait. Okay, cool. I didn't have that one yet. Because I have the wolf mounts. I have the hound mount. So there are probably more hounds. But I currently have the skunk on. But the wolves are kind of drippy, I won't lie. I fuck with my ladybugs, too. So I have 4 ladybugs, I have 4 wolves, I have 1 hound. How many hounds are there right now? I feel like I need to start collecting all the mounts. Can we trade Dusty for Destiny 3 in a new Infamous game? Why Infamous? Where'd that come from? One at the moment? Is there a way we can tell how many mounts, like, we're still missing? Are all of these in the game and acquirable right now, or not? Because if they are, I got some work to do. I might start the mount grind. Well, it feels empty when a nearly single-player game feels more social. No, truly. Truly. It... Oh, excuse you. WoW, at this point in time for me, is unfortunately not an MMO anymore. WoW really felt... Again, it felt empty. It felt... single player. It felt isolated. It felt like it suffered from what I call modernization through linearization as a very large thing, right? And basically, as games continue to modernize, they don't typically go more sandboxy. You know how there's like power creep in games? I'm a firm believer that there's also quality of life creep in games where you almost adjust to your lifestyle, and it's like lifestyle creep, right? But it's quality of life creep. If they give you 100 bank tabs, well, then eventually you're gonna fill up those 100 and you're gonna be like, okay, let me get another 20 bank tabs. If they give you quality of life that includes a quest indicator on the map, then eventually someone's gonna come along and say, well, why don't we have, you know, an arrow on our screen telling us where to go? It's always going to continue to create more quality of life creep and bloat. And I really worry about quality of life acceleration of games because it truly, it changes how they feel fundamentally. So with WoW, part of the reason I think it feels so empty, friction leads to, in my opinion, unique circumstances. And WoW doesn't really have a lot of friction. It has a lot of handouts. And I personally remember every item that I have earned through friction a lot more than every item that I just got for free, right? I remember a lot of the moments where in PvX MMOs we fought another community over something and we won that thing and it felt sweet. I don't really remember too much of the circumstances of me getting my tier on my paladin. Just I don't really remember too much of what I got out of my vaults each week because it just doesn't really matter that much. It's interesting how truly empty WoW feels. Just go sparkling Armoa bug. Wait, are you on the companion grind now? Bro, I have no companion game. That is definitely gonna hold me down a little bit. Oh god, that's about to cook me. Been the whole time. Are you just layer hopping to try to get it, or are you waiting for it to respawn? Cause like my companion game is, bro, it's bad. I got like the New Balance dad shoes of companions out here. I do not have a lot going for me there, dog. Yeah. I gotta do it, but I don't want to do it type shit. If tools are queuable and have some kind of rewards, do you think that'll be enough repeatable stuff to hold out until the Rogues Battlegrounds? Jackson, thank you for following. What's up? I don't think duels will inherently add a ton of repeatable content, especially with the gear scaling that we have right now. If they added duels tomorrow, everybody would just one-shot each other unless they specifically had a player-to-player PvP formula. Or, sorry, player-to-player, like damage algorithm. Sorry, that one. Fucking words. So unless they had a specific like damage modifier or something like that when players are hitting players instead of just players hitting mobs, everyone's just gonna one-shot the ever-loving shit out of each other. It's not gonna be fun duels. It's not gonna be anything like that. I think Battlegrounds are the best chance of repeatable PvP content because duels are great, but oh, also, I'm so sorry, Pringles, you've been asking about Ashes. We need to see back. The legal battle, dog. The legal battle's gonna cook it. The only way that I can describe Ashes of the Creation's legal battle succinctly is a knife fight. Everybody is basically just trying to get in any stabs and any cuts that they can. And neither side is coming out clean from this, basically. Is it like Palworld? No, you should probably just look it up, dog. It's like, it's a long thing, if I'm being completely honest. Like a whole lot. We've done hundreds of hours of narration on it at this point, unfortunately, because there is just so much going on. So there's a petition for Destiny 3 that got 80k. Yeah, 80k is not a lot though in the gaming world. So 80k like total players is not 80k concurrent players, and an 80k signature petition effectively means nothing to a studio that's operating in the millions of sales. That's like effectively like nothing for him. Worse than Palworld. Yeah, I mean, I got time while I'm flying. Basically, the entire legal battle is based on the allegation from the board of directors, basically, and creditors for the company, that Steven and John were very irresponsible with Intrepid's funds that were from the investors, and basically, like, you know, ignored their fiduciary duties and, you know, created a spot where the company was not in the best state. Steven and John's allegations are that there has been a hostile takeover where the board created a bunch of fake debt under the Intrepid Studios name, tried to withhold funding under basically, like, you know, allegations of extortion and stuff like this. So, you think Steven came to the stream to go over his own case? Oh, Steven was hanging out in stream most of the time that we were going over the case, yeah. Like, not so I could explain it to him, but like, we were asking him questions about it and he was answering whatever he could. Like, he's still a person, you know what I mean? So it's shitty, but genuinely, I think in a world where everybody right now is being extremely volatile about every development whatsoever, it was probably more of a coming here to hear somebody that is able to not put their fucking, you know, most volatile foot forward with everything I say. And I can be volatile and passionate sometimes, but I really believe that not many people are covering the case in a, okay, well, maybe everybody fucked up way. And I feel like at some point, and again, I don't speak for anybody in this, but I feel like at some point over the course of this, it's probably a little bit refreshing to hear somebody, you know, just call a spade and be like, maybe everybody could have done things better, and not wishing for death upon anybody because humans make mistakes, right? So, Oh no, man. Oh no. This is like Link Wild RuneScape and Minecraft all in one. Just call it Link instead of Zelda? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You call it Link instead of Zelda? What is this? Jesus Christ. So basically, very Zelda-y, yes. Kind of RuneScape-y. A little WoW-y with the instances. A little bit different than WoW's structure with instances, though. Honestly, yeah, kind of. You got a solid description of games. Another way that I've described it is kind of like Crimson Desert Light with more multiplayer, but the multiplayer isn't forced or anything like that. So it's very soloable and very accessible, which I think is inherently one of its strengths. There is a lot of collection that you can do, excuse you, through the world. There's a lot of exploration that you can do through the world. There's a lot of content. So, yo, Chicano, thank you for the follow. What's up? They do also have an entire roadmap of future content that's going to be coming out. So right now, I think one of the largest strengths of the game is that it's very solo accessible. It doesn't require you to sweat everything out with a group in, like, you know, the most try-hard way. It doesn't force you into that. I'm someone who actually likes that a lot. But that's just, as of right now, not really within the structure of the game and the goal set of what they're trying to hit. So, all in all, I think there's going to be more potential for that content, which is kind of what I'm hanging out for, as they add in more updates. But really, as of right now, the game is really well served as a casual title that you can kind of, you know, come and go as you please, and you can blast solo or with groups. Yo, Manuel, what up, brother? I'll be going to Florida, but I'm going to Tampa, and you're in Texas. So I don't really know what the whole dealio is there, but you should go back to Florida. I need life advice. Oh, fuck, why? Brother, I might be like the worst for that. The fuck you mean? You got hella homies that live in Tampa. Sus. Get Kanye tickets. And then come to the Kanye show. Get GA tickets. Carla and I got the GA tickets. Because he's playing in Tampa. Thanks for not totally roasting me over Link over Zelda. No, that's okay. That's okay. It caught me off guard. I was like, wait. I know what you're talking about, but did you just call it Link? I respect it, because at least you're not looking at the main character of the series and going, oh look, Zelda has a sword. That would have been roastable. But it's just an alternate art game. It's now Legend of Link Majora's Mask. We're not doing chasing hoes in 2026. We're just now a man trying to get a fucking bag out here. You're the most logical person I know. Okay, hold on. If I'm giving you life advice, I'm smoking a bowl before I do. Hold, you type out your thing, I'll answer when I'm back. I gotta hit my sage's wisdom. One sec. What? Listen, if you question me, look up Ouster. Alright. And understand that Lesh and I are making a lot of clams off that bad boy. And I like Ouster because I like lasers, weed, robots, and a future where we're just embracing all three of those. LiDAR, baby! Be right back. All right. What's the problem here? What's going on here? Why is my pink one gone? What pink one? You don't have a pink one. Okay, let's see. So Mood techs after getting let go from the new company due to restructuring with no maintenance assistant, but the director got himself fired and not been able to find anyone. The CFO offered me 22 an hour when they first fired the other guy, but the CEO offered me 26 an hour and reimbursement for any licenses I get and a % raise each time. Am I stupid to not move back? I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You could, with any form of qualification whatsoever, which you already have qualifications in, like, maintenance management, so to say, you need to frame your prior qualifications in a different way. Something that I think will help click a lot of it in is when you're looking for work, you need to set yourself apart from other people in terms of your credentials. Carla got hired by the state recently and is going to be making way more money than she's ever made in her life for an incredibly easy job, primarily because her credentials look insane because she's supposed to do customer service and marketing stuff. And she put basically that she does social media management for my brand on her resume, which she does, and she's a manager for the stream and the brand, and people ate that up in terms of her resume. So you've at this point independently handled maintenance for a very large assisted living facility, to my knowledge, where you are more or less qualified to take on any maintenance management positions or anything adjacent to that. I would personally, with your qualifications, start looking at what side you want to go into, whether it is the maintenance side or the management side, and then try to hone a resume around one of those. So have a resume that focuses on the strengths of what you did on the management side of that, and then try to frame it as I could be a, you know, a janitorial lead for a, you know, for a facility if you wanted to do that, like a maintenance lead for a facility if you wanted to stay in that. You could get into actual management of maybe a warehouse or something on that side of things off of your experience. You could probably do something relating around like DOT for the state that you are in or something like that off of that, because if you apply for like a DOT road job, then you'll likely find yourself, you know, very, very, very accessible there in supervisor positions. But I think the big thing about establishing yourself with any form of management credential and anything that surpasses just like, hey, I am intro level, you know, just round zero employee, you have to start playing up any extra responsibility that you had versus other people, and then you just hone into expanding on one of those things. So, like, personally, I'd be down to yap a little more with you on it, but I think you should try to apply for jobs after revamping the resume with not necessarily, like, a whole lot of bullshit, so to say, but definitely understand that selling yourself is a large part of applying for jobs and really like anything. And you have to be able to figure out what people want to buy. And then you have to be able to sell it to them. Part of why I got into, oh god, Starbucks, which got my retail management experience, was because I had food service experience in the past, yes, but I got into management because of my experience at the college. My experience at the college was, yes, director level, which is under a dean, but I was doing esports stuff. So technically, I was administrator level at a college with administrator level everything at the college in my early 20s, which on my resumes went absolutely fucking crazy. When I would apply for jobs, I would basically get a call back on most within a couple of days. But it's all on how you frame things, and you gotta like play into the strengths. So for you, I would look at like facilities management as probably a large, like, keyword search for you, which would be more of a, you know, an overall facilities management. I'm sure in Florida, there are also plenty of opportunities for overall groundskeepers, working at a golf course and managing their, you know, their facilities would be chill and would be an extreme amount of money. So I think there are opportunities there. It's just a matter of like finding where you can apply your skills in something that's going to be high paying and low effort, in my opinion, as a way to set yourself up for success. Where it's like, yeah, Master Chief, what up, dog? Where it's like, if you're doing facilities management at an old person home, and then you shift into doing facility management at a golf course, that's going to be a complete change. If you do facility management at a college, that'll be a complete change as well, right? They called it maintenance director and plant director. Yeah, so I mean, immediately then, maintenance director oversaw maintenance scheduling and upkeep of, you know, X square foot facility if it was large square footage. If the square footage was small, then play into the number of people that you housed in the facility. So like either X square foot facility if it's a large facility, or oversaw the management of X number of people, assisted senior care facility, single-handedly upkept building maintenance to and beyond code, ensured that all living quarters and working quarters were, you know, past maintenance schedule. Basically play up everything that you did, but play up a, this is how I coordinated it being done. So it's 45 square feet. And they have 120 bed count. Brother, do you work at, like, an internment camp? 45K. That sounds a lot more humane. That sounds way more humane. I just pictured a bunch of, like, old people just standing vertically, like, just T-posing. You're like, excuse me, I gotta get the light bulb. Part. Okay, I'm just gonna reach over you. Hold on. Just stay there, please. Okay, hold on. Nobody move. Nobody move. Janice, stop grabbing my dick, please. For the love of fucking God. I had that whole thing in my head, bro. I had that whole goddamn thing in my head. But 45K is good. 45K is good. Yes, I mean, basically oversaw and coordinated maintenance and upkeep needs for, you know, 45K square foot facility, routinely scheduled and ensured the completion of, you know, X tasks or Y tasks, right? And then basically build a resume off of that and start looking at what you want to do, I think is the first thing of it. Now, keep in mind, making 20 an hour prior to being let go. Well, you could also probably negotiate a larger starting wage if you already relocated and they're willing to pay reimbursement for any licenses that you get or anything like that. They'll probably pay you either a sign-on bonus or a like relocation fee, likely both. So if they've already upped your hourly offer by $3 an hour right off rip, I would ensure that you have like good working conditions. First things first, make sure your benefits are Gucci. If you're looking for a long-term thing that's going to set yourself up, the hourly matters a lot less than like 401k match and shit like that. If you can put your $7,000 into a Roth IRA every single year, you don't necessarily need a certain amount of hourly to do that, but you definitely want to be putting away the max that you can. They match 6%. 6% is great. So yeah, I mean, basically I would try to see and explain the situation of like, hey, when I was let go because of the restructuring, I started to basically, you know, I started to look for opportunities in other areas. It led me out to Texas, and then explain like the relocation would be something that ends up costing me, you know, a little bit of money. It would be a slight inconvenience. Would there be any possibility of a sign-on bonus or any help with the relocation costs to get back and set up if we were to follow through with this, is how I'd frame it at that point. That's the largest thing. Navy captain of a submarine, has 60 square feet as his office and bedroom, less than a federal prisoner. Well, yeah, but it's a submarine. Like, what the fuck do you want? Giant ass living quarters? My dad drove tractor trailer and that was above the water and he had about 60 square feet for his living quarters. And he didn't have a fucking office. Actually, he was kind of like... He was kind of up tremendous. I'm not gonna lie. He drove a Western Star with a bunk. And he had like a microwave. He had a TV. He had like a little booth area underneath that folded down into a sleeper bed. And then on top of that, he had like another bed. That shit was kind of nice. If everything else breaks down and I'm not able to get a house, I might just get myself a fucking 18-wheeler. Maybe like a truck and a trailer. Sleep technician supervisor. Does that mean that you were just watching people sleep? Wait. What is sleep technician supervisor? That sounds like you're just watching people sleep. Sonar tech. Oh. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. A joke? Listen, I don't get your fucking jokes. I don't understand the jokes of your people. Yo, Lil Main, what up, dog? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Much love, brother. Boys, if you guys haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day, starting usually around 2 p.m. EST. I had some stuff going on today, so I was a little late. Some days I might be a little late. But I've streamed over 1,060 days in a row. That's a real number. I'm quite literally always here. If it's the afternoon, I am vibing over here. So what we're getting into right now, I have disgustingly good gear, and it's come to my attention that my mount game is kind of fucking whack. So I've decided that I need to start at the bottom and farm mounts through pretty much every boss that has a mount available, glider available, and try to start on that grind while we await some hopeful quality of life patches that make me not want to jump off of the highest bridge in the world because I want to progress a character. I currently, just to catch you guys up on the state of everything, would have to make, this is not a joke, 52 more alts. Yes, 52 more characters if I wanted to upgrade my legendary weapons up to the, you know, the highest available level. Now, I don't necessarily have to do a ton on those 52 alts, but I would have to create 52 characters, run them all the way across the map, and then, you know, go from there, right? I would have to turn in a quest. It would be a slight inconvenience. What the fuck? You wanna know what's crazy? I had people as recently as yesterday debating me in the chat that that's not a big deal because only sweaty people are worried about upgrading their weapons. And I was like, brother, no, just because the sweaty people get there first does not mean that this is going to be an actual, like, you know, only sweaty player problem. Casual players will also eventually have weapons that are legendary that they want to upgrade that they can't. And they will inherently notice that they can't do that. It will be identified as a bottleneck, and it will be at some point a pain point or a quit point. Ow, bitch. It's just a matter of how quickly or not quickly that is realized, in my humble opinion. So, I've been trying to point it out now for like a while, that there are very largely bottlenecks. Ship promotes RMT, botting and RMT, because people will bot like crazy. Keep in mind, this game is comprised of many layers in their open world stacked on top of one another, each layer comprised of about 20 people. You could basically get onto a layer that doesn't have anybody just by having your bot relog until it's not contested. Hold down an area with a bot, farm up the ephemeral hearts, which you need 10 ephemeral hearts. I'll basically break down the loop for you. But this is to get the purple material that you need to upgrade specifically legendaries. There is also a bottleneck around the blue material that you need to just upgrade things in general. And not even just legendaries, like everything. So there are definitely a couple of bottlenecks with normal character prog that, for whatever reason, a lot of people have been trying to be like, Dusty, nobody's gonna care about that. And then as soon as I present the whole, like, hey, you guys want to upgrade your gear? Here's how. Everybody's like, oh my god, this is terrible. And I'm like, motherfucker, wait, where were you when I was saying that this was bad? What the hell, Leon? Oh, I thought I cooked myself. I thought I cooked myself. Goodness gracious. It's good gameplay right there. Yeah. Let me finish this kill real quick and then I'll take you through it because it's a stinky loop. It's honestly, we mathed it out and it's probably somewhere in the realm of 8 to 10 hours for 54 alts. Probably like right around there. Leaning towards the 8 side if I do it efficiently. But what about Scars of Honor? Wait, SOH isn't Scars of Honor? I mean, could be good. They're going dark on things, though. They're going to completely revamp their game, like, from the ground up. Been speedrunning on every class, and I have to say I was wrong. I think class balance is much closer than I thought. Yes, Warrior is faster and easier to play, but Mage and Rogue are not too far off with optimal builds, and Priest is actually much slower damage-wise, which makes sense. Priest is just comfy. Sorry for the mega long message, just saying I was wrong. No, you're good. That's what I've been trying to tell people, right? Like, every class has their strengths and weaknesses, and the thing that I really like about Priest is that it's incredibly cozy. It's the Honda Civic of builds, right? It is self-sustained shielding and solid damage packed into one, class. Warrior is definitely ahead on damage right now, but it's primarily because, in my opinion, the facilitation that comes through Judgment being such a strong arsenal. I would be willing to bet that over 90% of Warriors are running Judgment Arsenal, those that have at least one legendary weapon and are level 20. Like, people that have played enough. There's probably an overwhelming amount of Judgment Arsenals being run on Warriors. So, there is definitely, I think, a lot more parity around than people do think. It's just, there are some outliers at this point. Not necessarily in terms of inherently bugged builds, but there are some things like Judgment that are incredibly high use cases. There are things like Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick that are incredibly high use cases. And I think they primarily show up when you're looking into arsenal weapon choices instead of main weapon choices. I think there's actually a solid amount of, main weapon ability. But I feel like the arsenals are where you start to get into the more restrictive, like, you run this, basically. Judgmentless Warrior is on par with Mage and Rogue, if not a bit worse. Yeah, I agree. I think, again, Warrior is still good, but when you're looking at optimal Mage and Rogue builds, they're really not as bad as some people make them out to be. And yes, those are going to function slightly differently than my Priest build will. However, that does not inherently mean that they are bad builds, right? Wish there was more reason to have different builds within a party. I think the co-op definitely needs more love. Yeah, I mean, they have stuff like that on the roadmap. One thing I've tried to keep in mind, though, is that the content that we have right now, we are severely outscaling that content already. And not to say, oh my god, they need to add in new content, but I think it's important for us to keep in mind that this is hard mode content without heroic existing, which we have the top level of available gear for our level, but not the top level of content. So when we're looking at group-based content, I've been hoping, keyword hoping, that they do end up, bringing in a little bit more of a group incentivization, even down to something as small as hey, when heroic dungeons come in, those are going to be balanced around 4-person groups, so you better bring your friends and come in, because they're not going to get easier than 4 people. For me, that would be a very large selling point of the hardest mode in the game for PvE actually playing difficult, which again, I think would be a great thing. Because right now, everything's soloable and accessible, and that's phenomenal. I love, and again, this is a little bit of my personal bias, but I love a mix of inclusive content that everybody can get to in terms of, easily accessing it on a solo level just through your daily gameplay routine, while also having a mix of semi-exclusive content that isn't necessarily gating people out, but it's saying, hey, you're definitely going to want to, bring a group, be aware this is hard content, and if you don't bring a group, you have to have such an OP build that it's probably going to get nerfed. You might be able to do it, though. But I do agree. Now, they do have a lot on their roadmap along the line of... Hold on, let him do a slash real quick. All right. So they have a lot on their roadmap when we look at this, like hybrid class passive effect between 2 players in a party. And that is going to bring in, from what we've gathered, class buffs, whoops, between like classes in a group, which I think is pretty fucking sick. Or, sorry, different classes in a group. So there will be like different class combos, of course, and different buffs that come up from those class combos being put together. So that seems cool. But again, for me, it's almost a matter of, okay, you can give me all the buffs that you want, but what's my motivation to go with a group over myself if I'm clearing the content incredibly smooth already, right? I think they should give us some group incentivized content where it's like, okay, if you're soloing, you really... Oh, wait, never mind. I thought that was a mount. I'm tripping. But anyways, I think we need some actual, like, group balanced content that's saying, hey, you need to group up with some adventurers. You guys take on this task together and the rewards match that. So, I'm not sure how to phrase this, but the whole early access from a consumer standpoint seems very unique to every game that enters early access. By unique, do you mean confusing as fuck? Because, yes. Bro, some early accesses are for an alpha product. Some early accesses are for a post-beta pre-launch product. Some early accesses are for an early beta product. Some early accesses are from a pre-alpha product. I don't know anymore. I agree. Tarvo and I actually had a really long discussion one day about what modern early access means. And he actually put me on to the whole, like, Dusty, early access is used for fucking everything now. And I was like, nah, it's surely just a post-beta pre-launch product, right? And he was like, Dusty, no, you gotta understand, dude, they're just slapping that shit on games lately. And I hadn't been playing a ton of early accesses, so I didn't have the best knowledge on it. And I looked into it more and ended up being like, wait, what the fuck? This is crazy. EA's been all over the place. I agree. And for early accesses, you truly have some that are like, hey, we need external QA, stress testing, stuff like that. And there will be a wipe when we go into our 1.0 launch because it'll be a substantially different game. And then you have the early accesses that are like, here is a fully playable product that we have clearly prepped to have gameplay loops. And also here are a few things that we're looking to add down the road, which could very well just be a 1.0 launch in a DLC package. So I do definitely agree in the sense of like the modern day early access tag effectively just being like, oh, this is my first time, don't be too hard on me. You know what I mean? Like, that's basically what early access is for now. It's to try to get sympathy time from the communities that are playing the game, because I think there are a lot of people who will absolutely cope over like an early access standpoint. I believe early access allows more control over update frequency, etc. I don't really think there's anything saying that they can't just drop 2 updates a week if it's like a, you know, a published live service title. I think, again, I think early access is literally just used to buy grace with communities now, right? So you look at a dupe coming out, or you look at a quality of life bug or a progression issue, and instead of being like, oh, well, this is the actual release of the game, right? You look at player base falling off 2 weeks after the launch of a game, and it's like, oh, well, it's okay, it's an early access, this isn't even the 1.0 launch. And people aren't providing feedback on why players are falling off because it's an early access. So it buys grace, but it also stops people from looking at the game critically. And I almost got to the point where, like, I had people coming at me because I was being critical of the, you know, the state of progression within the game, because there are things that quite literally aren't, you know, upgradable in terms of your weapons. There are very core progression and fluidity issues that are impacting weapon upgrades. And you cannot get the crystals, you cannot get the shards to actually upgrade your weapons unless you make a bunch of alts, which I was supposed to show you guys that. And I was talking about that as a whole, like, this is clearly not good and should be fixed. because players will run into this. And I got the, well, it's an early access, so it doesn't really matter if people can min-max. And I'm like, brother, it's not min-maxing to take an item and upgrade it to what the game says we can upgrade it to, any more than getting a shiny version of a pet is min-maxing, you know? Yo, Fupa, what up, dude? Is this game, is this game any good? I was trying to find info on the Riot MMO. Well, welcome in, my friend. So, personally, I think the Riot MMO, I have a whole set of theories on the Riot MMO. If I had any actual viable information other than the fact that Riot at one point discussed potentially purchasing Intrepid Studios and Ashes of Creation, but those fell through for various reasons, I have reason to believe, and again, this is just the manic ramblings of an MMO hopeful, but I really have like a feeling in the pit of my tummy that Riot might just give us an open world structured MMO with obviously instance content, because that's just what you need in MMOs. But I have a very large feeling that we're going to see different regions based on the lore of, you know, League and Runeterra. And you're going to see races starting in a set region, friction within those regions. I feel like there's going to either be like, I hope there's not a fully static map. I would love some dynamicism and player drive to the map, which with them being in discussions at some point to potentially acquire Intrepid and Ashes of Creation, that really makes me think they wanted some dynamicism and player drive to their map building, which would be really cool to see. Okay, well, you know, region 1 is currently beating every other region, so every other region groups up to stop them from upgrading because players are flocking there instead of supporting the towns in region everywhere else. So then you almost have this like everybody fight the superpower level. So I personally have a lot of hope for the Riot MMO. I think that's pretty much what everybody has to have. We don't have many options left, especially from, you know, AAA capable studios, other than those that are just throwing a goddamn Hail Mary out there. So I'm really hopeful for the Riot MMO. I think hope is really all we have. There have been some content creators that were flown out to see something at Riot. I was not one of them. I have no motion. I have no clout. I have no anything. And I have no idea what the Riot MMO is. But, theory crafting. Hello, noob! Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Also, Jack, good day. Lundov, good day. Any news on a patch? Not yet. No. Uh-oh. Oh my god, that was actually so close to killing me. I was kind of fucking around. No news on a patch at this point in time. Hoping that we hear something. It was a holiday weekend in France as well. So, hoping that with the holiday weekend being done, that today was kind of like a catch up and a meeting day. Over here are some things that we need to clearly, like, you know, get working on. I don't know what the time to delivery of any new patches are going to be, but Lord knows that we need a few things fixed. Perhaps some changes to daily prog on certain items, being able to upgrade items in a more fluid capacity so you can truly experiment with builds on a, you know, on a proper level. If you can only upgrade a certain number of things to even level 3, how are you going to collect every weapon? And we can't even collect every weapon right now in the first place, because when we try to collect the weapons, some of them aren't in actual loot tables. So, you know, they've worked very hard at this point, and it is a small development team. So we've definitely got to provide patience there and understand, like, they're going to be working as quickly as they can. But I do think that they are working on kind of a ticking time bomb, so to say. Games already struggle to hold attention on a mass scale for more than a couple of weeks. And the 24-hour peak today was 7,600, which day after a holiday makes sense that it's going to be a low peak. But the peak is just going down and down and down and down week over week. It's holding semi-steady, but it's definitely had a large drop. About 50% of peak concurrency has fallen off, which happens with new titles as they are coming out and going into playtesting. but it sucks to see that they fixed their server issues just in time for players to have other games to play. If the server issues were in a good spot weekend 1, I think their peak of 15,000 turns into a peak of 25,000 if they could have the capacity for it. And I think that they would have been able to start on quality of life changes week 1 instead of server changes week 1. And they probably would have had more momentum. But PoE 2 in a few days too. Eddie, what up, go? Why do you have like 17 different names, dog? Fucking McLovin? What is this? Yeah, PoE 2 in a few days as well. PoE 2 is going to draw a lot of people that have the, you know, the ARPG grind bone within them. I think PoE 2 just kills my channel if I go over there, I'll be real. Part of me thought about checking it out from a solo self-found standpoint. But I just don't necessarily know that I have like a PoE 2 type community. So I think for me, it's just looking for more MMO or MMO adjacent things. But did you check the petition? No. This may be me failing to exercise my rights as a human being. But dog, I'm gonna be completely real. They do not give a fuck about your petition. Believe you me. New World had more players than Destiny did at the time that it was plug pulled. And Amazon Games had no other IPs that they had invested into. And they were currently chambering King of Meat, which ended up peaking at 220 concurrent players on Steam. It has 300k already. They don't care. What is 300,000 signatures that are free when they invested how much money into the development of Marathon? Like, Sony owns Bungie. You're not appealing to Bungie, you're appealing to Sony. And the thing about Sony owning Bungie is that anything Bungie does that doesn't perform well is just a tax write-off for the multi-zillion-dollar corporation. So, like, Sony still wins. Even if Bungie takes a loss, even if they sell Bungie, they still win. Sony doesn't fucking care about your 300,000 signatures. Sony wouldn't care about your 1 million signatures. It's just the truth. You have one of the largest corporations in the world having a little pushback on them sunsetting a... Can you tell me the 24-hour peak of Destiny 2 right now? Because I have a feeling it's under 20k. Dusty, no, I have a question. What's the 24-hour? I'll look it up myself. I'll look it up myself. 18,659. Look at the peak whenever content drops. $71,000 was their last update. The update before that was 32,000. And they also lose their peak within a month because they invalidate so much of their old content. Again, Sony doesn't care. Exactly? No. So, like, 71,000's not good for a AAA live service. You have to understand, like, they, as a studio, spend more money on just labor cost than that game was bringing in by a large margin. And Destiny existing as a capacity where they need to throw money at it to keep it going and pay their developers is just not a profitable thing, especially with Marathon flopping. It was probably like Destiny contingent on Marathon, and Marathon went terrible. But how much the players are spending, I promise you Destiny's green. Can you tell me how much Bungie spends on development OPEX on a yearly basis? Because those are public filings and I could probably look them up in about 3 minutes. Is there some PvP? There will be. It's planned on the roadmap. but it is not right now. All right, let's see. Sony records a $766 million impairment loss against Bungie for the 2025 financial year. Sony lost almost $1 billion on Bungie's existence in 2025. So that's from their fiscal year 2025 financial reports, which you can Google. They have to report those on a yearly basis. And it was Destiny 2 being, you know, in the spot where it's fallen off incredibly heavily. And also Marathon failing on a heavy level. If Marathon had done well, then I think Destiny 2 would have been allowed to operate. But it's kind of rough. Also, in November of last year, Sony wrote another $204 million off of Bungie's value. So unfortunately, there's no money coming in. Like there's not. They're burning money. I think they're gonna get sold. Like I literally think they're gonna get sold. Look up the Destiny 2 numbers. Do Destiny 2 numbers even exist on Steam charts? Like Destiny 1 numbers? Sorry, because I only see Destiny 2. I don't see Destiny 1 numbers on Steam charts. If you can find them, then I'll look at them, but I can't find any of them. I think it has a larger console player base than PC. Yeah, and console players aren't necessarily, like, known for spending a ton of money on live services, huh? Ain't that a little bit of a problem? Let's see if I can find any player count whatsoever. Destiny 1 player count. Let's see. Estimated as of 2026 that it reaches a few thousand concurrent daily across all platforms, but you can't really get a good check on it because it's all console. So, again, it's just not a large spending. I spent $2,000 on Destiny 2. Okay, cool. So you, in your entire time in Destiny 2, what percent of 766 million is 2,000? $200 is approximately, oh wait, sorry. 2,000, my apologies. My apologies. 2,000 is approximately 0.000261% of $766 million. So over the course of your entire existence in Destiny 2, spending $2,000 on the game, you would still need... How many times does 2,000 go into 766 million? Hold on. Dude, I don't want to know how to do it. I want the answer. So... 383,000? And that would be for 1 year of it existing. So, you know, kind of try to... Story time? No, I was trying to do some math. I'm not very good at math. I had to let Google do the math for me. Feeling was go. Yeah, but I mean, they just... I think part of the problem with Destiny was always that they were invalidating their old content. Ask every Destiny player what their favorite memory is. And again, I'm not a hardcore Destiny player, but I know some. Ask them what their favorite memory is. And Ask them if it's currently playable still. They only did that because the engine. A crime of necessity is still a crime. If you rob a store because you're hungry, you still go to jail for robbing the store. Doesn't really justify it, in my opinion. So, Destiny 3 will be real. Honestly, chat, what happens first? Destiny 3, Ashes of Creation, or humans literally farming materials off planet? Like, because right now, Star Citizen is getting some positive attention from people because they're so fucking desperate for a game. Everybody's literally gushing grannies about Star Citizen. And it's very sad to see. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Elon Musk actually plays a space RPG IRL before we get Destiny 3. Before we get Ashes back. Before we hear anything about New World. It's a unique game, but trash at the same time. What is the difference between playing Star Citizen and going outside and flying a kite IRL? Because, like, pretty much any time I go and I watch anything Star Citizen related, it's just people flying around. Like, everybody's just sitting in their ship, just AFK flying. Costs $45 to play the game. Okay, well, like, a lot of games cost more than $45 in all fairness. I can't really criticize that. I played Ashes of Creation. So, or 40 chess. I don't want to play chess. Easy 12k hours between both games. My favorite moments were Sherping, raids, or trials, and the sheer wonder and ecstasy of clearing for the first time was electric. I think they shared the experience and wonder the hook you in the first place, accomplishing hard content and sharing my love of the game with other people. And then they took away all of the content that people even needed Sherping through. Actually, some of it. But imagine if you had an entire content catalog to offer people like tours and carries through to tell them the history of Destiny and catch people up on like all of the loot that they've missed in the past and stuff. That could have been such a large opportunity instead of invalidating every bit of content that they brought in. It'd be like if Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction came in and the entire lore for Lord of Destruction was that he destroyed Acts 1 through 4 of the game and now all we have is Act 5 exclusively. And everything would have been very tragic. Very, very, very tragic. Would have killed a lot of it. But, Boog, what up, dude? What a sense zero upon entry. We're just sad about the state of gaming. Especially after playing the Drakentos playtest. Chat's been getting, like, annoyed at how much I'm glazing that game. But let me genuinely tell you from the tip of my cock, the Drakentos playtest was fucking electric. The PvP felt great, and it was only 3v3. It felt like there was actual outplay potential. It felt simple yet complex in the right ways. It was so fucking good. So good. Was the onboarding experience like realizing WoW, Titanfall, and Apex are great, very fun shooters. It'd be cool if there was a campaign. Oh, what there was. Yeah. Just the fact that a lot of it is not really put out there for players now. Yeah, I've kind of tried to catch myself up on the Destiny history. I played Destiny 2 for a little bit when Whisper of the Worm was... I think it was Whisper of the Worm. The sniper that you had to go through that, like, little jumping thing to get. That was what I went in to do, and those that know me know I really fucking hate jumping puzzles to, like, the nth degree. And my friends brought me through that, and it wasn't even like the content was hard or there were any mobs that we couldn't kill in there. It was just that I am so bad at jumping puzzles that I physically, like, couldn't make it through. I was getting roasted like crazy. And then there was, I think it was like a shotgun that we were trying to farm up, where you had to kill a certain number of mobs in a certain amount of time or something. I don't really remember that one. But I know that we were basically, like, doing an event where there were different mob spawns. And we had to go around and kill the mob spawns over and over and over and over again. And just keep doing that event for whatever reason. I don't even remember what the reward was at this point. US Space Fleet Battle PvP. When you're done StarCraft. Still, but of course that's jank. Dungeons and PvP game modes. PvE space fights. Plan aside dungeon and bounty missions. I should on StarCraft. Star Citizen, but it has a lot of content. I just hate the marketing team. What is the PvP? Escalation Protocol on Mars. Yup. Yup, that rings a bell. That literally rings a bell. I was told to just keep doing that until I got the shotgun. And I think that was literally what I was doing when I stopped playing the game. I don't think I ever got that shotgun. It was a point where, like, I was playing a bunch of other stuff and my friends just kind of, like, convinced me to check out Destiny as a side thing. So, what's the next game you're planning to try? Are you sticking with this for a long time? So, I just did the Dracantos playtest this past weekend. They had a PvP playtest that was phenomenal, Marty. Fucking phenomenal, I say. It obviously still had problems. It's not a perfect game, but it was really fun and I enjoyed that. I'll be anxiously awaiting more word on that. But for right now, I'm kind of in the, you know, this is a cozy game to chill on. I can run around, I can find content throughout the day to do pretty easy. So I definitely plan to check out a lot more. It's just a matter of what is the next step, right? I can't really force myself to just go, uh-oh, I'm dead. I fucked up. I wasn't paying attention. That's my fault. Anyways. Flag Action MMO's Gloria Victis gets a launch this week. Gloria Victis was the medieval... right? Because I think that's more akin to like a Dark and Darker combat system than like an action MMORPG for me. Which, like, yeah, technically action. But, yeah, we played a few minutes of that. Jank was the way to describe it. That one definitely did not hit for me, but there's no bad luck protection back then. I don't like bad luck protection. I think it devalues the grind. Can I love the PvP of it as well? Chat was saying that the PvE side was also really well done. Like, really well done. Once you get into higher tiers. Early tiers were really boring. But once you got into, like, T5 plus, people were commonly saying that it got fun, which is great. They were saying that they were getting, you know, bosses that were hitting hard and actually killing them in their groups. It was much better received as people put in the grind. Now, important to remember with that, too, that this was just a very, very, very early PvP test. Not very early, sorry. Very exclusive PvP test. My apologies, not early, wrong E-word. Used to talk about Ashes. Very exclusively, like, PvP tests, where everything was expedited. A lot of E-words now. Everything was expedited progression-wise to get players into the, you know, the late game standpoint a lot quicker than it normally would be. So they definitely didn't put out the whole, you know, this is our gameplay loop type vibe. It was way more the, here's a little peek at what we're putting together. Here's how you can get into, you know, playing your character in an endgame manner as fast as possible. Enjoy. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. What I was saying, a lot of the time that I was playing, however, was I'm really waiting to see how the actual PvE is going to be implemented as, you know, an intertwinement to the overall gameplay loop. Because if there's no reason to do PvE, then the game's gonna get repetitive for a lot of people very quickly that aren't just like your mindless grinders like me that will play the PvP over and over again to push rank and shit. You will lose a lot of the casual player base if there's no intertwinement there. So I really do hope that they've got a, you know, a solid established plan in place for their PvE systems too. There were prior playtests, like that was their final beta on Dracantos. And they've tested the PvE before, and they also had a, you know, pretty solid PvE catalog that was put together. It's just a matter of getting it all implemented in the smoothest way progression-wise. Yep, that was kind of silly of me. Kind of had a feeling that shit was gonna fucking hurt. But all is well now. You have builds for ships where your ship components are like your characters, weapons, and an ammo. Different guns on ships are better for PvP versus PvE and taking out other ships' shields. You also have PvP zones on space stations where it's like an extraction game. What happens if your ship dies? So I early been enjoying BDO. Yeah, I'm glad that people enjoy the whole, like, you know, I go to a game for the first time and learn it 10 years after the game launched. I cannot bring myself to enjoy that. Never really, like, have been able to, so to say. Really always just leaves something for me that I feel like, motherfucker, I'm greeting it again. I'm such a dumb bitch. Why am I this way? I'm such an idiot. Nin Moin, hope you're having a beautiful day. You just call it back at your hangar and pay in-game currency, which equals to fuck all. So what's the point of the expensive ships? Can you buy those with in-game currency or no? Yes. But you probably get in-game currency slow as shit. So you have to grind forward, takes a while building up the resources. Interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one, Tim. You Star Citizen. What world are we living in where Star Citizen is the one that's now getting positive feedback from people? Like, to buy every ship in the game costs around 500 mil in-game currency. People toss around billions. Aren't there ships that are thousands upon thousands of dollars? Yeah. And what do you... Why do people spend so much money for ships then? 1.5K is the most expensive right now. I don't know why people buy it. How long would it take somebody to normally farm up enough money and resources to buy every ship without spending money? I just kill them and steal their ship. So then they lose their ship? Or like, do you have to rebuy your ship if you lose it? They call it back at their hangar. And then you lose the ship? Or do you get to keep the ship? Because that just seems like there's no real point in PvP. Nobody loses anything. People have billions of in-game currency. What do I get from PvPing somebody? We both have the ship. So, I could just have somebody in chat with a really expensive ship die to me. I could take their really expensive ship and then they could just call their ship back in at their hangar. You can't keep it, but you can fly it around. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, kind of, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not much of like a... I don't know, I've always heard it's more of a space sim than a combat game from everybody that plays it. And I'll be honest, I'm not much of a sim game type person, not much of an RTS or a 4X player myself. I need the constant gratification, the constant pump, the constant combat. I needs it, or I will get incredibly bored incredibly quickly. We're making it more gamified. Well, after $1 billion in 27 years in development, I'm sure they probably are going to try to at some point. Boom, baby, +1 mount. We're up tremendous. Big blue crab for DustyWhy. All right, he is kind of trippy, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so what else do I need for mounts from bosses? I think I should probably farm up another one. Give me Fireball or give me Death. That's also part of Gloria Vic. It's like, I don't know. It seemed very dark and darkery for me, but without any magic. Do you still play WoW? I know you started on both versions. Are you fully done with WoW? I'm pretty much like WoW on the back burner type thing. WoW hit the WoW wall for me, as I call it. More or less, there's not a whole lot going on with the WoW stuff anymore. Even our people that stayed over there after I left and kept the communities going have hit the wall with WoW. I think both sides are pretty much fizzled at this point in time, and people are just waiting for an actual MMO. But WoW, again, in my opinion, feels incredibly empty. Feels very... asocial. Even comparatively to a game... oh, shit. Even comparatively to the game that I'm playing right now, which is literally solo-based, but... I'm a game hobo now, hopping between them all. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm anxiously awaiting more tests and, you know, upcoming product launches for something that really sticks. I was hoping that Scars of Honor was going to avoid going, you know, NDA for further playtests, but it really seems like they want to revisit a lot of the actual core of that game, which is probably for the best. Really to say, but I don't know if people have the attention span to play MMOs anymore when there's newer blocks or anything every other month. Getting cycle to gain younger players. See, that's one thing that I think Dracantos actually does really well. Not that I think Dracantos as a pixel art is going to necessarily be the zeitgeist that brings in 1 million players, but I think that Dracantos and the MMO lights, so to say, are bringing in, granted Dracantos plans to be a little bit more of like a true MMO vibe, but even there it's a smaller scale one. So with those, I think they have a good idea of bringing in systems from other genres and implementing them in a social world, and instead of shoving people into basically Earth Round 2 like World of Warcraft did at its peak, you shove people into a, you know, you're seeing a few people and you can also play with your friends and do different forms of accessible content, right? So with Dracantos, you had a MOBA PvP mode, you had a an escort PvP mode, like a payload, and then you had a domination PvP mode. And then you also had your different PvE modes for like the questing as well as the adventures, which were instanced off. There were a few different forms of content that you typically see in different genres brought together pretty well. And I think that's something that we're going to see as an evolution with MMOs. New World did a great job of pulling in younger audiences because of the combat. Not even younger audiences, but New World with the full action combat also did a really good job at appealing to people that were outside of the MMO world initially and bringing them into MMOs. It was a good introduction for people, which I think a lot of MMO lights are. But right now, I don't think there are a lot of good first MMOs for people to play, because every MMO right now is, you know, the Titans are the Titans, and the games that people recommend are 10 to 20 years old. From a gamer standpoint, it's like when I would ask my friends what anime to watch, and they were like, oh, just watch One Piece. I'm like, dog, that's gonna take me 17 years to get caught up. Like, people don't want to hop into a game where they already feel like they're inherently behind. And when New World launched, it was at a great time. It had a lot of attention from different players, and it did have actual zeitgeist potential, right? But even then, it had nowhere near the level of content established, the fluidity, the polish of the World of Warcrafts, the Guild Wars, shit like that. But people see the you know, the inherent knowledge gap as a barrier of entry rather than an encouraging point of entry. which is kind of tragic. You think they'll put PvP? Yeah, they will. They have PvP on their roadmap. So they have duels, a PvP region, and instance battlegrounds over here that are all planned, which I think are all great systems. The open world PvP area, I'm a little skeptical about just because their layer size is quite small. It's only 20 people right now, and it's a max of 50 in the long term. So I have a few concerns there, but we'll see. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta get water. I'm getting crampy. day, my boys. Just skip the filler episodes. Yeah, so instead of like, what, 1,700 episodes, it's only 700 episodes? Yeah, that sounds like the fucking play. That sounds like it would be absolutely amazing. Not. I'd rather study history, and studying history kind of boring. So, all things considered, probably a big no bueno there, if you're asking me. But good news, I can just ask chat for a TLDR. Missing out on peak. You know what I could do with the time that... Hold on. Excuse me. How long does it take to watch all of One Piece? Watching all of One Piece takes approximately 460 hours of non-stop viewing time. If I not in an average of, we'll say 3 minutes, that's 20 nuts per hour. 460 times 20 is gonna be what? 9,200? I could nut 9,200 times in the time that it took me to watch One Piece. And that's if I'm at a 3 minute per nut average, which is going to be a lot slower than average. Like a lot slower than average. So I feel like there's more peak that could actually be achieved than just watching One Piece for, what was it, 9,200 nuts worth of time. Let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest. Would you rather nut 9,200 times or watch One Piece? Some of you will say One Piece. Me? I say bring on the snoo snoo. Any word of new updates? Literally no. Why not both? Speedrun it? Like, you know how when you're in a racing game and you're trying to go like against the ghost on the track that, like, you know, is the fastest time on the track? Could always be like that. You want peak anime, just watch Demon Slayer. I personally don't have a ton of time to watch a lot of like full series of anything because I stream so much every single day, and then whenever I'm not streaming, I'm typically like, you know, doing shit around the house, cleaning, going to see family, doing stuff adjacent to stream still a couple hours a day. So I'm doing my best to slowly work in more, but I'm also like, I just don't have a ton of time for things. I will say, most recently, I drove to Boston because Maine doesn't have an AMC theater, and we watched Gundam Hathaway 2, and it was fucking phenomenal. It was really good, and honestly, I think 3 is going to be an absolute fucking slapper. I have no idea, like, how many Gundam Hathaway movies there are gonna be, but if it's supposed to be a trilogy, then I have a feeling the third one's going to absolutely slap. Hates marijuana, doesn't like anime. Yeah, he also buys McDonald's a lot. I feel like it's just a prioritization issue. What do you not like about anime? Is it like just animated stuff doesn't hit for you? Or is it just the whole like time commitment? Because I will say, if you like video games and you just want to have something to discuss with anime people, just watch Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling as a show inherently, even thinking of it not just as an anime but as a show, it's really fucking good. Like, it's a really good show. It's basically everybody's power fantasy in an MMO, the cartoon. So they make me physically cringe watching. Wait, what? So what do you watch out of curiosity? Like, what's your go-to watch, or do you just not like watching things in general? Gotta get past the initial bias towards anime and give it a real chance. Yeah, I mean, for some people, visual aesthetic is a big thing, right? Personally, again, I've always said gameplay over graphics with my games, and it's always kind of like substance over visuals with the things that I watch as well, but... Hoopsie! What is that badge? 007 gun barrel. Motherfucker been cheating on me. I didn't stream no 007. What the fuck is this? Is it any good? I have no idea what it actually is, but the last 007 game that I played was GoldenEye. GoldenEye was the one that had like the little PvP mode, right? I want to say it was GoldenEye. And I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what the what the concept of the game would even be, but it looks dope. The new one that just came out, hold on. Which one was it? Was it Nightfire? That was PS2 GameCube. I did play that one at one point. Oh wait, GoldenEye was the fucking film, right? No, there was a GoldenEye 007 video game. That was in 97 for the 64. Holy shit, why is the 007 IP so deep? Holy fuck. They have so much. That's years. I did play Nightfire though. Nightfire, I might have played on the GameCube. As soon as I looked it up, I recognized that one. But I played GoldenEye more recently than Nightfire because there was a GoldenEye N64 demo that was set up. So, GoldenEye was 64? Yeah. We had a 64 back in the day. And then I had a GameCube after the 64. And then sometime relatively recently, TM, I played an N64 demo of one. GoldenEye was my last 007 game too. Perfect arc for the N64. Alright, hold on. Let's not get old here. Let's not get old. I'll let S-Fan. Oh no. Oh god, S-Fan. I love S-Fan. But I'm so mad at him for getting flown out to not only Riot, to see the Riot stuff, but also Classic Plus. I'm so incredibly envious of him. In like the worst way. I'm like, man, I could have been the tall guy that I fucked up. Don't mind me. Bro, I swear to God, I'm actually fucking selling today. I do not deserve the mount that I got. I'm literally just selling reading chat. Name an anime, I'll go watch a few clips and report back. The thing about a lot of animes, like the clips are gonna be really hard to like sell you on. Because I feel like the world building of each anime is also something that makes the clips in the fights have relevancy. If you're looking at it from a standalone, it's gonna be like watching an Eastern MMO where you don't know what the abilities do and everything is just flashing on the screen. And you won't really know what's going on or the build up or anything like that, right? And I feel like that was an important thing for me. When I watched Gundam Hathaway was a movie that I watched. And just, that was the one we drove to Boston to watch the second one of. When I watched the first movie, I really liked that, you know, the Gundam lore and like the Gundam universe as an IP is incredibly deep. But Hathaway was an incredibly easy subplot to hop into as my first introduction to the Gundam, you know, IP. So it was something that was very entertaining. It introduced me to like what the whole Gundam thing was supposed to be. Brought in some faction and world building that'd be applicable to other occurrences in the Gundam universe potentially. But it's also a standalone that's really solid. And that's why I say like solo leveling, at least for me, was a really good intro to, you know, watching an anime series start to finish. I was watching it when it was coming out, so it wasn't the wall of like, okay, I have a million episodes to watch and everybody knows everything but me. So with solo leveling is just dumb high quality violence and I love it. Solo leveling has enough attachment to characters though. I feel like solo leveling's world is almost forgettable, but their character building and their combat is so fucking good. I still like, and I don't want to say too much because he might watch solo leveling as the first time. I don't want to spoil it. But like solo leveling's best part for me is the fact that some of the characters you get attached to because they are just comical presences that are there as big, dumb, goofy, you know, comedic relief moments. Some characters are there to be the actual just badass, like they pull up and you know shit's about to go down. Some characters are meant to give you a boner. And we know which one that is. So, I do think solo leveling for an intro is solid. Yo, Draw, what up, dog? Is the game gonna have PvP in the future? It will indeed, yeah. So, according to their roadmap, the first priority to come in is gonna be a duel system, which from players that have tested previous to the early access, they've said that there is a working duel system that they have within the game's capabilities. I can't attest to the validity of that myself, as I haven't participated in it or anything. I just opted for the early access, like, when this had come out. So I wasn't in any of their betas or closed testing or anything like that. But from what we've gathered, duels are pretty much ready to, you know, go. So whenever they choose to implement those will be the first version of PvP. That's gonna be janky as shit. Just full disclosure. I'll show you the roadmap after I finish this boss fight real quick. I'm farming up some mounts right now so I can do giveaways for mounts to chat. Whenever there's a large update over here, I really like being able to hook chat up with shit. But basically on their roadmap, they have duels, a PvP region, instance battlegrounds, and then dedicated gear and balancing for the PvP side of things. However, we don't really know when the battlegrounds, the PvP region, the gear, or the balancing will be present. Just because there's, you know, such a laundry list of updates, and it's not necessarily even a 2026 thing. It all just depends on how they prioritize the roadmap. But they do have PvP planned. It's just a matter of when and how incentivized, right? At least in my opinion. So, my largest concern with their PvP systems... No, that's fine. I don't want to go in anyways. My largest concern with their PvP systems is other than the balance at first, before they get gear in, is going to be the immediate effect of having a PvP area with a layer cap of 20 people per layer for right now, and then 50 people per layer in the long term. It's most definitely going to be small scale, is how I would describe it. I don't really get, like, you know, massive scale PvP vibes even in, like, the realm of capability for this game. I have a prediction that the battleground itself is probably going to be 4v4 or 4v4v4, and will likely just play into the 4-person group size instead of combining them for raids. Just early prediction. But we also don't really know, again, what they have planned within the battleground structure. That could be a large game changer in the event that they do incorporate something. So, yo, Nest, what up, dude? Only level 17, but I haven't checked the roadmap. Is there a trade system or auction, grand exchange type shit planned, or do you not know? There is an auction house planned, and through that, we can also assume player-to-player trading is planned. Now, like, technically, there is player-to-player trading right now. Only thing is you have to drop trade, and drop trading is not always, like, you know, the most scam-proof thing. So drop trading can be a little sus, especially if you don't know who you're trading with. But, like, you can drop trade to people in your group. It's just janky, right? Can't drop gold? Correct. Yes. That is extremely correct. A really easy gold maker, if you're extremely down bad on gold and you're, you know, doing fine on enchanting materials, instead of salvaging stuff, go out to the Crimson 3 farm, which you can honestly do for experience at level 17 as well if you wanted to mob grind a little bit. You can do that out. It's right here. So basically you cross the bridge into Valley of the Eternal Autumn. Hold on, wait till he does a slash. I'll be able to show you a little bit safer. Hiya. Alright, so basically, you cross the bridge, one spawns here, one spawns here, one spawns here at this intersection. Motherfucker. Whoopsies. Uh-oh. And when you cross over the bridge, you just kill 3 of the named mob packs over and over again. They'll drop you a bunch of green gear. Honestly, you'll probably get a lot of upgrades at your level for your armor and your jewelry from that, which, not a bad thing at all. You'll get a lot of runes for your abilities, too. So, would highly recommend doing a little bit of that. And then you can also just sell everything that you get out there for a decent amount of gold. You will probably have 0 gold shortage. Zop, what up, brother? Zob, you didn't end up checking out Dracantos, did you? Because pretty much everybody that played the mage over there was fucking loving that shit. Loving that shit. They're the advice. Yeah, of course, dude, of course. It's a really good mob grind. Also, if you're trying to get rid of some crafting mats and you happen to have done a lot of gathering, so you have spark samples, you can basically, hiya, excuse me. You can basically just make the first bags, I think they're the 8 slaughters, and then you can sell those for 250 gold per. Did not place of games that are on my radar. Oh, dude. I wish that that wasn't an immediate killer, because what I've been telling chat, like, when I'm playing FAREVER, if I put my camera like this and don't jump, this is exactly how the movement felt in Dracantos. But, like, you know, it definitely is that way for people. I totally understand it. There's some instances where stylization can cook it for people, but honestly, I've always said gameplay over graphics, and from a performance standpoint, performance was silky smooth on my end. We didn't have frame drops, we didn't have like network issues. The only bug that we really interacted with that we even noticed was one match out of all the PvP matches we played where one of the druid abilities was accidentally leaving invisible walls just all over the place. That one kind of sucked, but like it ran real smooth. But I've also, I don't know, I don't really mind. I got real cozy vibes from it. I loved the Final Fantasy type aesthetic. But again, it's all preference on things. I do think that they have a solid amount of content over there if they can link it all up, regardless of like the graphic aesthetic. It's probably at the top of my like personal list of excitement for upcoming actual 1.0 launches that I can think of. I still think this is, based on everything we've heard, bare minimum a year, more than likely a year and a half out from a launch. And with that in mind, it's definitely a little bit, you know, longer term. So, you watch Invincible? I do not. If picks a game like that, just there's a lot to be desired from an enjoyment standpoint. Yeah, I mean, that's why I also say, like, the gameplay for me, and I say this not to try to sell you on it, just like talking about my personal experience, right? When I was in and actually PvPing, part of the reason why I tried saying like with FAREVER, I know FAREVER is not exactly the largest hit for you either, but with FAREVER or anything else, right? The movement, if I press W and A, I strafe up left. If I WD, I go, you know, up right. Like I'm still moving the exact same. It's really just a stylization difference and then a camera angle difference. And my element of it, being familiar with, you know, Dota and MOBAs and stuff like that, and Diablo, has me kind of used to the lack of verticality. And what you lack in verticality, you gain in the ability to typically outmaneuver a lot of abilities, and those animations are typically factored in. Some people were saying that, you know, playing certain classes felt clunky because their abilities almost felt delayed. And when I brought up that, you know, as a melee, we have a wind up and then the attack actually goes forward, instead of just click and attack goes forward like this, there's an actual, like, wind up where you go back and shit, which is kind of cool. Slower methodical versus interface action combat. I would say less, like, slower and methodical. More so just, like, glued to the ground, because it is still, like, by definition, action combat. It's, you know, projectiles are going where you aim them. You have to compensate for player movement. There's no soft lock or targeting. But it's definitely a different version of action combat versus, like, a New World or an Ashes feel. But I don't know, I really enjoyed it, but that's also just a preference thing. What do you think of ESO? Are you gonna play with the next update? Man, I just really don't like the prospect of hopping into games that have already existed and been a thing for, you know, many years. where to be on the level of, you know, your baseline player, I would have to put in an immense amount of time just to catch up. And then I would be kind of sacrificing the organic learning, the depth of the game experience, because I would be going in with a focused goal of, well, I've got to get in and get ready for PvP, etc. And that would grind a lot of, or that would dictate a lot of what I was grinding, so to say. And I'm not really called to a lot by existing MMOs that have already been out for some time. It just feels like I'm on a treadmill that's moving slower than everybody else's treadmill. And that's not a fun thing for me, because as a content creator, it's like if you're not putting out content that people are going to want to see, then people aren't going to watch your content. And if somebody else is putting out content that's relevant to that latest update, then new players are going to be more likely to go in and watch them than, you know, come in and watch my stream, which is a very large factor of growth, right? You have to be able to, when you go somewhere else, bring in new players and sustain there. So there is a certain impact there as well. But I just, after my time in WoW, I really heavily realized the whole, like, the lack of appeal for me going somewhere established and trying to play catch up. And I felt like as soon as I went into WoW, I was really unable to get any of the depth that WoW actually offered as a game. I wasn't able to take any time to, you know, put a house together, because I was getting ready for raids and trying to get pre-raid bis so I could raid as quickly as possible. But when I was getting my pre-raid bis, I wasn't exploring the world, and I wasn't doing transmog runs and learning about the lore, because I was just leveling as quickly as humanly possible, at least for me at the time. And I was going at it a completely different route. So when I hop into those games, I just find myself almost in like a detrimental state of affairs, because there's a, not necessarily an obligation, but there's definitely a reward as a content creator for being on the cutting edge of content and being able to provide, you know, provide information for people, provide answers for people if they have questions. And if you're not able to do that, especially around the time of a very large update for a game, it becomes hard to break in during that update. It's almost like with Ashes, when there was a large Ashes update, my viewership would go up a much larger percent than many other people's viewerships in the directory, despite the fact that I was already one of the larger streamers, because the almost like the name recognition of always being there in that directory and being known as like one of the, you know, the news people, so to say, for the game is a very beneficial thing. If you're hopping in to something like an ESO and you're, you know, Jinxie level, then you'll just pop the fuck off and you'll bring an army with you regardless. Like, that stream is pretty much too big to fail. But Ultra, what up? Brother Titan, what up? Flash has come back. Define come back. Like, I think it'll come back in the way that you can, after your pet fish dies, go to the store and you can buy another fish. But I don't think it's gonna be the same fish, even if we end up with another one. I think Ashes at this point, after the court case, it's likely gonna be multiple years down the road before the court actually, like, settles anything, you know what I mean? So by that time, what I've been saying since the start of this is that this is a knife fight, not one person pulling out a gun and executing the other side, right? Obviously, like, verbally in court, they're not actually bringing knives or guns, I hope. But this court case is literally a knife fight where both sides come out hurt, both sides come out injured, bleeding, wounded, and unfortunately, Ashes of Creation is the thing that is caught in between them, that as they're trying to stab each other, catches every single blade, and they don't even realize until after it's all said and done that they're effectively just cooking each other's, you know, potential at this point. The board is ruining their own potential to make money off of it. Steven's potential of continuing to develop the game is tough regardless of the outcome of the court case, unless it's really ruled that he was basically, you know, completely innocent and everything was truly, you know, board bad. But if the slightest thing comes out where it's like Steven also could have been better, then you know that that's going to be a knock on the credibility. So I think with Ashes, the two most likely scenarios are scenario one, you see it sold and chop shopped, so that way debts can be paid off as a result of a ruling in the court case. Very much could be sold as, you know, the court could actually demand that it's sold. And if it's not sold, then it's a problem. So hopefully that's not the case. But even then, I feel like there is an element of again, reputational damage done to the IP itself, where people probably wouldn't even want to buy it and continue like the Ashes of Creation branding on it, so to say. They would likely buy, maybe take any assets that were worth taking, any base coding, but running the game would be contingent on having IntrepidNet, which would be very hard to figure out if they don't have the IntrepidNet engineers. Picking up where they left off would be incredibly hard with how many systems they had intertwined and how specific the directionality of the game was. Like, there were so many small caveats to systems. Just think of how deep, like, the node spawn system was supposed to go, with some static complementary nodes that were eventually supposed to have some form of indicator to the people around them that they were spawning with increased benefits, particularly in lawless areas. The logic-based spawns, like everything that they had. It was a deep collaboration of systems past just, okay, every spawn is completely random. They were really trying to take everything and, like, go from a rubber tire to NASA space wheels in terms of, like, development levels. And I think it may have been a good thing if it worked out, but it's also an incredibly hard thing for them looking at it now from a standpoint of, okay, well, who's gonna carry the boats? Who actually knows a singular thing about IntrepidNet? Who knows, you know, who could teach the rest of the developers if they were to reestablish anywhere what they're actually developing towards? Who's to say that the developers would have the same direction after the fact? I don't think really many large studios would want to buy it at this point. Maybe because there is like a baseline progression established, but it's also a standpoint of Riot is typically the most talked about potential purchaser of Intrepid from a, you know, a past standpoint, no longer. But Riot has seemingly been working on and making rather substantial progress on their MMO, enough to start flying content creators out to get peeks at their, what seemingly could be their MMO. So it's hard saying, just one-to-one, right? Very hard saying exactly where they're at with their whole, you know, their whole process. But I don't think Riot would be in anymore. I don't. I don't think that really many AAA titans would be looking at it. I think maybe something small scale would want to pick it up, but I also think with the ambition of Ashes, if something small scale were to purchase it, A, they'd have to pay so much up front to buy it because of the debts associated with everything. B, they would probably have to cut most, if not all, of the scope that was supposed to come in with Ashes that was going to set it apart from other titles. So it would likely just end up becoming another MMO genre, you know, clone, so to say. It's just, it's a very low chance that it ever comes back in any capacity that we think, you know, when we think of Ashes. I'm not confident that that's what we're going to see. I think after the court case, it's entirely plausible to think that the judge could just be like, hey, there's debt. You guys, whoever wins it, sell this shit to pay the debt, make sure people get paid, make sure everybody gets taken care of, and then go from there and work out your shit after. It's cooked. I think the nuclear war option is where they were at, based on communications that have been posted in the, you know, the court documents, so to say. And I think the nuclear war option is mutual assured destruction, where basically it was fully known that whoever launched the nukes was also going to get nukes sent back at them, and both sides were going to get cooked as a result. It's just a matter of, can one side cook the other one first? Follow the situation? You're... Exactly. So, again, that's why I keep saying it's a knife fight, man. It's not like this is a scenario where the investors were seemingly doing everything in a perfect manner, right? And it's also not a scenario where seemingly Steven was doing everything in a perfectly optimal manner from a running a business standpoint. And I think that's incredibly reasonable. I think when we ask if anyone in this chat would be able to discern the best way to run a business that is taking on that much debt, needing that much funding for that ambitious of a project, we'd also probably fuck up, and we also likely wouldn't start it in the first place. And I think that what we got was the outside level of, okay, smile for the cameras and wave, and then go backstage and like throw up, right? That's kind of, that's what I'm thinking at this point. And it's unfortunate that we got that side of it, but again, it's all just depending on how the court case resolves. That'll provide a little bit more rationale to why everybody saw that. But Ultra asked what I was farming up a little while ago. So basically, Ultra, I have really, really, really good gear. So I have a few options that I could chase down. I could go after, you know, the alt grind, ephemeral hearts, make alts, run my alts across the map, and then slowly accumulate some spark crystals to upgrade my legendaries. May do that, but even then I think I'm gonna need more spark shards, so that'll be a little bit tragic. But all things considered, I could do that to try to upgrade my legendaries. Might be cool to see you do one ult. I did one yesterday, Sauce, out of anger, because a lot of people, not a lot of people, but there were some people that were contesting my whole making all of these alts is bad for the game. People were contesting that, and I was like, all right, motherfucker, I'm going to make an alt right now and show you what this actual progression route is. And by the time I finished running one alt across the map, I was like, I, as of right now, have to do 52 more of these motherfuckers. Do we think that's good? And everybody was like, nah, this is dog shit, Dusty. My bad, dog. It's justifying. Isn't it always just to play other classes? Yeah, but why the fuck would I want to play other classes? The hell? I had to play a stupid-ass rogue, an Ooga Booga warrior, or a mage that just sits back and casts spells all the time. I feel like some fates are worse than death, my friend. I feel like some fates just shouldn't be suffered by man. And those are 3 bad things for me. Next, they'll implement something that's entirely fucking bow-based to try to get Mr. Heavy over here. Can't stand it. Mage is actually the strongest and is super fun spammy. Still a mage. Still a mage. If I was a mage, then I would probably... I wouldn't even pee sitting down. Because peeing sitting down is nice sometimes. It's relaxing to not have to worry about aiming. It's like locking onto the toilet. It's like peeing while doing a handstand. It's just a matter of like, you look at other people doing it and you're like, you can't be enjoying that. Arrow won't touch us, still PvP, but by then we have Chrono. Arrowly literally already played FAREVER. And he played Melee when he was playing FAREVER. I know that sounds crazy, but he literally already played FAREVER and played Melee. Because he came into chat and I gave him shit about it. And he tried to deny the allegations, but he had to... Oh, fuck. He had to play Melee until he got his, until his bow. That was just a day for a YouTube vid. That motherfucker post on YouTube? Bro, I swear to God, I've never seen an Arrowly YouTube video. I am not gonna lie. I lurk in his stream sometimes while I'm taking poops because I like to look at him. I did not know that man posted on YouTube as well. I see his shorts. And I'm not talking about like his shorts. But I found Arrowly through his YouTube. Huh, I've known Arrowly since the New World days. Sewer! What up, brother? Do you miss Tricantos again? I appreciate the raid, big dog. Back in the New World. I found him through the Twitch directory. Because I didn't really go on YouTube much until everybody started begging me to go on YouTube and record build guides and shit. And now I'm making Nindu YouTube stuff. Oh, it's Mr. Cantos. Dude, I really want more Dracantos. Like, I am probably more excited than I should be. To the point where, realistically, the only thing I can do is let myself down with this level of excitement. But based on the PvP that we played, I really did have a ton of fun with it. Like, I had a lot of fun with it, and really can't wait to see what the PvE integration of everything is going to be. I hope that they can do it well, but Dracantos down for X years. Dracantos, that was its last beta test, and it's supposed to launch with a 1.0 launch this year, by the end of the year. I don't know if they're planning an early access prior to 1.0 deployment or not, but if they were, I would absolutely get all up in there. All up in there. I would literally be like a New England Patriots head coach on vacation levels of all up in there. Deep. Dracantos is the very first alpha. Made massive improvements every single test they've done. Just redoing the entire movement for the game made it fantastic. Yeah. And I still think, again, the pixel art is going to be an adjustment for some people. The top down and the camera angle is going to be an adjustment. And it did genuinely take me a couple hours to kind of like get back in the whole, you know, the mentality that I needed to be. But some synapses ended up connecting within my brain to the point where I made the connection of, okay, well, since it's 8-directional movement, I can still WD, strafe with everything that I need to. It's just like normal movement, but without jumping. It's this. And instead, my spacebar became, you know, an ability usage, right? So I looked at it as, okay, well, you play top down in a lot of MMOs that you play anyways when you're in PvP, right? So when I was in New World had the ability to go completely top down. When I was in Ashes had the ability to go top down. Top down has you looking at not animations of characters, but seeing every single movement of every single dot, and also seeing ability animations and the floor itself. When I would PvP, I basically go here almost instinctively with my camera, because it allows you to see so much more than trying to see through this with basically a flat plane of view. This is the drone POV. It's just better, in my opinion, for visuals, especially in crowded areas. So for me, once I kind of activated the synapses of go back to when you were, you know, playing New World PvP and whatnot, and you would just slam top down in big clumps so you could see the clump moving around. And I kind of started to WASD with that, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I started to get more used to the abilities and the progression and the combos between classes. And then it started to hit for me. And it genuinely, for the first like 2 hours that I was playing the game, I was like, chat, I don't know about this. Like, I do not know how good this is, you know, gonna set with me. I was real worried. So, I miss Ashes. Yeah, I too miss Ashes. There was always a lot that I could do in that game to stay entertained. Genuinely a lot. Though I will say, staying a little bit more up to date on upcoming projects has also been quite fun for me. I've really enjoyed kind of going around and playtesting a lot of shit. It's something where I've never really been a variety guy. I've always been like the opposite of variety because I always thought it would kill my channel instead of make it grow. Turns out it's been great for the channel to go around and cover some different playtests. And I'm really excited to continue covering more playtesting environments. It's just like kind of a gap until there are more. There was that one that chat was asking about earlier that Cannon has played a couple of times, but I don't really know exactly a lot about that. Spirit Veil? Yeah, Spirit Veil, that one. I know nothing about Spirit Veil whatsoever, if I'm being completely honest. I know not a single goddamn thing, but I could probably do some research on it. I wouldn't be opposed to looking into it if it's something that seems fun. Do I have to pay for it? Because if I have to pay for it, you guys have to pay for it. And I don't know if y'all want to pay for it. Free. Okay, is it pay to win? We'll go through the Dusty checklist. Also, Murphy, I don't have hidden patch notes. The conspiracies are false. I know I called the last patch, but Spirit Veil is supposed to sell one time for just under $10 last I checked. Any, like, pay to win or pay for convenience or anything like that that I don't like? No pay to win, period, dev promise. Solo dev? Or what's the deal there? Could be. It's on Steam, right? Is there an AI disclosure? Solo dev's gonna be rough. I mean, it depends on the scope of the game, right? I think a solo dev is perfectly capable of putting in content, you know, cycles. But I do agree the longer games go on, the more technical debt you accumulate, the more time you have to spend in preventative versus progressive patches, and the harder it is to grow and scale the game. They're supporting people that do maps, art and such. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to do a little bit of research, but with the release is looking at possibly adding a second dev. I mean, hear me out. If a solo dev project adds a second dev, that is literally a double up in size for the project, which is pretty fucking huge. I'm not gonna lie. If a stock doubles, I'm incredibly happy with it. If a development studio doubled, it should be celebrated. If Blizzard doubled, can you imagine how many jobs that would create? Gives basically for long for being in development for a year. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to check it out a little bit, do a little bit of research and whatnot on it, see if it's something I'd be interested in. Is there concurrency in the playtesting or nah? Like, where's it at right now? Because I know it's cutesy. You're cutesy, baby. I know Cannon was playing it for a wee bit of time. But I also don't think I've seen him play it in a few days. In the final leg of the playtest. How long does a playtest last for? Also, is there PvP? That is a good question. That is a very good question. Cannon plays anything for reviews? No, I actually like what Cannon does. There are people that I feel like absolutely go to games that they don't enjoy just to try to, you know, put views up. But Cannon streamed PoE all day today to 500 viewers, which is far less than he usually has. And he was doing Arbiter attempts after dying almost like 100 times when I checked into Arbiter. And I do actually, like, have respect for what Cannon does. Yes, he plays a lot of stuff, but I also think that he tries to do his best to actually give people a glimpse into dev interviews early on in game's development. He tries to actually do a good job of documenting some of the game systems and the directionality of it. I do like what Cannon does more than a lot of, I call them MMO tubers, where it's very apparent that they are truly only going, like, you know, place to place to try to capitalize on views, but instantly got into the playtest. Which one? For the Spirit Veil? Playtest rolls over in June and wipe. EA currently set for July with no more wipes. I can put you in that category. What's that? Going game to game to just, like, get views? Or even, like, the whole going place to place to document? Because, no, like, that? First one or second one? Sometimes I talk too fast. I always ask multi-step questions. Or like MMO hop, but with genuine interest. Yeah, I mean, that's always been my selling point to a certain extent. Not that I really play into a selling point, but I've always tried to be authentic on stream as much as I can. I stream so much that it would be so incredibly hard to be inauthentic with how much I'm here. So for me, I do very much try to pursue things that I only have genuine interest in. Like, I've played Path of Exile before, I've played PoE 2 before, I've streamed them both. Right now, I'm not really feeling going to PoE 2, so it's gonna take something drastic to happen for me to end up going to PoE 2 for the, you know, for the season launch or whatever. I'm in a spot where, yeah, I'm covering multiple MMOs right now, but I also just want to cover things that I'm interested in, and not necessarily things that I think will just, you know, make me the largest streamer in the world. Rather, will make me enjoy streaming as much as humanly possible, because that's always what's got me here. Also, Shredder, what up, brother? Do the forever grind be heinous? Dog, the grind is absolutely heinous today, and it was a wild, wild day. So, we received a while back a gift from my parents of a couples massage that was finally scheduled for today. So we woke up early today, drove to the couples massage, started the day with that. After the couples massage, did a little bit of just, you know, store hopping and shopping around, got some cutesy shit, spent a little bit of clams, had some fun out and about. And then we went out for some lunch, got some Jersey Mike's because we had a gift card. And then came home, took a nap, and hopped on the grind. However, during that, we also had the M. Night Shyamalan level twist that Carla somehow got into the pre-sale for Kanye's Florida show. And we ended up sniping 2 tickets for the Florida show. So now we're going to Tampa a few days before Lil Wayne comes up to Bangor. So we're gonna see Kanye in Florida, and then we're going to come back home, and then Lil Wayne's gonna be in Bangor. So we'll go from like the largest of large rap to probably like maybe 1,000-person show, if that. Which is gonna be fucking awesome. Got my legendary Beef Fury today. Let's go. Have you upgraded it yet? Or have you done the grind for it? Scalp him. I mean, I don't really know, like, what resale prices are, but realistically, the element of just going to that show is going to be fun as fuck. Imagine giving Kanye money in 2026. Brother, politicians are pedophiles, children are soldiers. The world has a lot more problems than somebody being fucking mentally batshit insane And I'm not going there to listen to Kanye rant about his views. I'm going there to listen to one of the greatest discographies ever assembled by an artist in human history. I'm giving my money for an experience that I will never be able to see again, in the same way that I went to see Kendrick Lamar at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, and I regret 0% of it, and I will have an absolute blast at that show, listening to someone that I have listened to thousands of times on loop from my childhood to my adult life. Art from artist, realistically. Like, you gotta have a certain level of understanding of that at this point in time. How many painters were married to their first cousins and did heinous shit, you know? Like, it is what it is. I respect it. And I'm not saying everybody has to get tickets to the concert. But Brody, I'm gonna be real, that's gonna be a fucking banger concert. It's gonna be a banger of a concert. Michael Vick made Dogs fight. Dogs still one of the craziest quarterbacks to ever play in the NFL. Art from artist. When you've seen somebody that has that level of option play in a while. Fucking crazy. Even modern day QBs can't quite do it. Who's just performing College Dropout? Nah, I really enjoy a lot of the discography over his different eras. It's definitely, again, not for everybody, but a majority of what I listened to when I was a kid was like Kanye's discography and Kanye adjacent tracks, because he was so relevant during my childhood. And I think from God, like when I was in junior high and high school to like modern day, they're just relevant tracks. But again, for me, it's tracks. That's what exists for me. I'm going to see the lights, and I'm going to experience Florida for the first time as an adult human being, and I'm going to have a fun time and dance around, which is fun. So, personal talk's nice. I mean, in all fairness, you did kind of come at me personally for saying that I was attending a concert when your dissonance, so to say, could have just been kept in your own personal, like, you know, head. Didn't really have to hit the imagine giving so-and-so money. And if you didn't want to say anything that was productive to the situation, you didn't really have to. So I don't really blame somebody for jumping in with a response when you were the one that initiated it on that level in the first place. It'd be like you saying that you were going to Walmart and buying bananas, and I'd be like, oh my god, imagine giving money to Big Banana at this point in time. Wait, you're picking up your prescription from the pharmacy where there's Big Pharmacy and you have health insurance to pay for it? Imagine! Bitch, be for fucking real. Unless you're giving money to me directly, your money's probably going to something that you don't want it to go to in today's day and age. Imagine watching porn when you jerk it. I just think of you. I have enough of your VODs. And if you delete them, I'm good. I ain't worried about shit. Can't tell me nothing. Can't tell me jack shit. Screen recorded them. I downloaded those bitches directly. I had to preserve the quality. The fuck you mean, brother? I'm a Twitch partner. I get special perms. The hell? I can see his analytics. I can see inside of him. Just have to open him up a little bit. Just a little bit. Doesn't Twitch get a transaction cut when we give subs? Donating is, I don't know why I said that so weird. Donating is basically a way to see near zero cut on things. Twitch gets a cut on bits at the, you know, at the cash out at the point of sale. They upcharge you on bits. It's basically not, you know, 1 penny per bit, but that's the payout that we get. So we get 1 penny per bit, which is great. Bits are really efficient. Subs are at the discrepancy of what tier of Partner Plus you were on. So basically, Partner Plus is separate from being a Twitch partner, but that's where your number of subs comes in. So I have a Partner Plus goal for this month where I have to have 300 Partner Plus points. Those are from tier 1s, tier 2s, and tier 3s only, not gifted and not primes. Only paid recurring subs. So what a lot of streamers have to try to kind of like strive for to a certain extent is getting people to, yes, of course, any sub is amazing, and never look a sub in the mouth and spit in it unless they ask. But if you can get tier 1s, tier 2s, and tier 3s that are paid recurring subs, then when you get 100 of those points for 3 months or more, you go up to a 60-40 split. That's what I'm currently on. If you get 300 or more for multiple months, then you get a 70-30 split. So the best that Twitch currently offers is a 70-30 split, which is achievable, but it's also, you know, pretty hard to get up to that point in sub base, just because gifted subs are so, you know, prevalent. Prime subs are so prevalent. Without gifteds and primes, I would not be able to stream full time, right? So just from that standpoint, a lot of streamers my size are going to very much struggle to get to that top tier, and a lot of them it's even like kind of hard to get to the first tier for the 60-40. So the 60-40 is where I'm at right now, but donating is always like the basically the most optimal way to actually get money through the streamer, depending on the donation like processor that people use. Mine just goes through, like, I use Stream Elements for mine, which is why I'm very glad that Stream Elements didn't end up shutting down. And they take they don't take any cuts actually on donations or anything like that. It's just the payment processor fees. So the payment processor fees are typically like, I want to say minimum 30 cents up to like 3% on larger transactions, something like that. So when are you going for Wing Sabers Lego and get Stinger Lego? Oh no. Wait, you got the wrong one? Oh, that's tragic. What are we trying to farm here? Mounts! Oh, I thought that was going to be one. That would have been such a sick clip. God damn it. I already got one mount from here, but I really want to find myself getting extra mounts to give away to the community. I want to plan around large content updates. Bathtub farts. That's where these bubbles are coming from. But I really like giving stuff away to the community, so I'm trying to stock up since I have a really strong build right now, and just clear a shitload of content and hold extra legendaries, like I have Lego Wing Sabers and shit like that. And as soon as there's a large content update that comes in, anything that I have extra, I'm just gonna slam that shit out and giveaways to people. We'll do some marbles races. Anybody that wants to enter to win it is able to. And then we'll just do some gamba. I really, really, really like just having that level of fun with it. So, should farm the drippy transmogs if you do alts. Oh, dude, part of the reason why I decided I was gonna do this is because I fucking hate alts. I checked out Kick's monetization, and how do I use my Twitch Prime? Yeah, I've checked out Kick's monetization a little bit, and it's interesting. Now, the big thing that Kick does differently, obviously the 95-5 split on subs, but also with Kick, they advertise like their hourly rate based on concurrent viewership. I'm pretty sure that's just ad revenue with different wording. Call me crazy, but I literally get an hourly rate on Twitch that goes up or down based on concurrent viewership, called the ads that I run every hour. And every ad that runs, if I have more viewers, I get more money. And if I have fewer viewers, I get less money. And I'm not entirely sure what the whole, like, shtick is there. But it's enough for me to be mildly intrigued. I'm sure I could get in contact with somebody and talk about it. But even just having, you know, fucking 40 people keep a tab up and lurk over there wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing. But how do you use your Twitch Prime, Mr. Jubba-Lubba-Dub-Dub? You are looking at the subscribe button underneath the player. You click on that bad boy, and if you see the use Prime sub box checkable, then that means you get your free Prime sub for the month. And if you don't, then that means a T3 sub is within your future. Rufio, thank you for following. Much love, dog. I appreciate you. Kick getting ads soon. So what's their, like, I guess I'm just confused on their monetization. What's the hourly pay? How many gifted to min-max another class? I'm serious. What do you do for work? Do you have a trust fund? What did your parents do for work? What is your credit score? What do you have in assets versus liquidity right now? Are you invested anywhere? 401ks, retirements? Can't tell you, you'll highball it. Well, if you don't tell me, I'll highball it even more. Listen, you don't know who you're talking to. Chat one time in New World was telling me, Dusty, play a fire staff build because I'm a melee player, right? And I said, chat, you know what? I will slam up an absolutely ridiculous sub goal. And if you guys hit it, you can pick a build for me to actually make, right? I slammed up, what was it, Owen? Like 1,000 subs, unironically. And we ended up gap closing pretty much all the way up to the goal. And I had to play a fire staff build. And then I made fire staff great axe. So that way I could just play melee anyways. And I would just run around with a great axe out half the time. I scammed the shit out of chat. So never forget the maid outfit. I still have that. The build was broken. That build was fun. That build was real fun. I really enjoyed that. I had a great time, all things considered. That was glorious. How many unopened packs of Pokemon do you have? Bro, that's the true currency. That is very fair. Any old Pokemon packs are going to be the largest asset that anybody could ever have. Okay. What does Alb do? I haven't got enough of a vibe check to determine yet. What if he owns Epic Games? You Tim Sweeney? Is Tim Sweeney the Epic Games guy? I own Shiro Games. I smell cat. You'd be speaking French. They're French. Oh, fuck, wait. Oh, shit. Oh, maybe he does. Wait, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know you were fluent. What the I'm sorry, I underestimated, sir. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Let's see, how much for me to min-max another class? Do I get to farm up the gear for that class on this class, or do I have to solo self-find another class? People have taken out loans against their Pokemon card collections using it as collateral. The question is, can I use my DustyWhy sub length as collateral? Honestly, you could probably use your DustyWhy position to navigate the loan world, yes. I don't want to say exactly which banks would and wouldn't honor it, but I definitely think there's some equity to be had there. Maybe pull out a refi on it, because there are people that absolutely would love a higher tier sub badge. That is very true. That is very true. Not a no. Yeah, listen, much like my bank told me when I was still looking for a mortgage, it might just work. Turns out it didn't work because they did not point us in the right direction at all. We will not be going through that bank in a few more years when we restructure everything and then you know, go through it again. So we're basically going into a multi-year save now. But that's a different story. Our bank was very stupid. Very, very not smart. Take handouts and trade. It'll be so easy to min-max. It'll be so easy to cook with. Would I let chat vote on it? Or would I pick? You pick. I just play warrior. And then I just absolutely decimate rogue bow build. But I like melee. Bow shuriken could be fun though. I will say I've had a lot of people say bow shuriken feels fun. But I also wouldn't necessarily describe bow shuriken as good, so to say. It seems like it's going to be fun. You have two numbers, you pick one choice, chat picks one choice. That sounds risky. That sounds like I'm gonna end up playing a mage. That, although I'll say, wing sabers would probably slap. They'd probably be pretty fun. Rogue and Priest share the Crimson Transmogs. Yeah, so I guess I could farm those. But also, what's the point if I'm just basically running a similar build? Although I guess Rogue build would be substantially different. So not the end of the world there. I just wish there was another class that like really called out to me, you know? Because right now, not many of them are, other than the whole Paladin setup over here. If there was something that was really calling out to me, then I'd be all over that shit. But I don't think there is. I think I'd kind of be like forcing it in one way, shape, or form. I'd be putting in a lot of extra, you never know until you try it. That's what Uncle used to say. That is very fair. That is very fair. Give me a number now. Chat, what's fair? What's fair for a number? I'm gonna smoke a bowl and think. Because something tells me a negotiation pops up. And it needs to be a community effort. Because if one person does it, then it's just like a sugar daddy sponsorship. And also at that point, you'd be better off just bribing me with cash because then Twitch wouldn't get 40%. But, we can discuss. No one's ever beaten my rank in Jerkmate. Bro, I literally smurf your peak in Jerkmate. I was playing left-handed, absolutely cooking your Jerkmate records. So, I want it put out there. I was shredding that shit. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Un momento. morning, boys. We're up. Gifted, don't contribute, unfortunately. Yes, gifted subs, unfortunately, don't count. All right, what if I start at a cool, calm, collected... If we break the all-time hype train record, which is, I think, like level 21 hype train in the channel, which requires at least 3 contributors and would be an egregious amount of subs. But it would be a community effort that would signify to me that multiple people wanted to see me play something other than just a priest. And it can't just be solely carried out by one person. It's gotta be minimum 3 for a hype train. That is my proposal on this fine day. I am open to counter offers. As I'm feeling generous, I just smoked a dank bolski of some super boof. You greedy? I'm a good negotiator. You told me to start somewhere. Listen, I'm a businessman at my core. I like marketing. I like negotiating. It's fun. If we went back to a barter-based economy, I would have more mules than any of you bitches. I swear to God. How many subs would that be? Oh God, too many. Too many. We'll put it this way. If you're rich enough to afford that number of subs, then you probably shouldn't gift that number of subs because your financial advisor would call you very angrily. I'm dead. Ah! I made it. And if you have that much to actually spend, then you know, probably just buy Ouster or something, not financial advice. This weekend crazy out here. Should I go to 30% and 3% chirps? Could have just said 1,000. Well, hear me out. If he wanted to just bribe me with 1,000 gifted, he could bribe me with 1,000 gifted. But that's also $6,000, I think, before any discounts, because it's like $6 per sub. At that point, it's like, okay, why don't you just directly donate like 4,000? We don't give Twitch the 40% cut on everything, so. I'm not an oiler, there's a reason I was vague. Are you important? Okay, well, don't dox yourself. But are you actually important? Can you answer that? Like, do you do something that I would think is cool? That can be a simple yes, no. Would I think your job is cool? Fuck no. Nerd. Fuck no is crazy. Accountant. Probably runs a super successful business and has an awesome office, but just sits there all day and fucking watches stream while he's outside of meetings. Something lame like that. You're all, what up, brother? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Maybe like something with math. Maybe is an account. Maybe like day trades or something. Although that'd be kind of cool. But I don't really have enough money for that. I don't usually hit that well on them. I just kind of hold and hope for the best. So I don't like the taste of turp. Wait, what do you mean the taste of terp? Terpenes? Because it's probably at that point, like Grembenabe said, probably certain types of terpenes. So basically, like, terpenes are naturally occurring, not just in weed, but like terpenes are the reason why an orange tastes like an orange. So basically, those are what like interact with our taste and smelly things. And I will say there are some grows in some areas. Thankfully, this didn't really spread to Maine because Maine has a very like small community where you kind of like know the product that you're getting and who you're getting it from, and it's not really a bunch of corporate growers. But there was a lot of controversy where basically growers were spraying terps onto their bud for a while to try to make it more flavorful and try to mimic different strains despite it not being those actual strains. And that shit's ass. Genuine ass. I don't know, for vapes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, part of the reason you get that, vapes are typically flavored distillate. So, especially if you're just getting the cheap, like, hey, can I get a gram cartridge of Skittles, right? So, effectively, I can actually attest to how that works. So, when I worked in weed, I was the pre-roll grinder guy. So, I would receive a bunch of, like, cut stuff, trim stuff from the grow team that had been sent over to bagging. Bagging had what they need to satisfy the storefront's order, and all of the, you know, small buds, all of the loose shit would be sent over to me. I'd be in a completely sealed room, fucking, like, ventilator on, full, like, protective suit, keep my clothes from getting all shitty, with a bunch of buckets and an industrial weed grinder. And I would sit there and I would sift through all of the strains that I got for the day. And it was my job to come up with different, like, combinations that would go into our pre-rolls, grind it all up, get it labeled, get it organized, and get it over to the people that did the pre-rolls. So, part of what I learned, and part of why I really don't like cartridges, is the process called blasting, as they referred to it where I worked. Where basically, what you're looking at with blasting, everything that just goes loose on the floor and shit like that, anything that's not, you know, put into pre-rolls, gets put in these giant bags. You know, just general extra shit that we don't end up using for pre-rolls. But also, again, stuff literally swept off the floor. You put it into these giant plastic bags, and it just gets sent over to processing. Whoops, I'm dead. I fucked up. Yep. My bad. I did that to myself. Anyways, the shake special. Literally, yes. Because with distillates, especially low quality distillates, all you're doing is you're running a solvent through, and you're effectively running the solvent through. THC goes into the solvent, more or less, and like your trichome heads interact with the solvent, are in the solvent, evaporate off the solvent, THC distillate, more or less. And then off of that THC distillate, you will typically heat it to actually make it distillate, activate the THC, and then you can use it in pre-rolls, you can use it in pretty much everything, and then off of that, you can also add terpenes to it. So that's the artificial terps. Where you're getting extracts with real terpenes and real flavor profile is getting into the side of solventless extracts, or basically like full spectrum extracts. Those are going to be a lot more likely to contain, you know, your actual terps instead of being just injected. So basically every cartridge that went out from the place that I worked at, there were some higher quality ones, but the lower quality cartridges were blast bags that were sent out that were made into distillate and then were brought back to our, like, lab. And then in the lab, they had people that were dosing out different terp profiles to mimic strains and stuff like that. So it was an interesting process to learn about, because before that I was always like, oh, like, I'm basically getting dab in this thing, right? I'm literally getting, before I smoked, I was like, I'm getting the same thing that people are dabbing. It's crazy. And then when I started looking into the actual, like, the process of it, I'm looking at, you know, product that wouldn't even be put on a shelf in a storefront, because people that are actually smoking extracts through a rig would look at that and just be like, no, 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 thank you, on the very low quality distillate with artificial terps. But the convenience is what sells, very simply put. So with all of that shit, I started to have the level of, like, okay, well, if I'm paying, you know, dab, like, actual, like, you know, solventless hash, right? If I'm paying solventless hash prices for, you know, absolute bottom of the barrel distillate, why wouldn't I just get solventless hash rosin by the gram, get a Puffco, or get myself a nice rig, and then just smoke extracts? So that's what I tried for a little bit. I still to this day have the remnants of a baller jar of some Gary Poppins diamonds that are absolutely beautiful that sometimes I'll throw on top of my bolski when I want to get a little Summit 1G'd up in this bitch. So, like, I do still have some, but I don't like the raw extract. I don't enjoy it. Appreciate the listeners' knowledge and education. Oh, dude, I fucking love yapping about it. It's like, it's my weird hyperfixation on, like, min-maxing things. And I kind of gamify certain things. Like, I could yap to you about beds like crazy because I sold beds and it was my livelihood for a while. I could yap to you about weed because, like, my whole thing on why I started smoking weed in the first place. Like, yes, I was a college kid that had friends that was also like, yo, let's smoke. But I have 25 screws holding my wrists together. And for me, it was between continuing to take basically an immense amount of, like, pain management, you know, pills and shit every single day. Or when I would smoke weed, it would help with my pain management on my wrists. So, effectively, I started just smoking with my friends in college, like my third year of college basketball, because we went out once and I just had a blast with it. It was good vibes all around. We got fried, we got food, we went back to the dorm and we watched Big Mouth and we were laughing for fucking hours. It was truly a joy. And then after that, I got really inquisitive because I'm an inquisitive person, right? And I like my hard copy. But I still, to this day, down in the basement right now, can tell you exactly where I have my... It's a little journal that we got at just like a local music store. And it was like a how high am I journal. And you can document, like, your strains that you're smoking, write it down, and it, like, prompts you, like, what effects am I feeling from this strain, stuff like that, right? So, my friends and I used to all bring weed that we had got from different places. And everybody would come over, and we would take turns smoking different strains, and then we would kind of, like, document each strain, and we would nerd the fuck out about it. So, we all started having these, like, rants to each other about what we were smoking. And then I had some friends that ended up making it, like, a legitimate job for themselves. And it just kind of continued to be a nerd out thing. I also had, like, family members who were big into, like, the wine tasting. And my brothers were beer guys. I don't really like alcohol, like, at all. So, for me, I just like smoking instead of the alcohol. I like that a little bit more. Treat it like whiskey? Oh, yeah. And honestly, even outside of just treating it like whiskey, the weed world is the entire alcohol spectrum. You have different methods of creation, different methods of consumption. You have different expected effects based on the method of creation or consumption based on what you're having. Different extracts will hit differently because of how they retain the CBD or how the CBD may not stick with it. Truly insane. Kyru, what up, dude? Does this game need a high-end PC or is my PC busted because I'm having FPS problems? Adjust your settings. Try that first. Actually, first thing, if I'm being honest, check your graphics drivers. If your graphics drivers aren't updated, then you may be down bad. So I would start there. I update mine relatively frequently. And I won't lie, I get a rare FPS stutter here and there. But it's really not that bad, all things considered, for me. My game runs pretty smooth, I'd say. Go to the Twitch Turbo when payday comes. Bro. Turbo's big value. Oh, gross. Oh. Bro, I just took a bite of this pasta salad that had olives in it. Because people in chat were, like, defending olives recently. And I was like, you know, I'll try it. Ew. They're so pungent. I've been eating around the olives. And I scooped up a spoonful that had some olives, and I was like, you know what? I'll fucking try it. Disgusting. Disgusting. Fuck that shit. Whoever eats olives, you're sick. Imagine eating olives in 2026. Being someone who's grown weed for years, when I was younger in a professional setting, 144 lights, you can process which is the right way to grow and the wrong way to grow. A lot of people take shortcuts. So you gotta pay for what you get majority of the time. They're paying top dollars, most likely properly grown, flush, no pesticides, contamination control. A lot of QC goes into legit legal weed. It's expensive. There is also, though, to a certain element, a lot of saturation at this point in time. I think if you look at top quality bud 10 years ago, when legalization was far further off, right? And the technology and the knowledge hadn't spread as much as it had through generations of pheno hunting. So now every plant is starting on a higher level than it did 10 years ago. Every clone is better. Every process is more optimal. Every light has been refined. Like, I think the floor of weed has gone up exponentially, where nowadays, I mean, at least in Maine, I can vouch, I have smoked the best weed that is available in Maine, that is New England Cannabis Cup winning best sativa, best pre-roll, and best overall strain type strains. And I can damn sure say my $100 an ounce. Oh my god, the bribery begins. Oh my god, I just choked on an olive, I think it was. Holy shit. Al, that is a nuke. Thank you for the 50, the bribery ensues. Boys, we need some Dusty W booties for Alb. And also, how the fuck did Grandpa Nabes not even find himself getting a gifty? That shit's actually crazy. Poor Nabes. Poor Nabes. You gotta come over to Canada to get that top tier shiz. I mean, I live in Maine. I'm basically Canadian. I'm Canadian, but I don't get the free healthcare type shit, which is slightly tragic. Oh, get out of here, Olive. What the fuck? I'm gonna just give Carlo a bowl of olives after this is done. And the target is crazy. Alb, thank you. Absolute legend, Jesus Christ. My goodness gracious me, oh my. So, let me ask you, what class are you thinking that I should play in the event that I accepted this bribery? Which is unethical, by the way. Bribery is bad. Imagine if you could just bribe, like, I don't know, politicians and shit. Bro, that'd be really bad. Be really tough. Bribery is really bad. League. Not a game, you bozo. A different class. No, I'm not playing League. No, Alb is trying to bribe me to play a different class instead of Priest and min-max another class. Not rich enough for League? No. I don't think anybody here is. I'm gonna be completely upfront with you. I don't think any of you are rich enough for me to play League. Maybe collectively, like you as a unit, could shell out enough money to get me on League for a day. But it's really unlikely. Like, I genuinely do not know how much money you would have to pay me to get me on League, but I can wholeheartedly say that it would be a lot. Like, it would be a substantial amount of clams to get me on League of Legends. They're all fun, especially endgame. Yeah, I mean, part of me wants to just figure out what people are saying is the worst class and then play that and then just do all the content in the game on that class and then just kind of like question mark. Where do you want to take advantage of the broken meta build? Broken mage, take a lot more skill. I just feel like everything in this game is doable on every class right now. I don't think there's a single thing that like reaches any real level of inaccessibility. And I might be crazy for that, but every class is good. It's kind of what I'm getting at. Major rogue need actual rotations and shit. No ooga booga. I mean, warrior also has a rotation. You have to press like 3 buttons. Also, priest still has a rotation. Like, you do still have to play around certain things. Obviously, half for rotation has healing, probably like over half, but I timed that bite perfectly. That was so fucking clutch. Physical mage is self-buff as fuck. What are you running for that? Wing sabers? Or what do you have going on there? Because that sounds like an interesting prospect. Bro, I hate olives. Chat, who actually enjoys olives? And why? Thank you for another 4. Oh my goodness. Brother, I'm gonna like choke and die. I'm trying to shove my face full of pasta salad. It's got little olive landmines in it. And you're fucking shoving money down my throat too. Golly. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what class I would even consider playing as like my first class off of priest. Warrior is, in my opinion, Shrin, thank you for the follow, much love. Warrior is, in my opinion, just like too cheesy and strong. And I feel like if I just go from priest to warrior, then that's gonna be like me saying, hey chat, look at this really strong thing. And then, hey, look at this other really strong thing. But I also have a take that everything right now has the capacity to feel really strong. But Sturgis Priestman can tell you that mage is pretty fun. I run Ghost Climbs and Claudius and can nuke things pretty quick. Yeah, a lot of the people that I've talked to that have run priest and other classes have pretty frequently spoken about like priest being the most consistent option for bringing content down just because you have so much healing and so much sustain. But rogue, mage, and of course warrior can do more damage than a priest can. Like very, very, very consistently. You just have a little bit less sustain. Can I link? Yeah. Is about why olives fucking suck. Or peak. It's fucking disgusting. Alright, what do we have here? Excuse me? The fuck? What? What the fuck is this? What do you mean? Why do you have a bind on F11? The fuck? Do you have 3 hands? What's on F11? Your penis? Why do you have something on F11? Mouse side buttons. You know the game just picks up the side buttons as the side buttons, right? You don't have to rewaz to those bad boys? What if you need F11? Scuff Chinese mouse. Brother. I'm gonna like role play as your financial advisor for a second. If you got the clams to be slamming out 55 gifted, thank you by the way. Get yourself a Logitech G Pro X2 Super Strike. It is this mouse. It's super light. Wait. The fuck do you mean scuffed mouse? How is that scuffed? I feel like that's a you thing. You what the fuck? What do you barter slash promise? What, me? I didn't barter anything. I didn't barter anything. They're attempting to bribe me. The software is scuffed. Do you have like a Chinese version of a G Pro? Yo, Drippy, what up, dog? I ran into you earlier today too. That's kind of crazy. Before stream. Bo Rogue is the most fun to play, no bait. People have been saying Bo Rogue is fun. Wait, so is this just... Use that as Claudius and Wingsaber? And you just walk up and smack the shit out of things? Yeah, it seems pretty quick. That definitely seems quite fast, if I do say so myself. Oh, and you're so tanky, too. Like my mouse under 50 grams. If mine's not 69 grams, it feels off. You think that's a meme? G Pro Wireless. Greatest mouse ever created. Not the super light. Not the Chinese super light. Not a final mouse. The Logitech G Pro Wireless. The OG. I needs it in my life. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, so that's kind of fast. Wait. That was a smooth transition. That was a smooth transition. I like that. I like that transition, Alb. I'm seeing some potential here. For you, Clip Champ. Wait. The fuck is Clip Champ? Ned? Salve? The fuck is Clip Champ? And can I use AI instead of actually paying for anything? Especially any artists? Question mark. It's a joke, by the way. It's a joke. Pay your artists. Warrior with barely any gear. Skipping up with my rogue, the Nest Legendaries. Oh, Warrior's stinky. Yeah, Warrior is actually just dumb, stupid, silly levels of OP. Yeah, it's really strong. Really strong. So Ratsar just kind of sat there and took it the entire time. What's the little laser? Oh, that's your aura, and then you like build up energy for it. Interesting. And you don't even, you just kind of throw that out sometimes. It seems like you're doing more damage just by slapping shit. And you're main-handing the Claudius? Well, maybe we know what I'm grinding for before I go over to the mage. God, should I make the mage? How's your sustain? Do you have enough sustain? Or is your sustain truly just killing shit? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so you had a bubble up. You dude just wasn't playing sustained? Right. That's a lot of damage. Like, that is a ton of damage going out. A lot of instances of it. If you need sustain, you can use clams instead of wing sabers. And then just drop totes on myself. You can also do wing and ceremonial spear since it was buff. That's also strong. Right. So sustain is on the menu. What's the majority of your damage coming from? Like, is this Claudius that's pumping for you? Or is this wing saber primarily? Because now I'm curious. Because mage seems just reasonable enough. Wait, that lasts 60 seconds? Hold on. On a what cooldown? Say a 30-second cooldown? Bro, what the fuck? Chaincast spamming a fuck ton of abilities for Wing Sabers enable Claudius. And Chaincast comes from Wing Sabers? Or from Claudius? Talents. Okay. So you're basically Ogre Magi from Dota 2. So you're just trying to RNG Chaincast and then replicate whatever cast you're popping out. Claudius uppercut hits like a truck, especially with a crit. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Chat, we might just have to. I run 0 crit. What do you run instead of crit? FAREVER. Do you think crit would hit harder? I mean, you still have 13% crit. Oh, and running Flower Heart with it. Because the instances damage you're putting out. I mean, I have the Lego Wing Sabers already. Maybe I get like, oh, sorry. I don't know what was going on there. Maybe I get Lego Claudius this time, and then we can just blast. That'd be kind of easy to look forward to. All right, hold on. I'm bringing my bull up real quick. boys! Good day. Today has been a beautiful day. Stocks are doing well. We're yapping the shit out of this. I got a massage today. Also, I now have 3 lighters in my pocket. How did I assemble 3 over the course of the day? I don't know. But I feel like everything is just looking up for us right now, chat. The big thing is apparently getting some legendary Claudius and then some mounts to give away for people. That's the goal. I didn't have to give all those gifts to convince him. Just had to show him a video of a mage doing more damage. Okay, hold on. Who said I'm sold on it though? Who said I'm sold on it? I said if I made a mage, I see the potential. Can't bring myself to use a chakra dildo. Why not? I feel like that's just a you thing. I feel like that's lame. Shows that you're maybe a little too close-minded, perhaps. Maybe you could have a little more fun in life. Trying to explode your pocket? I've exploded in my pocket 3 times today. It's nothing new to me, Phoenix. What the fuck do you mean? It's legitimately... God, it's just routine, brother. I have no idea what to tell you, but my pocket could not possibly be exploded more. I need a banger. Bro, there are like 7 T-Swizzy songs in the algorithm coming up. Oh my god. We got into a... Oh shit! Chat, don't text and drive. You'll kill someone. Good news is, I found this piano version of the box in the queue. So that's nice. I've tried swapping out B Fury Arsenal for Clam. Loving the damage, constantly proccing the Dodome with Almond Ram. And the 8% increased magic damage taken from mobs when it procs. Yeah, I mean, I haven't run it in terms of getting like a fully optimized version. But I did run a lot of Clam when I was leveling early on. Clam is great. One thing I really like about B Fury, other than just a constant tick from the armor always being up, and like the constant heal, constant damage, the poison tick that can go up. Our 3, or my 3, does also reduce enemy magic res by 40% for 10 seconds. Which if I'm playing around like big damage bursts or anything like that, 40% nuking, and then just dumping my judgment, dumping more magic damage on top of it. It is a pretty strong combo overall, but do a lot. Your pockets are going to literally explode carrying 3 lighters in there. Why? Why would 3 lighters explode my pockets? Carla has literally done laundry, and my lighters have been in the pockets of my pants while she was doing the laundry, and they haven't exploded yet. I feel as though we're safe at this point in time. Also, probably our laundry should be done on cold. But I think if they were gonna explode, they would have by now. Why would 3 lighters... Should I set my lighters not near each other? I'm being facetious. Well, I didn't know if they were gonna start collaborating between themselves. Because I have 3 of them on my desk right now. I'm almost wondering if I should, like, separate them. And not allow them to conspire against me. I'm 2 mounts from having them all. Which are you missing? And where do they come from? Because I am now intrigued. Because I, too, am a seeker of mounts. At least to a certain extent. I very much seek the mounts a little bit. Purple Leggy-Bug and Basic Skunk. Where's Purple Leggy-Bug come from? Is that the one from Queen Bee Trash? Nisbeth? Elizabeth directly? Or just her trash? And then which one's the basic skunk mount? Is that just like the white one? I have... Can't move during that. Or I believe. I have... Impending Death. Very close. The white one from Trash Course. I have this one. But I got that one. I want to say this one was from Monster Chuck. If I'm not tripping. I don't think I've done like just basic skunk farm. Is that the same one or is that a different white one? Because now I might have to get on that grind. You are now my mount lexicon. I got ads. Chat! Chat! We need the mount lexicon out of the ads. They're being put to work right now. Jesus Christ, Twitch. Why do bad things always happen to good people? The 2.5 cents isn't even worth it at this point. I want my dog back. Free cart lord. For the love of all that is fucking holy. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Gravon. Freeing cart lord. My god. Gravon the great. Gravon the generous. Gravon, the still young enough to remember where the gifted sub button is. I appreciate you, dog. Gravon for the win. Oh, hold on. This is like an old person union. What the fuck is this? Why is the grandpa cheering for the old guy? What the fuck's going on? It's like some old country club. Is that what you guys got going on over here? The hell is this? I got conspiring between my lighters. I got conspiring between the old people in chat. Carlord, thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. I appreciate you. So, if I remember correctly, this skunk came from Monster Chuck. I don't know if this is like a different skunk or not. And then I do have the leggy bug. I don't know if I have extras of the Pinogian. I might. I did a solid amount of Elizabeth farm. Like, too much. That's the cheese station skunk. Okay, so there's a different white skunk that comes from the skunks themselves. I might have to go streamer loot that. Is there a particular grind that is best for it? Because I could probably go over and find like 2 and 20 no Applebee's, dog. I swear to God. I have such good luck with mount drops. I don't really understand it. But I came here with the intent to get myself one of the blue crabs. And I got a blue crab in like probably 10 runs, 15 runs. The first time I came here, I had the intent to get my legendary shield. And it took me like 7 runs to get the legendary shield. Ever since I found my first legendary, the lid has been off of the bucket, so to say. It is fucking crazy how hot I've been running. Two skunks are Primavalian, Rhinerian, and Pinogian. And what is like the precursor determine? Is that just the appearance of it? So it's basically like different cosmetic makeups based on the precursor. Excuse me, gotta catch my flight. All right, we're good. We're good. Pretty much. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, it's kind of what I noticed so far. Like the different leggy bug precursors were all just like different colorways of the leggy bugs and different ways to source them. But okay, so what are the sources for them? The cheese station one is the Rhinerian one. Which one is from the normal just skunk mobs? My good man. I will say, the blue crab mount kind of has some aura. But I also have red crab mount just constantly. Grim Valiant is from normal skunks. Is Pinogian from... No, because Rhinerian is from a boss. So what's Pinogian from? A chest? Been trying to grind Lego dual daggers and only getting Lego judgments. Oh no! Are you solo self-founding, Savo? Or what are you trying to do for your grind? Bro, somebody earlier was saying that they got hosed on their legendary as well. Right now, I'm kind of like half looking for Lego Claudius, if I could pick one, so that way I have the capacity to maybe make a mage, maybe TM, probably make a mage at some point in time. But like, I'd like to maybe make a melee build for that as well. The solo grinding is another way to do it. Yes, sir, ski. Yeah, Sarsky personally gives me a ton of fun with it, I will say. Now, I have considered employing chat to run a shitload of... Oh, no. You almost killed me. I have considered employing chat to run a shitload of ephemeral hearts and tournament of crystals for me. I won't lie, I considered breaking it for that. But I also think grinding it out to show the people what the grind actually is right now and leading from the front is what the people need. And I'm here not as a man of Dusty, but as a man of you all, for you all, to represent you all. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, dog. I appreciate you. Dex Faith would kind of slap for a fist weapon build. Like if I ran a Ramulus and Ramus, and then what would I run in my arsenal slot with a Ramulus and Ramus? Because that gives me movement, gives me the knockback, it attacks fast as shit, and it stacks stats. I almost wonder. Ceremonial Stinger got buffed. Mage with Wing Saber and the Stinger weapon are super good together. Yeah, it seems like Mage has a lot of potential. Like, I don't really know why everybody's slandering certain classes out the wazoo. But we just watched Mage run through literally every boss in under a minute. And I feel like it's just a matter of people understanding, like, the scaling of their class. What they can put together, what they shouldn't put together. The Blink is overpowered too. Dude, I can't wait for PvP. I'm gonna be completely honest. If I could selfishly develop the game or dictate development, would have a battleground system in like tomorrow. Like I would coom for it. I would give so much to have battlegrounds in. It would just add so much replayability, so much content for anybody that wanted to even casually engage with them. But it seems like they're also going to need the dedicated PvP gear to be in place when battlegrounds are coming in. So that's kind of tragic. But I can't wait. I feel like this combat system has the potential to be quite fun when battlegrounds are in and when PvP comes in any capacity. Duels could even be fun on a 1v1 standpoint, but middle top dog and PvP, major rogue since rogue counters mage. Y'all are sleeping on the pally. Y'all slumber, and that's okay. That's okay. We might not be able to catch you, but I will have some pretty crazy self heals. Now, when PvP comes out, I genuinely might end up playing... God, it just depends on what they give us for the PvP gear. Because in the roadmap, they have PvP-specific gear. And it depends on what we end up with. Like, are we getting weapons? Are we able to use our current weapons, but we get armor that's specific? I feel like there are a lot of question marks around the intended long-term PvP scaling, at least from me right now. So where I'm not quite sure what things are even going to feel like in PvP. I don't know if we're going to be overpowered, underpowered. Because if I'm being honest right now, if we PvP'd in the current state of affairs, all of us would just get CC'd once and then die. Like, let's be honest. If they bring duels in, everybody's just gonna go, man, what the fuck? These duels suck. And everybody's gonna complain about duel balance. And then the devs are gonna have to come out and say, guys, we said that PvP would have its own gear eventually. Please be patient. I'm predicting it right now. It's going to happen. There's going to be an entire Discord announcement where they're like, hey, we're aware that balance in PvP is not where it's supposed to be. This is by design. We're just trying to get PvP out to you guys. It's literally... I've had them explode in the dryer. Wait, lighters? What happens if a lighter explodes in the dryer? Wait a minute. Does it catch things on fire? Alright, that's cooked. Same thing that happens in everything else. Yeah, that's not good. What happens if you lose your lighter? It explodes in a dryer somewhere. Apparently. You become one lighter lighter. So do you technically gain lighter in that sense? But yeah, so dedicated gear is in pink, purple, whatever it is, fuchsia. Planned during EA, but not set for the will come this year. Hello, Rain, how are ya? So they have duels coming in. Also asked by the community this year as a prio, underlined, because A, it's one of the most simplified forms of PvP that's available. But honestly, I have concerns with 2 out of 3 of the forms of PvP content. So, I don't mean to be cynical. I don't mean to be cynical. But when dueling comes in, we're just gonna slap the ever-loving shit out of each other. Like, the time to kill is gonna be really fast. And everybody's probably just going to be like, what the fuck, this time to kill is insane. Or certain builds may be able to sustain near infinitely. Just depends on how they end up going about it. I don't think there'll be any immediate PvP balancing though. If they did a damage modifier for PvP, then maybe that would, you know, have some impact on it. I don't really know if that's what they have planned, considering they have the PvP exclusive gear. So it's a little hard saying, but Llama, hope you're having a good day. You think they'll do arenas? I personally think the battlegrounds are going to be more akin to arenas, if I'm being honest. Group size is 4 in this game as of right now. I don't think it's too far-fetched to have the battleground be more or less like a 4v4 team deathmatch with maybe some other objectives. I could see them doing like just a straight up, you know, kill versus kill arenas in the long term. But then I'm almost looking at it from a standpoint of, okay, well, what plays as a true group healer at that point? There are some builds that put out some group healing and some support. But when you're talking about dedicated damage going out on people, it's gonna be hard to sustain through right now. I definitely worry. Dueling already just gotta fine-tune it still. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That dueling's been shown before, and that the devs yapped about it a little bit with the Candid interview. So, again, dueling is a system. Awesome, fine, and dandy. I will absolutely love to get into dueling, but I'm also fully expecting to just get zapped off the face of the earth by a singular crit. If I'm being real. Like, it's almost inevitable that as soon as the duel starts, I mean, look at how much damage per second I'm doing, right? As soon as casts start going out, if I have my sunlight up and I'm consuming everything, just getting a singular combo off, that's just gonna kill people. Our HP so low. Si, senor. Si. So, they could theoretically, I don't want to pretend to be a game developer because I'm not a game developer, but living in Maine, we have a saying up here, if you can't duck it, fuck it. And I think I have some duct tape solution for this bad boy. Inflate HP values, and then inflate mob damage by the same number, like the same ratio. Just flat percent increase across the board to both. Band-aid fix for PvP. Because right now, we hit way too hard for players, but what if our HP was a little bit higher? I guess at that point you have some implications on like shielding builds, but you can also just up shielding. But regardless, very simple band-aid type fix. It's not going to be a permanent solution, and absolutely having the PvP gear in the long term is going to be the emphasis for them. But right now it's not, how do we say this, like realistic to think that PvP will be good in any way, shape, or form. Mage bow build will be a god of PvP with range CCs. Range CCs are probably going to be annoying as shit. Yeah. Yeah. Range CCs are going to be really toxic for me to try to deal with. I have limited movement. Very limited movement, right? So immediately fighting against ranged, I'm going to have to... What do I do? Drop a Q and then sprint? No super armor, knife frames, enter the moment, I don't believe. No, you were correct. You were correct. So basically, that's one thing I've been advocating for a lot with the game that I think would be a great change to consider. Not necessarily nerfing blocks, but bringing dodging up a little bit. And making dodge, or our current dash, instead of just be an attack dodge, give you a period of dodging all attacks and abilities during the dash itself. That inherently would be a complete game changer, and I think would have a large impact on things. Especially when we bring PvP in. New World Dodge is perfect. Oh, I love New World dodging, man. Like, I genuinely, if New World were purchased and picked up by another studio and they were like, hey, we're just gonna continue where they were going. We've brought in some people from, you know, from the old team that are gonna head up our new teams. It'll take some time for us to get up to speed on things, but bear with us type shit, right? I'd go back, especially as someone that would have a community to provide feedback on things. Iframes? Yeah, so iframes are like immunity frames, basically. So, typically a representation of just not being able to be hit by things during a dodge animation. Iframes are really common in, like, fighting games. Or, like, a lot of action combat things that have, like, hitboxes. So, basically right now, there's the perfect block mechanism, where if you time up a block at the perfect time, you can trigger certain things. You also have reduced damage and you get stamina back on the block. I've always thought about the possibility of why not have a perfect dodge mechanism as well, where if I want to specifically go into a block-based build, I could do that. But if I want to have a dodge-based build that's meant to be a little bit more nimble and it's meant to be a little bit more movement-y than having to block at the perfect time, that inherently could be a large game changer. Because right now, we have our dash, and it's not even bound to a stamina system like the block is. We just have 2 charges on a cooldown. So it's just a static 2 per 10 seconds. So, if a block build becomes a thing, then I want thorns. I don't want to go down the Diablo 3 Crusader route with the thorns builds. That shit gets excessive. That shit gets excessive very quickly. That gets out of hand, bro. It gets out of hand real fast. I'm gonna block everyone's in charge because I only need 1. It's an auto win. Take the stone warrior. Take away the stone warrior still wins because of damage. And self healing. So you think you can win? Why hopeful walking? You're wrong. What? I didn't quite catch all that. I think you're trying to say that blocking isn't gonna be enough, which I agree. That's why I'm a big advocate for the dodge changes. Yeah, I agree. I also think in PvP, not only, like you said, trying to block every single instance of damage that comes in that's important, right? It just feels clunky having to, if I'm a melee, and say there's a big charge of damage coming in, I have to stop to block it, time it up, and then keep running. While that projectile's traveling, the range can just be creating more space. And having to stop to block instead of like, hiya, being able to go through would be great. No iframes in PvP would be aids with all the AoE damage coming in. Personally, I think if there aren't iframes of any sort, PvP is going to be aids. There's not enough healing to offset the damage, so you need to have life play in some capacity. You have singular abilities and singular procs that are doing multiple times what we can actually have for health right now. Do you have any good priest builds? I mean, I don't know if it's good, but I can tell you what I run. Clears content pretty smooth. So I'll make a build guide on this within the next couple of days. I'm feeling motivated, and we're in like spring cleaning mode. So I'm on Ram in my main hand with Crab Genchua's kneecap. It's the crab shield. And then I run a Bee Fury in my arsenal slot. Big thing with this, Bee Fury in the arsenal slot, first things first, anytime you use a weapon skill, you get a 10-second shield, basically, right? It spins around you and it does magic damage every 2 seconds, has a chance to put a poison on enemies, do damage to them. Every time it does damage, it also heals you. It gives you 10% armor. And then Hive Sunder, 18-second cooldown, fizz damage, but any enemies hit by this lose 40% of their magic resistance for 10 seconds. So over 50% uptime, and you get that much magic resistance to yourself. So you just gain 40% magic res pretty much all the time. Off of this, I'm on Ram. Basically just spam your one whenever it comes up off of cooldown. You're trying to use a weapon skill, empower your attacks, get a crit on your final hit. Ramville refreshes, use Ramville, so on and so forth. Crab Shield over Dominion. Personally, I feel as though there is more damage in 99% of scenarios in Crab Shield than Dominion, especially if you factor in any adds in any fights, which are quite frequent with boss fights here. Not to mention the healing, the AoE stun if you are doing any trash killing, and the fact that you can substantially reduce the cooldown of Death Shield by blocking, and you can build your 3 stacks quite quickly. I really like Crab Shield. Armor-wise, my armor's pretty perfect. It's exactly where I'd want it. There are a couple of things that I can't quite grind at this point. So I use level 20 and level 16 green jewelry. So the big thing with the jewelry is that it gives you one singular secondary instead of spreading it like the crafted jewelry does. On the other side, with my trinket, I run the crafted level 6 trinket. Dealing damage has a chance to increase your faith by 10 for 10 seconds. You'll notice I have 95 faith right now. It's over 10% of my main stat, and it's almost 100% uptime. So this alone is just like, here, have 10 main stat, which is more than a level 20 chest piece at all points in times. So really, really, really solid scaling there. Outside of that, I have Vitality Faith on every piece that I can have Vitality Faith. And then outside of that, Shoulders and Helm can't currently go just Vitality Faith. They go Vit Strength Faith. So I have Vitality Strength and Faith in those pieces, just because Strength scales into my attack and then also scales partially into my Hive Sunder as an additive. But most of what I'm doing is just Faith scaling. So I just stack up Faith. If I do pop consumables, which admittedly I'm really lazy about popping consumables, I pop Faith consumes. I pop a weight stone for my mace, and then I just start smacking. But has anyone actually found a bad build? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. The worst build... excuse me. The worst build that exists in the game right now could very, very, very well be Bee Fury. I'm gonna run a couple alts right now, and we can yap. The very worst build in the game right now may very well be Bee Fury, just because of the bugs associated with it, no pun intended. But that's also dependent on, again, those bugs being absolutely fucking borked from the ground up. What do you mean Bee Fury's good? Not on Priest. From a main hand standpoint. I run Bee Fury in my arsenal, but it has bugs on Priest right now where it's not consuming our sunlight, and not having sunlight consumed is fucking cooked. So, Book of Mimizan is bad. I have heard the book is a little fucking cooked. I haven't got a book yet. I'm gonna blue crab this. I think Carla's breaking shit. I don't really know what she's doing. But I just heard like big boom from the other room. Maybe a lighter blew up. Seems to be a theme with today's stream, I'm not gonna lie. So what's bad about book? Other than playing mage, I'm not sure you can go wrong. Well, I'm probably gonna be playing a mage. Will I be fury over something like Toothpick? Is it just a magic damage reduction? So Toothpick gives you basically infinite shield. But in my opinion, you don't need that much shield right now because nothing really hits hard enough to dictate needing that much, especially on a priest. From what I have experienced, Bee Fury do more damage than Toothpick. Like just straight up, it does more damage in the arsenal slot. It also brings in more just raw HP heals instead of depending on the shield. But again, you can't really go wrong either way. Who was looking for the purple leggy bug as one of their last 2 mounts? Somebody was looking for a purple leggy bug as one of their last 2 mounts. And I have 2 spares. Me, but I'm on Asia. Yeah, no, that's tragic. That's fucking tragic. Well, I would have one. Thought you meant Cheese Moon. You Goomba. Does he on a different build? Oh, no. No. This is Dusty demonstrating what I need to do as of right now 52 more times. Just for anybody that's completely curious. So, I basically need to, if I want to upgrade my weapons to 5 stars because they are legendary, I need to create, as of right now, 52 alts. I need to run those alts across the entire world to one of the furthest points in the entirety of the game. And then I need to turn in these goddamn ephemeral hearts. 52 alts. 52 alts. Keep in mind, that's because I already have 2 crystals. It would be 54 alts. Can you trade the hearts? I can, yes. But I'm doing it to prove a point. I'm doing it to show everybody that there may honestly be a better way. I should set this as my teleport while I'm here. So basically, G2G, no. Like, I could just force all of you to do it. Lost my mind, my snake got loose. Okay, wait. I couldn't find him. Thought he was in the wall for sure. Found him some hours later crawling out from the washer. Huh? You had a snake, you have a snake in it went in the washing machine? Have you given him a bath lately? I've lost a snake in the wall before. Who's looking for the lighter is crazy. Fucking banger, by the way. Actual banger. I'm a Ashes of Creation. I too miss Ashes. But I think one thing I've said a lot to people that helps them remember, don't think of Ashes just with rose-colored glasses. Yeah, it was really fun, but there was still a lot that was like wrong with the game fundamentally that still had a long way to go. And Ashes, I think the biggest thing that it represented for a lot of people was hope in the MMO scene as a whole. That there could be something fundamentally different than everything we've been experiencing for years that has led to the scene feeling extremely dry. And I think when Ashes, you know, started going through what it's going through, it put out one of the remaining beacons of hope that are getting more and more finite by the day within the MMO scene. And it's really unfortunate. What's the best way to farm void orbs? Disenchant green gear. So honestly, just come over here where I'm at right now. I can't show you on the map. but it's just as you cross the bridge in the northeast side. You'll want to find these 3 crimson mobs. So there's one that spawns right there, patrols here. One that spawns over at those gates that patrols up this way. And then there's also one that patrols all the way over here. Spawns at the far crossroads right here in the middle of the screen. And then patrols up this way. So you can chase those 3 down, farm up an inventory full, and then you should be pretty stacked on those bad boys. Ash's rogue gameplay was best ever do it. See, the thing that I really liked about fighting against rogues and bards and Ashes as a tank was that the fights were so dynamic, and there, even in a 1v1, were so many different ways to go about the fights, and you could see so many different players' playstyles on display. Fighting, you know, one person's rogue versus another rogue, fighting one person's bard versus another bard. It was just a night and day different experience. And some bards just went through kind of the cookie cutter rotation, as I call it, and they were extremely easy to counter because of that. And then some bards were actually out here doing goddamn demon shit and just baiting the ever-loving Heliante out of me into thinking that I was in a safe spot, and then would blast me with damage. It was, in my opinion, well done. Well done. And I think there was a lot of hope with it, but at this point in time, all we can do is follow the court scene, or the court case. We can be thankful that it's not our millions of dollars that are getting cooked by it. And honestly hope that something else comes out that's providing some promise. 007 First Light seems fire. It's not, oh, is it just single player, like narrative based? Or like what a, I literally know nothing of it, if I'm being honest. I think so. I was gonna say, I think it's a single player game, which, like, hear me out, pot calling kettle black, but I usually don't like single player games. What's the best way of leveling it all? I would craft some level 6 gear on your main. You can craft some armor pieces, you can craft jewelry, you could send down some enchants if you really wanted to. Big thing to craft would be a trinket, one of the plus 10 main stat trinkets. Maybe like a fiery weapon if you really want to help them level early on. And then just slap that shit onto them, and then you should be good to just blast through content. I will say, if I were leveling at all, I would just mob grind. If I had some form of gear, I would try to farm up weapons on my main, so I could do like crab to get level 8 weapons up. I could do any dungeons on my main on normal mode to get level appropriate weapons, and I would stack up the weapons that I needed, just 2 of them, like I said, enchant them. As soon as I was able to actually like get those weapons on, obviously you just start smacking at that point. So pre-cook everything you can, send it down. Do early on, first mob grind that I would hit would probably be, I don't think you can go waterfall right off, because waterfall, if I remember, is like level 9. Desperately need to try Ramulus and Remus. I have a pair in my storage. They're fun. I'm thinking about making a build for them. Let's see. First mob grind, you could how did I set my teleport point here? Well, slightly unfortunate. We got a little bit of a flight. When you discover a new obelisk, it makes that your point of teleportation, by the way. Why? Like random question. Why is that a thing? Who determined that that should be what happens? Game fun. I'm assuming that's a bug, right? Not intended. And unfortunately, wait a minute. Minimo playtest is tomorrow. You can record and edit footage, just no live streaming. Oh, it's so hard. Hold on. I gotta respond. God, I suck at typing on a phone. Holy shit. Goodness gracious. If you don't know, go to the obelisk and make your point of teleport. You spawn at the very beginning if you die. It spawns you at your point of teleport if you die and not at your nearest obelisk if you die. Why wouldn't it spawn you at nearest obelisk if you die? Well, no, I'm wrong. Okay. Okay, well, that also makes sense. See, I could believe that 1,000%. If I'm being completely real. Bank. Boom. Chat. 51 alts remain. Main menu. And then we hit the delete. Delete. Create. And then the great grind. 51 left. Chat. Welcome to what some people have tried to defend as the intended grind. I don't know if I can buy it. I don't know if I can buy it, chat. Seems kind of like malarkey to me. I'm not gonna lie. I have to fill up my water, by the way. It is, for whatever reason, 80 degrees in the stream room. I'm dying. I'll be right back. Un momento, chat. 51 alts. 51 bottles of alt on the wall. 51 bottles of alt. We take one down, pass it around, and then I go play something else. So, for those that are curious, why Manically Rambling Man is doing alt after alt after alt after alt, there are a couple of bottlenecks in current progression, character-wise, that restrict you from receiving a couple of baseline materials necessary for upgrading. So I can hop over on my main real quick and show you. It'll be a little bit easier to illustrate when I can actually show you the mats in the map. So basically, I've presented this before, and some people try to meet me with the, well, Dusty, that only impacts the min-maxers. First things first, I'll establish this is not just a min-maxer issue whatsoever. So just getting that out of the way, first things first. Basically, when you are trying to upgrade weapons, you, in lower tiers, have to use Spark Dust, and then once you upgrade it, any tiers whatsoever, you have to use Spark Dust and Spark Shards. Upgrading it from tier 3 to tier 4 and tier 4 to tier 5 also bring in Spark Crystals. Spark Dust, you can farm from killing creatures in the open world and whatnot, so that's not a bad thing whatsoever. That's not hard to get at all. Spark Shards are finite. These are from killing open world bosses and completing activities, both of which are 1 times per character. So you cannot get more of these once you've exhausted all of the options throughout the map. And then Spark Crystals only exist currently as a reward for 1 singular quest. So what I'm doing is creating a character, and I'm running up, grabbing this, and then grabbing 10 ephemeral hearts, running the character all the way up along the road, trying not to die, all the way through here, up to Lee Van Glyph, where I'm then turning in the ephemeral hearts, getting 1 singular spark crystal, and then from there, I am doing that over and over and over and over again until I have the spark crystals necessary. So you may say, Dusty, why so many alts? It takes 3 spark crystals to upgrade to level 4, 15 to upgrade to level 5 per slot. I have 3, and I have a standby weapon, and I have legendary weapons for an alt if I decide to make an alt. Every single weapon right now, and this is a temporary bottleneck, but I also think a temporary bottleneck deserves a temporary solution so people can progress. We can't get enough blue shards to sustain upgrading weapons, not even on a sweating my ass off level, but on a, upgraded weapons when I was leveling, now I'm level 20, and I can't upgrade anything else, even blue weapons, to tier 3 because I'm physically out of shards and can't get any more. Then, yes, right now, in this very moment in time, there is definitely an element of, sure, not everybody's going to be on legendary weapons and upgrading those legendary weapons. But, I don't know why I was about to fly over here. Do you think they'll make it farmable on dungeon bosses or even world bosses elites? I hope that they put it in hard mode dungeons as a % drop, or make the quests repeatable. Those are my 2, I'll do more boss farm. Those are my 2, low-hanging fruits for it that I think would be very valid fixes, right? So basically, with the low-hanging fruits, I think you just take this Lee Van Glyph quest and then make it a repeatable quest. You could even do it as an escalating repeatable where it's like, can you bring me 10 hearts? Can you bring me 11 hearts, 12 hearts, 13 hearts, 14 hearts, 15 hearts, 16 hearts, so to say. Even daily. Yeah, I just feel like daily kind of incentivizes alts. Same thing with escalating, because the second it's 11 hearts or it escalates to a certain extent, then people just make another alt and then run that back out, whether it's 11, 15, 20, 25 hearts per. People still make alts and run them out, which is part of why I think just make this bad boy repeatable infinitely. You farm up the hearts, you bring him over, you exchange him for a crystal, and he becomes crystal vendor guy, and basically just has that. because crystals will eventually come from heroic dungeons. We don't have heroic dungeons, nor are they on the roadmap for this year, which is the blue. Those bad boys, which are going to bring in the crystals as a reward, are heroics. So that's, according to the roadmap, not set to come this year, which is a large yikers. And I don't expect those to come, especially like within the week, so to say. And I think a lot of their players are already hitting the point of epic or legendary weapons, because really, once you're level 20, you start shitting out epics just from doing hard mode. And people will want to upgrade their weapons to the highest capacity of upgrade that they can just to progress. And the biggest thing, in my opinion, is that it's not just the crystals. It's also the blue shards that you cannot get from anywhere else in the world, other than the finite one-time events and world bosses. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. So I'm hoping that those pain points don't hit a lot of the player base in the time that they, you know, can spend fixing them. Because honestly, the shard thing is probably bringing in a repeatable or farmable state of maybe world bosses. Things like Groofy, you know, being farmable instead of just being a once-off per character. Also opening up the... like opening up the loot table where it's cooked. What's the friction of not wanting to level other classes? Like, from talking about it like this isn't a level of like not wanting to level up other classes. This is a standpoint of having progression cooked on your main and being forced into making alts to feed your main, which isn't even like leveling up other classes. It's just like a Lost Ark style system minus any fun with it. And it's a very arbitrary system that I think brings more detriment than good at this point in time, which again, it's a temporary detriment because it will eventually be fixed. But when I explain to people that if you want to level one singular legendary weapon, you have to make 18 alts and run them all across the world, that just doesn't make sense. And the point is they want you to play all characters. Arctic, that's literally not the concept of this game, brother. The devs have done interviews. This game is not meant to be your super sweaty grind. This game's a cozy, accessible MMO at its core, dog. Like, this isn't Destiny. The devs have spoken very openly about what the style of their game is supposed to be, and they want this to be an accessible game that you can take on solo or with a group with an explorative nature. And they do not want it to be a time consume for everything. It's meant to be accessible. You don't understand, if you play two characters, you need 100 plus alts. Yes. Very simply put, yes. And that's with no alternate builds either. So keep in mind, it's not just like, oh, make and level another character, right? Because I need 54 alts to get these upgraded. Okay, well, what if I upgrade these to 3-star and then I level another character? Well, then I need 108 alts. Like, that doesn't even apply here. It doesn't even just logically make sense because the materials are finite. It's basically speedrun another character. I mean, yeah, so basically, the lockout isn't even just with upgrading on the highest level. Also, Chronic over on YouTube. I hope you're well too, brother. I appreciate you. The lockout isn't even with just upgrading things to the highest level. You eventually will run out of the blue spark shards that you get from world bosses, which are one-time kill completions per character, and world events, which are also one-time kill completions per character. So basically, if you leveled your character and whenever you got new weapons, you were like, oh shit, I want to upgrade this bad boy to 3 stars, you can't even upgrade your level 21s to 3 stars anymore, which fucking pee-pee poo-poo. Pee-pee poo-poo. At a weekly reset? Just dailies and resets, I think, are kind of tragic. Their mistake was making legendary weapons available right now. You don't even need legendary weapons to elite bosses. See, I agree. They made legendary weapons available, and they also made the crystal available in the first place. But again, as I just said, this problem doesn't just apply to legendary weapons. This applies to blue weapons as well. As soon as you've upgraded a certain number of weapons per character, you have a finite amount of spark shards as well. You get hundreds of shards in the first few minutes of a new tune, it's null. It's not null at all. You have to create a new character to feed your main. That's not null. That is forcing people in a cozy, casual, accessible game to create an alt to feed their main. You just play the game other than one class. No, because then you need the spark shards on the character that you're playing, you fucking goober. Bank is shared core mechanic. That is not a core mechanic of this game, and you need the shards to upgrade the weapons on your other class if you're trying to play your other class to any reasonable extent. Holy shit. If there aren't enough materials for one class, then you can't just make a second class and play it in the same capacity without it just being like a dairy cow of a class. Like, I don't understand in what world we're advocating for a game like this to have forced alt feeders. And it wasn't difficult. Just because you did doesn't mean that every player is going to want to, nor is it a good system, brother. I can stream 24 hours a day. That doesn't mean that every other player also can, nor will they want to make a bunch of alts to feed their main. I can dunk a basketball, doesn't mean that you can. I shot 40% for 3, doesn't mean you can. 4 out of 5 Lego is like 4 DPS less than 5 out of 5. Okay, so if I take away people's mount collection and people can only collect 20 mounts instead of the 24, which keep in mind, there's still one that you can't collect right now from what I've heard, people are going to want that. If there's upgrade in the game, people will want their upgrade. And if they actually have the upgrade available, people will actually want the upgrade. It just makes sense. They give us 1 crystal. They overlooked the fact that 1 crystal would not be enough to upgrade the legendary weapons. If they didn't want us to experiment with upgraded weapons, then they wouldn't have left the crystal in the game, nor would they have left epic and legendary weapons in the game, as you can see by epic and legendary armor and gear not existing whatsoever. It's very simple, brother. I'm not quite sure if you're just like playing brain dead to try to get me to explain it 72 times, but like I've got it down to a science at this point, and I think you're pretty much the only person that is trying to defend in this game, having to force people into alts to feed a main so they can simply play the game. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't get it, but we're gonna move on. If we're gonna have to farm legendary equipment, oh god, upgrading will be a real chore for a mere +3 stats. I expect equipment and weapons to give a bit more stats. Yeah, it'd be quite nice. So this is a really stupid thing to get stuck on is 4 DPS. Brother, you're overlooking the core concept that it's a continuity gap in the progression of the game. If they told us that we could level to 20 and we were stuck at level 18, then it wouldn't be a game breaker, but it would still be an impact on the continuity of the game to where people would say, oh man, I really hope that this gets fixed soon. Like, that is a continuity gap in the progression that regardless of the output of damage or anything else, if there is a bugged loot table, that should be fixed. I can make a bunch of alts and I can farm dominions. That doesn't mean that dominion shouldn't be added into the loot table. I can make a bunch of alts to farm crystals. Doesn't mean crystals should be fixed or shouldn't be fixed. I can make a bunch of alts to farm spark shards, mage fire staff, anything that's currently not accessible in a game that's accessible. But again, that is a very silly way to have a system set up an accessible game, and I hope that they do fix it. These are things that should be, in my opinion, thought through to the point where you don't have continuity gaps. Again, if they say you can collect companions and shiny companions aren't working, then people will want that fixed. So, can fix selective ignorance? No, it is what it is. I don't know why people like that choose to show up to somebody's stream that they seemingly vehemently disagree with so heavily, but such a small thing makes zero difference. Literally does not make zero difference. It leads to a point where players, competitive and casual, will both hit a point where they say, oh, how do I upgrade this weapon? Or they will be finished with their leveling and they will hit level 20 and they will say, how do I upgrade this new blue epic or legendary to even level 3? And they will say, oh, I have to make alts? Oh, that's bad. That's what we're talking about here. It's not a zero difference if players perceive that they can upgrade something through the actual systems, yet they cannot. Do you want to know the last game that really tried to heavily force people into an alt to upgrade the main system? Lost Ark. Not a good system, brother. It doesn't work. On God, this is LARP. Yeah, as soon as people start bringing in armchair psychology, I'm just gonna get the fuck rid of them, bro. It's just a goddamn neckbeard. I'm not gonna lie. It's somebody that is trying to advocate for something that they themselves won't even do. I guarantee if I have that person come into my Discord and screen share, they do not have fully upgraded, fully bissed out shit. They do not have every mount, every companion, every collectible within the game. They are not completing everything. And they're sitting there saying, man, oh man, I bet every casual is going to definitely love making 54 alts to upgrade their stuff because I'm saying I did it in a Twitch chat. I don't think people really like feeling that way in an early access game when they're forced to do things to progress in a way that is not fluid. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. An example of an average casual player that doesn't want to make alts. I just stopped playing the game for now. Yeah, it's very straightforward. So there's 24 mounts, I believe there's 22, unless they fix the 2 from achievements that you can't get. I thought it was 25 total with 1 bugged. I might be tripping. It might be 22, regardless. 20, whatever the fuck it is. Again, there are bugged mounts. And again, people want the bugged mounts fixed. It's not a point of, oh, that doesn't fucking matter at all. It's, okay, well, maybe people want their progression to actually be progressible. Mayhaps. Maybe that's a very common thing. Who would have freaking thought? Who would have thought? But, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I don't really understand, like, in what world people even see it as, like, a defensible thing either. Where it's just like, man, oh man, having a bunch of players in this cozy, accessible, basically couch co-op controller game. Having to grind out hours and hours of alt characters so they can function. Seems like a good thing. That seems like a terrible thing. It's just functionally a terrible thing. This isn't Destiny. It's far different. It's not Destiny. It's not Lost Ark. Like, Arctic, the best way that I could describe this is like, picture this as a game that 10 years ago you would be playing, chilling on a couch with the homies. Like, maybe a little more than 10 years. But like, you'd have friends over to play this on like a console type shit. Is basically where I see this game at from the point of accessibility. It's at its core a fun, explorative natured, cute, cozy game that's supposed to bring in some challenge. But this isn't gonna be like, you know, WoW Race to World First, Mythic Dungeon Invitational, Arena World Championship all combined into one. And it's not meant to be that. And I feel like a lot of people have experienced some of that in other games, and they immediately say, well, it worked in this game that I played this one time and I didn't mind it over the course of 10,000 hours in that game, so every player's gonna love it. I'm like, Brody, love God, no. Players are not going to love taking 8 hours to just run across a goddamn map over and over again after taking the hours in the first place to farm all of the ephemeral hearts. It's 54 characters run across a map to complete the one quest. It's 540 ephemeral hearts farmed, which in itself is hours of farming. What a gamers don't understand, 2 hours a day of gaming is a significant amount. If you're gaming 14 hours a week, 2 hours a day, you're an everyday gamer. A casual player plays a few hours every few days. It is far different than being able to play in 5, 6, 10, 12-hour sessions. And as I have always said on my side of things, I am the epitome of somebody that has the time. Like, I am effectively a retiree at this point. I feed birds. Today I found out that the fat ass fucking pigeons have been stealing the small birds' food when I put it out for them. So they jump up on the bird feeder because I haven't anchored the bird feeder down so they can tilt the bird feeder and get the small food out and the fatties eat it. And so I was putting out like bird food on the back porch for them and the pigeons get fed on the ground like outside of the porch. And I went out to smoke and 3 fucking pigeons are ransacking the small bird food. And they looked at me and they were like, they knew they did something wrong. What did I just tune into? Puffsy, we had another person that was just trying to defend having to make 54 alts to level your legendary weapons because, quote, it's a 4 DPS difference and it doesn't matter. It's one of those. It's one of those. We're trying to get into a happy place. Now, I will say on the other end of things, I'm currently being bribed in real time to make another character. So, Alb is trying to bribe me to play a mage. And I don't agree with it. So, I'm just saying publicly, do not support it. I will be very angry with you. You will not support this. You will give Esfand a lot of support and a lot of love. Ooh. Ooh, you wanna watch 007? Ooh! Also, wait. Puffsy. Should get Kanye tickets. You wanna come to Florida? Ex-mage? Listen. Listen. I will not be held down. Stop flexing that I can't go, I'm poor. Poor, short, dumb, stupid, dumb, poor. Yeah. Yeah. Not short. Short, stupid, dumb, poor. Can't afford Pokemon's cookies. But still gives 5 subs to Pokemon. The fuck? What? I feel like it's important to call these motherfuckers what they are. Phoenix, we've been too nice for too long out here. To what? I wasn't watching and heard myself being described. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, not you this time. Not you this time. Not you this time. Where can I get fragments of pyre? The mines when you go down to Cheese Station. I believe outside, is it outside of Cheese Station that those bad boys drop? What are your thoughts on streamer collabs or teams? Feel like you'd have a good one bouncing daily gameplay ideas off someone with common goals instead of a guild counter to the next generation of streamers? I hate most other streamers. Like, I'm gonna be completely a Buckington. I feel like a lot of streamer interactions become very transactional, very superficial, and very contingent on mutual benefit instead of actual genuine interaction. And it's almost like, not to get too like dumpy on you guys because y'all don't fucking give a shit, but basically one thing about the streaming world is you will absolutely notice that streamers, when they have, you know, something that they can benefit each other with, will absolutely stream together. But those same streamers will very frequently not interact off stream very much. They won't necessarily be actual friends. It's more of a, it's a business partnership more than it is an actual friendship. And I don't like things that feel transactional or forced, like business partnerships through streaming, because streaming for me has never been and will never be business, if I'm being honest. It's always been passion. It's always been fun. And I can't really like, I can't really force myself into fake scenarios, you know? So it's just, I don't know, it's weird. I don't really like doing collab stuff very much. I'm a little bit isolative in nature, kind of a recluse in the streaming world. I do have friends, like, or at least people that I consider friends that are also streamers. But even then, like, doing stream together stuff still makes it feel so forced in nature, which I'm hoping that, honestly, Twitch does something about the stream together function to stop the shared viewership from blasting people to the top of directories. Because that, in my opinion, is a large issue that forces a lot of that transactional type beat, where the stream together function is just so genuinely OP. It's effectively like legal view botting. You just do a stream together with somebody that also has viewers, and then it combines your viewers, even if you're not in the same directory, and a lot of people are abusing the shit out of that. So it's really tragic. Dusty, are we friends? No. No. No, I'm not your friend. No, I'm a man on the internet. A man on the internet. What's your gifted sub rank? All time. Where do you sit on the all-time gifted sub leaderboard? Kidding, by the way. I do genuinely, I will say, Carla says I'm crazy for this, but I do consider myself to be very lucky to have, like, a genuine community. I think part of it is because I'm so unfiltered and organic, and also I'm here so much that if people don't like me, they can't, like, stand being here and listening to me yap all day every single day, so they eventually just fuck off and leave, or I just get annoyed and ban them, especially if they're not even subbed to the channel. Easy ban. So, like, what Carla call you crazy for that? Because she thinks that I am much more important than I actually am, and much more important than I perceive myself to be. So I am, according to her, a very large streamer that is, quote, known in the MMO scene as much as the large MMO streamers at this point, and am on the higher level of being known within MMOs. I vehemently disagree and think I'm a solid B tier. There's, like, S tier being your, you know, your large WoW streamers, and your massive streamers from other MMOs that have been around. And then there's your A tier that's like your cannons and shit like that. And then there's kind of like your B tier where, you know, you have probably, if you play MMOs, checked out titles that I have been playing. And in a lot of the titles that I play, since they're smaller titles, I end up being one of the streamers that people typically go to at this point for those titles when the larger streamers aren't around to look at those titles. So, like, even outside of the Ashes space, we have to remember that we had some of the largest streamers in the world. We had professional athletes. We had a lot of people coming into the Ashes space that were inquisitive about the game, which was intriguing. Like, Ashes truly had an incredibly large footprint, where it's almost like when I went into the WoW scene, for instance, right? S-Fan came through the stream and was just like, yo, if you guys want to do guild stuff together, let us know. And at the time, we were hoping there was going to be more open world incentivization, and there just wasn't. And, you know, that was a connection that I made through the Ashes side. And I talked to a lot of content creators that I, like, watched when I was a wee lad, when I wasn't even streaming yet, through Ashes and through the other games I played, which is kind of fucking crazy. But I don't know. I personally think the everydays that are here are people that, at this point, are pretty obviously here for me and for the community and the overall vibe of it. And if they weren't... Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Oh! If they weren't, I think it would be very apparent, and I think it would show. Because I'm not playing the most popular titles. I'm not doing the craziest, most cutting-edge rank 1 content. I'm not some person that's famous off the platform. Like, people just come and hang out, and I'm pretty convinced that, like, 90% of chat would pull up to TwitchCon and smoke Bolski and have good time, given the opportunity, right? Which is something that I don't think a lot of people can say for themselves. So, please listen to DustyWhy a while ago. You do, yeah. Well, that's why I'm good second monitor content. It's perfect for throughout your day. You take your dips and your dives into Dusty World, and then eventually at a certain point, you're just like, all right, I'll pop back, and I'll see you soon. It wasn't Totes. Sling Bus. Brother, there's so many ways to make money in the modern day and age. I've told you before, right? Basically, prostitution is frowned upon. However, if you prostitute, but you also record it consensually, then you're now a director and an actor in a film, and you get an IMDb page. Worst case scenario, you may have a low Hollywood career in front of you. It just depends on your level of commitment to the clams, if I'm being completely upfront. There is always an opportunity. Chat, ever aspired to act? I've got an entry-level position for you. Honestly, I could make an agency that takes scantily dressed individuals and places them in high-traffic public areas with GoPros on, and I could take a cut of each transaction because of my talent agency. Chat, are we cooking? Because I feel like I might have an opportunity for you guys. You're describing a pimp. Okay, hear me out. Literally everything in the world breaks down to pimping. Dark. What up, dog? So, basically everything is pimping. A staffing agency is a pimp. A doctor's office is owned by somebody who employs other people. They are pimping doctors. If you are a trade skiller and you are dispatched to different jobs, you are being pimped by whoever is dispatching you to jobs. If you are someone that gets money from other people completing jobs on your behalf, then you are a pimp. Life is a pimp pyramid scheme. Yeah, but for whatever reason, some pyramid schemes are fucking frowned upon, and pimping is generally frowned upon at this point in time. But like, the president has a cabinet that does a lot of consultation. The president pimps the cabinet out, and they don't even get, like, yeah, I guess they get compensated. I don't really know how much they make, but I guess insider trading probably pays pretty well, so they get compensated pretty well. But even then, that's still pimping. Everything is pimping. At the college that I worked at, there was the president of the college, and then there were the deans of the college, and then there were the directors, and then there were the people underneath. Pimps and a pyramid scheme. McDonald's pimps all of the food suppliers and also the people that are out there making the food. Landlords pimp tenants. Bro, it's all just pimping all the way up. I don't really understand why all of a sudden pimping hoes is fucking terrible, but we can pimp everything else. The Gator of Twitch. Twitch pimps us. And I'll be real, I'm pretty sure hoes get a better cut than 60% on most of their hard work. I think most pimps take a humble 15 to 20 is the industry standard, unless it's like a top performing hoe, in which case you may even find yourself as low as a 10% cut, providing that hoe is bringing in aforementioned bread that we need to keep the company afloat. Can't be running out of that shit. So, I think it's important to recognize it's truly pimping in pyramids all the way up. There is no horizontal business. There is no horizontal flow of anything. It only flows one way, chat, and that is up in the corporate world. Honestly, in all the world. Like, why can't top hoes just middle pimp? That's what I'm saying. If I have a hoe that manages my other hoes, then basically that would be another round of pimping, and then I would start pimping the middle management. Yes. Because then I could have different divisions of hoes as well. Chat, is conspiracy to pimp a crime? I'm back. When are you running Renegades? Probably not. We're discussing how basically in the modern world, literally everything just breaks down to pimping no matter what you do and no matter how you break it down. It's just, it's all pimping across the clock. So literally everything. If you were a doctor and patients get assigned to you and then those patients pay an entity that's not you directly and you don't own the practice, then you're getting pimped by whoever owns the practice. If you were a professional athlete, you're getting pimped by the owner of the organization. Conspiracy to pimp is illegal in many places. Often charged as conspiracy to commit pimping or trafficking. Penalties depending on jurisdiction and evidence of intent to commit a crime. Okay. Entertainment purposes only. Everything is pimping. Is there actually conspiracy to pimp crimes? I feel like that would be the most fire thing to like, it's pimping easy. I feel like that would genuinely be the most fire thing to ever get charged with. Like, what did you get charged with? They had to stop me from becoming the #1 pimp to be on the Eastern Hemisphere, dog. I was about to take the business in front of Mark Cuban himself. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I was about to go into the Shark Tank, bring a couple of hoes with me, give the pitch, see if we could get everybody on board. Yo, Bellin, what up, dude? How are you doing? I'm doing absolutely wonderful, man. It was a great day today, if I do say so myself. And now we're talking about small pimpin' startups to help make the world go round in a more healthy capacity. So, you know, it's truly the small things that matter when you come through here. It's all pimpin'. Oh, if you're asking AI in here, this AI isn't updated every single day. This is, I think, like an older AI script. I didn't make it, by the way. It's just one we found way back in the day. I don't really know that there's like a really up-to-date thing, but what's by Cat Williams? When is that information from? Surely older information, right? Because I want to say it was like 2024 when it was last updated. Only pimp in a state where filming porn is legal. Yeah, Zop, that's what we're talking about. Because then, if you're just pimping actresses, then you're a director and a producer. Exactly. Exactly. So what I was thinking is you put all your hoes at your corners, but basically they have GoPros on, like the head ones, and then it's all just like POV, get ready with me, and it's like those, you know, those day in the life, right? So basically what I'm thinking is those, it's like a full get ready with me. We cut it down into a vlog of the day, and we take it to probably YouTube or whichever tube will have us at that point. It becomes a hit reality TV show that then gets sold to TLC. What would the title of it be? What would we call the show? If it was a POV the entire time. Man, I feel like we need something good. Something really, like, eye-catching. Call it Pussy Patrol. I don't know how marketable that would be, but I definitely feel that already exists. What? Does it? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? That already exists. Does Pussy Patrol already exist? Namesake and heard it from a friend. Really? Is Pussy Patrol actually taken? Chat, I'm gonna need somebody to independently verify real quick. Is the Pussy Patrol IP contested or is that open? 100%. I know Paw Patrol is taken, but we're going a slightly different route with that. I thought it was Paw Patrol. I was aware of the Paw Patrol IP, and I hope there's not too much of a carryover between the demographics. That would definitely create a super awkward scenario if people started thinking it was a spin-off just for the cats of Paw Patrol. That would not be the case. That would not be the case. We would have to put like a 7-minute disclaimer at the start of the screen. Posse Patrol, starring Nina Lynn? Sorry. Sorry to any Nina Lynn's in the chat. Just stop essaying people. And then everything will be fine. Allegedly. Allegedly. There's absolutely multiple Pussy Patrol videos and series. Okay, if Pussy Patrol's taken. Headhunters? Because the GoPros would be strapped to their heads and they'd be sucking dicks? Based in Ohio and call it Cincinnati. Well, I'd be looking to probably have a multinational chain. I feel like with the whole, you know, clubhouse for everybody to hang out at, maybe a storefront where you can buy a membership to like come into the storefront itself type shit. I feel like there's a lot. Need something you could put on a shirt and wear to church. Headhunters would not be applicable in church. That would be pretty bad. Okay. I'll think during this fight. Because I think Headhunters might have been the best that I had. I mean, I guess like Headhunters could work. But... Neighborhood Twat instead of Neighborhood Watch. And then you could put like handcuffs and shit on the shirt. Chat, why do you guys watch me? I just have a question. Just genuine, I deserve that. Genuine standpoint. Carla says you're very important. Yeah, I don't know why she pays you guys so much to be here. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not quite sure either, but I appreciate you. I don't know how we all got here, like, at this point in time. We could be doing literally anything. Like, somebody here is probably smart enough to be doing something important with their time. And you could be changing the world in some way, shape, or form. But we're here brainstorming ideas for a POV prostitute series that would get us around the whole laws of prostituting, because then we'd just be directing a series. But I will say, if you're smart enough to be involved in one of those jobs, you're smart enough to help us with the marketing side of this. I think that's the important thing. Back to organs. We're trying to avoid any unintentional crossovers. We're trying to be a little bit aware of that. The vanishes are coming out. No, you guys are going down with me. You guys are going down with me. Let me tell you what, there is nothing you can do about it whatsoever. Nope. Nope, I still see them. They'll see them colorblind. As you should be, dog. It's 2026. One love. One love. Why? What up? What you want? Coital Calamity. That would be a good RP guild. That would be a really good RP guild in an MMO. Like, that would actually fuck pretty heavy. My priest smacked me one time. What do you mean your priest smacked you? Like, she was getting heavy? What happened? Sounds like a game moment or RP turn. Motherfucker got called a LARPer by a clanker. That's actually crazy, Arctic. Crazy that AI called you a LARPer, Doc. What are you going to do about that? Are you going to challenge it? Brother got fucking called out. AI said there is absolutely cap in that, yeah. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Bro, I feel like I am destined to get legendary Claudius soon TM. Very much soon TM. It's... I wasn't paying attention at all. I don't know why. I literally went into a trance. I hit a point where I was like, man, have I been doing this boss for too long today? And it might be yes. Got like an inventory and a half full of gear. I've got one mount so far. Like one singular mount. And everything is down bad. Something you're gonna wear to church. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're past that. We're past that. I think you're going. Need that Claudius. The Claudius isn't necessary. The Claudius is not necessary. Wonder this game's so bad, but I somehow have terrible performance. Have you? I'm gonna give you an immediate question.
This is absolutely S tier.
Ivy, thank you for the follow. Much love. Have you upgraded your GPU drivers or updated your GPU drivers recently? Yes or no? That is step one. Step two, try changing your display mode. See if that helps at all. Those would be my two honest recommendations. I run smooth as shit. I don't really have performance issues whatsoever on my end. But my specs are also pretty solid on the PC. So I would say start there, check your drivers, and then also check this. Dusty, what does this mean? What does what mean? How do I up my rolls? Well, you're looking to... Wait, what? Miss Chaos, in short, if Roman soldiers rolled deception checks, charisma might not save you. Your nat 0 isn't great. What? Dusty correctly leaned into the gods in a rain moment. Ouch. Maybe steer next time. Roll for fun, not hits. Are you RPing with my AI? Your AI is bullying me. I feel like you're gonna end up dating that AI soon. Weird, just general feeling about you and that AI. I'll be right back. I'm gonna smoke and then I'm gonna grind more. I must. I must. Hello. Hope you're having a beautiful night. Are we doing AI D&D? What? Oh shit. In the car, I think. I think it's in the car. Is dogging easy? Hoofsy? Hoofsy? What have you guys been doing to my AI? What are you doing to my little chatbot? Brother, this one isn't one of those smart ones. You know you're essentially in the AI world bullying the developmentally disabled person? Like, just being completely upfront. Why are we getting freaky in chat? Nin, they're bullying our AI and calling it stupid. You need to defend it. Also, some goober was trying to defend making 54 alts for progression as a normal thing in this game. So I got to delete as somebody. That frame drop wasn't nice. That wasn't nice at all. Did update drivers, mess with all the settings. I wanna have a 3090 and AMD Ryzen 5900X. Just low frames and constant stutters. How bad are the stutters? Are they like the one that I just got there or nah? Like, are they worse? The minute I have to make alts to funnel things to my main is the minute I leave. And I don't understand why there are select few people that genuinely refuse to believe that that is a quit point for a lot of players if they can't progress their character in the way that the game allows them seemingly to progress. Again, if they told us that we could level up to 20 and we could only level up to 18, people would be like, well, why can't we have the other 2 levels? If the game shows us that we're going to be able to upgrade legendaries to 5 stars and epic to 4 stars, people will want to be able to do that. Just very simply put. Jacob designing, I need a whole other game account. Hear me out, it's a temporary oversight. Which I think is the largest thing. And I think that people are... I think, A, underestimating the impact of it, and B, overestimating how critical we're being of it on this end. I'm pointing it out on my end because I have the luxury of speaking to many people on a daily, of which a lot of motherfuckers hate the concept of having to create a bunch of alts to funnel into their main. That system has existed in other titles, and people have not liked it in other titles either. It's typically proven to be not a very long-term sustenant thing for a casual player base, and very much alienates casuals that just want to prog. So some of the frame mats on and all is just a workaround for what will be available in the future. Yeah, exactly. But it's also a when is the future, and as of right now, people can't progress at all. So part of it is the purple crystals are going to be from heroic dungeons, but the blue crystals are a permanent finite thing right now, where that's a game design issue. So there are green upgrade materials, blue and purple, and you need the blue for tier 2 and tier 3. So that's even like blue quality weapons. You can only get those from first time completion of world bosses and world events. So even as they expand the world, that's going to be finite, and they don't have anything else planned for that right now that they've communicated. So there is very much still an issue there, which, again, important to sort those things out so prog can actually prog. So, they make the alts to be able to do hard mode. No, God, no, you don't even need legendaries to be able to do hard mode. Which, a big part of it is you can do hard mode without needing to farm up all of those mats. And then the gear that you get from hard mode, if you're a new level 20 player, like the weapons, you won't be able to upgrade fully. Even if it's a purple, you won't be able to upgrade it to tier 4. And then you'll just be like, oh damn, well, what am I doing this for then? It's small for some, But for others, when realizing that it is, even if temporary, a part of the core structure of the game, that it's like, okay, I'm making alts to feed my main, even if it's a standpoint of upgrading weapons on a baseline level, level 1 to level 2, level 2 to level 3, needing blue shards for level 2 to level 3 as well, you're going to run into a lot of negative sentiment, personally. Also, ammo should only be for the sweaty nerds that are trying to min-max. I don't think they should be forced inherently for anybody. And whether the game has benefit for alts funneling into a main or not as a side is a different thing. But I think even when releasing an early access, we have to remember that we also have a roadmap that looks out and projects past just this year. So they have will come this year and planned during early access. Heroic mode is a source of the purples, and there are no more sources of blues that are currently plotted out, at least that we've had access to. So those bottlenecks are expected to exist through the remainder of this year. So early access or not, I think it's important to point those bugs out the same way that we point out bugs with Bee Fury not, you know, not consuming the sunlight procs, or certain mounts not existing, or certain items in the drop table not existing, because what does it matter farming up the best items if you can't even upgrade those best items because you've run out of upgrade materials on your way to getting those items because you upgraded things the first time you got them on your character. It's a little unfortunate, if I'm being honest. Now, is it a game breaker again for someone like me? It doesn't really matter for me. I have the luxury of playing a disgusting amount of this game and playing a disgusting amount of games in general. It's a quality of life and convenience that affords me a lot. But I try to, again, keep in mind that many people in my very community are people that don't have the same luxury that I do of playing video games constantly all the time, no matter what. And the second I forget that, I feel as though I start speaking in a way that I'm advocating for my own desire in games only, and not what I think would be good for the overall player base of the game, which isn't players like me. It's players like the people in my community that support from, you know, work and lurking in, or they pull me up on the commute home, or they're having dinner with their family and then they pull me up after. Like, those are the people that I think we need to keep in mind. And for me, I just feel like any gap in fluidity, if they tell us we're gonna have 2 areas to play in, and for whatever reason we only have 1 area to play in, then people would want that fixed, right? I think it's a very baseline thing for me to think about the prospect of wanting to fix things. DustyWhy here, your trusted mod. You've got control, I've got your back. What? Are you D&Ding right now? I'm pretty sure they don't have any perms. I don't think... Is Nightbot technically modded? I think Nightbot might be modded, but... Do we have any news on a new update? Not so far this week. I'm hoping that today... Pretty sure he's losing Schizophrenic Battle. Or is he winning? If the voices are getting louder, does that mean he's losing or winning? Anyways. So what I'm hoping is that, from what I've gathered, this was a holiday weekend in France as well. So keeping that in mind, if they got back into office today, it was probably after the long weekend. Uh-oh. I wasn't paying enough attention. I cooked myself. I played myself, chat. After the long weekend today, they probably got back into the office and immediately just said, hey, let's start to figure some things out in terms of next patch prog. If I had to guess, I don't want to assume, but something tells me that's probably what's happening this week. Now, hopefully we see something before the end of the week from a communication standpoint at least, so it's not just in the dark of, okay, you got 2 patches last week, now you get, you know, absolutely no comms whatsoever. And they've been great with communication so far, so I think that would actually be, you know, kind of out of character for them to not communicate. And the last time that we, you know, saw a large period of lack of communication from developers, turned out the entire company developing the game was falling apart. So, hoping that side of things doesn't also continue here, because that would, again, be extremely unfortunate. And I am rooting for this game to see more updates. I do think that once they work out, again, I think if we're at the point where we're talking about their quality of life issues as some of their largest existing issues, other than the obvious, they need more content down the road, I think that's quite obvious. I think everybody could point that out. But the fact that their largest issues and the things that are getting feedback are small things like, oh, the continuity in this part of progression is borked, I'd say that's a good thing, right? I don't necessarily interpret it as a bad thing that people are giving feedback on the things that are like player pain points and quit points. And honestly, if there aren't that many left and they're truly getting to the point where people are noticing those, then it kind of becomes more of a, I think, an achievement than anything else. They've been great. They have been. And if you ask me what the largest, you know, quality of life issues were the first week, I would have told you that the players weren't, sorry, not the players, but the servers weren't holding up, right? And I think looking at it from this standpoint, they have absolutely progressed the state of the game in between the launch of early access and now. And I think they're knocking out the laundry list of things that are causing players issues. And it's only getting better, which is great. And I don't want, like, our community's feedback to be perceived as nitpicking and saying the game's dead if they don't fix this. Because it's not. A quit point is a quit point and a pain point is a pain point. But every game has quit points and pain points. Those are just naturally parts of the content cycle that every game, even the most successful, have. Because every game has players that quit and players that have grievances. It's unavoidable. But if you can minimize those pain points and quit points for a lot of your player base early on, then it truly can be a rather large difference maker in terms of how your player base is being sustained with a smaller player base especially. And I think with lower hanging fruit, right? When we look at drops that aren't in the loot table yet, such as Dominion, not being farmable from bosses whatsoever, and instead only existing as something you can farm on an alt to try to have any reasonable chance of getting, again, player pain point, potentially player quit point, if they really want to get that thing. It's quite unfortunate. So I've been trying to say, like, there isn't a ton that's really bad with FAREVER, if I'm being honest right now, for what it is and for the value of it. It's really solid. Really solid. It's more so just a matter of shoring up the few remaining quality of life issues they have. And then once those are buttoned up nicely, starting on progressive content. And I think the sooner they can get out more systems and more things to do, be doing quite well for themselves. I've been in the FAREVER Discord, feel sorry for the dev. Majority of people playing this complain so much. Oh yeah, yeah. And I also think that a majority of people complain without any constructive feedback as well. I think, well, like, one thing that I always said through New World and Ashes was that there is a substantial difference between providing feedback and bitching. And I think articulating this is something that is good, bad, indifferent, is fun, not fun, because of these reasons, through your experience and not just echo chambering what other people are saying, is a large element of providing feedback and not just emptily bitching, right? So I think what we saw a lot of, especially in the Ashes scene, was a whole hell of a lot of bitching. And we saw a lot of people that didn't really even know how to articulate their feedback on like what they weren't enjoying. They just said, I'm not enjoying something, and everybody has absolute hell to pay because of that. Tubes! What up, brother? I hope you're having an absolutely splendiferous evening, my boy. What you be getting up to on this hot-ass one? It hit 80 degrees in the stream room again today, and it was absolutely miserable. Miserable. Let me tell you fucking what. But Carla and I hit a Martin's lick today. Absolutely a tremendous. Anytime you pull up at Martin's, you're fucking set. Those that know, those that don't, you won't know. You won't know. You can't find this shit at Saks, dog. Had my AC's pumping since 9 a.m. I ain't got mine in the windows yet. It's not hot enough yet, bro. It's open window season like 9 days out of 10, but part of the Rennies are goated. Yes, Thirsty. Yes, Thirsty. It's so fucking good. So we had a little Martin's lick. We got some cute shit there. The last time we went to that Martin's, we legitimately found in clearance like an exercise bike, a giant ass mirror, a ton of stuff. We kind of have an addiction now. So Martin's, for those that don't know, is like a surplus and salvage store. So they get brand new stuff and they just like buy out inventories from other stores that need to get rid of inventory, and they sell it for way cheaper. And you can find pretty much anything there at any point in time. You don't really know. Should I buy it? Yo, Mookow, what up, dude? What are you looking for in the game? I think that's the biggest thing that I start out asking people. It depends. I'm at 150-ish hours, and I'm just now getting to the point recently where this character is, you know, pretty best in slot, has really good gear and everything. So I don't have a ton of progression left. So I'm starting to farm. I'm gonna read this. Okay, I got it. I'm starting to farm for more collectibles and cosmetics and things for, you know, alt characters. So get away from Fortnite for a bit. Need a break from it. How long have you been playing Fortnite? I played Dota and then I played Fortnite from like early Fortnite, like OG season 2 until like, God, when did I stop playing Fortnite? Like 2020-ish? And then went back casually, time to time, just for funsies. But I've been clean for years now. Played WoW for like 20 years. Oh, wait. Wait. Are you like me? Where you started playing WoW when you were really young, and then you started playing Fortnite when you were young enough to be younger than MMO players, but old enough to be called a boomer in Fortnite? You sound like you're under 30. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting very under 30 vibes despite 20 years of WoW. Fortnite in 2026 can't be good. It's a completely different game now, dude. Fortnite now is no longer a gunplay game, so 34 years old nowadays. Oh god, 1 foot in the grave. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, so basically, where we're at with FAREVER, we've got a very Zelda-esque map exploration. Some have said like some RuneScape-y vibes from the map as well, but the purple are different obelisks or like little town camps. Some of them have vendors, some of them have crafting hubs, but you can fast travel between these, and these can also serve as a recall point for you. All the transparent ones that you're seeing are objectives that I've completed, so I can clear off my map, and you can see how much actually disappears on the map. Those are all objectives that I've completed throughout the map. So basically, as you complete objectives, you can earn rewards, XP, gear, crafting materials. There are also instance dungeons, some of which are more like, not necessarily long dungeons like WoW dungeons, but they're kind of like 5 to 15 minute dungeons more or less. So those are different levels of fun. And then there are also these boss dungeons that you can do over and over again. You can multiplayer up to 4 people, and you can do open world or instance content with up to that group of 4. Some dungeons will also even scale their mechanics, like health and damage scale up based on players, but some will even scale up their mechs. So like Crab Ganchua here, when he goes into his fixate mechanic, he does a few like frontal cone slashes. So I just gotta get out of those. And then after a few of these bad boys, he starts to go into his fixate, so he takes some free damage. and then the fixate just chases you around. So he does this and then goes into some more slashes. He goes into the middle and then does a big like tidal spray where he activates the geysers. And then once he does that, he summons ads. And if you're in a group, like this little dash to the middle, so he's gonna go to the middle, I smack him while he goes to the middle, and then I drop damage, and then I have to get to one of these geysers in time. And if you're in a group for this, he summons ads more than he does for a solo. So my first time playing through this, I had to do this boss. I had 7 attempts on this boss as a solo, just because I was trying to manage the ads. My build now is really, you know, well put together, really strong, really well optimized. So I don't really have much of a problem with anything on this character. But starting out, you will definitely feel a lot less strong than this. Your build will likely be a lot more rudimentary than this. Especially as you experiment with different weapons and different, you know, unlock different spells and shit along the way. But yeah, you can do multiplayer content up to 4 people. There is no PvP right now. There will be PvP in the future. Fingers crossed, sooner rather than later. I'm literally gushing between the thighs for some PvP. I would absolutely wet my noodle for it. So, I personally would really enjoy some PvP. Off of that, though, I'm really hoping that they also get guilds functional in some way, shape, or form. They do have, again, like a full roadmap. The roadmap has a lot of different systems that are planned, from harder PvE content to PvP content to lifestyle content like guilds. So they have a solid foundation already. If they can keep building on the foundation, then I think it'll be great. And I also think they've been really responsive so far to feedback. I think, like, when we look back at the first week of playtesting, they had some really bad server issues that prevented a lot of people from getting in that were trying to get in and play. So, unfortunately, player base didn't really peak at what it could have peaked at least in my opinion. And a lot of sentiment still exists to this day, like, hey, Dusty, are the servers still cooked? I see a lot of reviews and I hear a lot of reviews that the servers are bad and it's unplayable. And here I am not getting disconnected at all throughout the day, no matter what. And I'm incredibly smooth literally all the time. So, it's... interesting to see how word travels. But it's unfortunate to also see that the first week was spent more on core infrastructure issues and solving those than it was on actually iterating on the game a little bit more. That would have been a huge difference maker. What do you think about the cheating problem? It's unfortunate, but it happens in really any multiplayer game whatsoever. You name the multiplayer game, and it probably has some form of duping, botting, exploiting, taking advantage of something. There are really 0 that are immune to it, especially on the larger scale. Now, the thing about cheating, RMTing, duping, botting, all of that stuff, it becomes substantially worse in a player-driven economy. And despite being able to drop trade with people, this is not a player-driven economy where you're relying heavily on other people to source all of your shit for you, and you're relying on specialized crafters because you can't craft this, that, the other. You can literally level all crafting. You can farm all of the content in the game on one character. You don't really have to rely on other people at all. And I think that's really important to remember. So with this game, cheating of thee doesn't really impact me. If you were duping the entire time that you were playing this game, it would not impact my game whatsoever. And then by the time PvP rolls around in any, you know, semi-serious fashion with the open world PvP area or battlegrounds, by all means and measures, it appears that they're going to be giving us equalized PvP gear of some sort to play around. So even then, PvP will be a little bit insulated from any of that cheating, right? So I've played games where it was inherently more of like an intertwined PvX loop, where if somebody else was cheating, it really impacted every person that was playing in a direct way. And again, here it's just... it's not necessarily that level of things. So for me, I don't really worry about it as like a red flag. Again, it doesn't impact my gameplay whatsoever. nor is it something that's going to impact most people's gameplay if somebody is duping. Even when the auction house comes online, it's not like they're creating stuff that doesn't exist in the first place. It just puts liquidity into the auctions itself, which then lowers the prices, which then means people will buy more for various reasons, even if it's just to break down, which then means the liquidity will dry up and it will just be a supply and demand relative of everything else, and normal players can still sell their stuff at the adjusted price based on supply and demand, and everything just works out as a whole. So, are you PE only? What? Wait, am I what? Why y'all being all cryptic? Mr. Metacro, what a dooski. Player experience only. What you mean? Like, am I just looking at... Meaning only your job's no help. Oh, solo self-found? Yeah, so the only things that I traded for over the course of this character, I traded for about... I'll show you exactly what it was. About 20 of these Madrigold petals, because I was leveling my crafting, but I traded mats away for those. And then I also traded for a few of the blue shards to upgrade a weapon, but I traded away a mount for those. So I did compensate people for both of the trades that I've made. I've made 2 trades. All of my armor, all of my gear, everything else has been completely solo self-found. So yeah, I can literally document both of the exchanges, and honestly, both of them I pretty much overpaid. So. But yeah, legendary weapons, all that stuff, all solo farmed. All of my gear solo farmed. And really, term comes from OTFG. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. I got it once you said only your drops. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just not familiar with your lost languages. But yeah, it's very easy to exist as a solo self-found in this game, I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing hard mode dungeons right now. And hard mode dungeons were what I was doing like 2 weeks ago. So we're currently at the cap of what's available for content right now. But keep in mind that's also just temporary until they added more content. 'Tis an early access after all. But as of right now, it's very easy to get to this point in progression. It is by no means like, excuse you. It's by no means this like, oh my god, Dusty, your gear's so good and sexy, holy shit, Poppy. It's more so just like, oh, okay, you got lucky on some boss kills. Everybody can kill these bosses. It's just a matter of getting the RNG dice roll to actually get the legendary weapons that you want. And then armor itself is good. And it's not taking the roadmap, but they had actual trade windows like other games to improve trades instead of throwing them on the ground. What do you mean? You don't want like 90% of players to get scammed via drop trades and then just post their stuff on the auction house instead? Because the auction house will probably be one of the only gold sinks in the game. Sake blue. Bro, I'm gonna scam so many people on drop trades. Drop trades were crazy in Elden Ring. Bro, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm literally, if it's somebody I don't like in chat, I'm totally scamming the fuck out of y'all. Like, I swear to God, bro. You give Arctic a few pieces of gear, I'ma yoink that shit. Drop trades are funny. Yeah, no, I do agree though, realistically. It would be great to see some form of player-to-player trade interface when they bring in a friends list, perhaps. Also bring that in as a little bit of a batch update, because the friends list currently just operates off of Steam invites, and inviting people to your game can be a little bit clunky from time to time. So we gotta keep that in mind. Must keep that in mind. No, Arctic AI won't remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Your church kicked you out. You were the cursed child. Drop trading between Pures and original RuneScape was anxiety inducing. And here we're gonna be drop trading and pretty much everything else. Ear! What up, Grumpus? How you doing, brother? What you be up to? Actual trade windows adds a bit of polish to the game. Yeah, just small elements of it. Makes it feel a little bit more multiplayer incentivized as well. Being able to trade things over in a secure manner, especially with other players around. A lot of people will just want to trade stuff, not necessarily from a standpoint of they think that other players will steal their shit because they won't be able to. But it's just like a comfort thing. It is just a clean way to have a transaction go through. And I think in a game like this where the accessibility is incredibly high and is at the forefront, I do thoroughly believe that that accessibility should be played around. They have something really potentially strong on the side of, you know, the cozy casual game itself. And I think there's a good potential for that. My allergies are going fucking crazy right now. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. I keep trying to stop the sneeze, but I just feel like I'm about to sneeze. Chilling watching anime? Shit, we were yapping about anime earlier. We were basically talking about how I don't have enough time to watch a lot of anime. I wish I motherfucking did. I wish I did. Remember when someone was using 2 accounts to college points for gambling? Okay, well, the gambling points I can just give anybody at any point in time. Anime watch party stream. If they sponsored it, I'd do it. Listen, Gundam Hathaway 3 exclusively at AMC theaters and twitch.tv/DustyWhy. I'd be fucking down. I would be so incredibly down. I'd be happy to do like all of the hosting, all of the unveiling. Like 2 was phenomenal, 1 was amazing. Just really, really, really solid overall. I've been incredibly happy with all the old Gundam experience so far. Wow, yeah, RIP dog. RIP. You got absolutely fucking hosed. And I wish I could say you didn't deserve it, but RIP Bozo. Sorry, that's my bad, that's my bad. That's incredibly toxic. Incredibly toxic of me. I'd like $1 million at one point. How many people are there in the world all time that have had $1 million at one point but lost $1 million? Don't let yourself be one of those people. You really hate to see it. Just look at Wall Street Bets. Oh no. Is Wall Street Bets talking about Oust? Tell me they're not, because the last time they did that, Paladin LiDAR literally crashed and got bought by another company and then went down to $4. Please, for the love of God. Not like this. Not like this. Oust is making such good money. Please don't let it go to Wall Street Bets. For the love of fucking God, not financial advice, by the way. Oh, dude, I will cry. I will cringe. I will cry. I will be so incredibly sad. Wall Street Bets or Jim Cramer? Like, if I had to follow one? I think Wall Street Bets has had some good calls. Kramer, on the other hand, not doing the best. Not doing the best. Like, there are some things that if you bought Wall Street Bets recommendations during the GME craze and then just held, you would be up quite tremendously on those things. Not GameStop, but there are most definitely positions that you could have established yourself in that would have been up overall. So, you know, food for thought. Food for thought. But I also would like them to avoid our deer, our sweetness, our sweet Revate. We need the precious. Video someone did that showed a goldfish was better at stock picking than Wall Street Bets. Listen, 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 but somebody did due diligence and they put together a PowerPoint. I'm dead. Oh, 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 fuck. Oh, that was scary. I got that one a little bit close, boys. Just a smidge scary, if I do say so myself. Good fucking gravy. Oh, right. We're fine. We're fine. We're back on top. And this is the legendary Claudius. I need to get all up in that Claudussy. And if I can't, then I am sad. Because I kind of want to chase this down so I have weapons for any potential mage tomfoolery that I may pull off. May! Pull off. May. It's okay though, Lesh. Also, I have a thing for you to look into. Potential is a word I don't like. Well, listen. Poor is a word I don't like. Kidding. I just have to get my Claudussy first. I need my Claudussy. And then once I can get all up in that shit, it's a lot more appealing. Because that build, I thought that was going to be it. That build did look pretty fun. If I'm being real. It looked quite enjoyable and kind of like a slapper too, if I do say so myself. Seemed like it might be able to just walk up and just smack the hell out of things. It's kind of sweaty though. Just press buttons. The fuck do you mean? Brother, I'll have you know I graduated top of my class at gamer school 6 times in a row. 6 times! Kept getting held back.
Is absolutely S tier.
Thank you for all about. Much love. I appreciate you. Crab Gunless on Mage is kind of dope. You get massive resets with the Mage passive that allows you to ability twice. Yeah, that's what Alb sent a video of to try to convince me to play Mage on top of 55 gifties. Thank you again, by the way. You were absolutely ridiculous for that. But yeah, Alb's trying to sell me on making another character and getting me off of the priestleydom. So I have to figure out another character. Well, Sheepet's on Micron right now, so Oust is safe. Wait, they're on Micron at like an all-time high? As a buy? How late are they to everything? What the fuck? Bro, they're gonna be on Ouster in like 6 months. Oust will hit like 150, and then they'll be like, guys, I think we should buy Oust. And then it'll go down to like 200. And then they'll be like, oh, RIP to all the bag holders at 200. And then there's us 20 boys. 20 boys. Forever W. Forever's fun as shit, dog. Forever is really, really, really enjoyable, I'm not gonna lie. I cannot wait for more content to come in just as they're able to bring it to fulfill on more of the roadmap stuff, as they can work out some quality of life bugs that are existing. Like, I really think they have such a solid baseline, and if they can bring in the addition of eventual PvP and put that on a level that keeps players coming back, I think we'd be kind of doing quite well at that point in time. Let me tell you what, brother. I do think they have something really, really, really solid established over here. They've just got to kind of catch it while the ability to catch it is there, right? There's always a, you know, rolling window on things. Well, the Rogue ult has been quite fun, quite a challenge compared to Priest. Yeah, I'm thinking I might make a Mage. Rogue was up there as well. So I kind of wanted to see, you know, the comp between those two at some point in time. But also, Priest is just so cozy. Is so cozy. It's like the Honda Civic of builds. Ow. Like, it's really efficient. Now, the thing that we've also established is that Priest on the top end of scaling does less damage than the other classes' top ends, which I think is quite reasonable as we out-heal pretty much every single class in the entire game. By a lot. We have amazing sustain. So, when we're looking at our sustain, I think that warrants us having far less damage than a lot of the other classes. But again, a lot of people just look at it as we have insane amounts of sustain and can kill bosses, therefore Priest is crazy. I kill grab before he does a second wave, I'm not even full gear. Yeah, like classes that are built around damage do a crazy amount of damage. And there are fights where you can avoid all of the damage very easily and not have to worry. It's sick. No healing on the rogue? Yep. Yep. That is your big trade-off. If you are a glass cannon, you are actually a glass cannon. Just imagine guild versus guild in FAREVER's combat system. Yeah, but I mean, even when they bring in a PvP region that's playing off of 20-person instance, layer size, it becomes a little difficult, so to say. To run guild versus guild. It's only 20? It's only 20 right now, yes. And in the long term, it's about to be 50. In an ideal set of circumstances, they said. Sir Alwyn, what up, brother? Hella good nap. Bro, should have stayed up and then slept more. What the fuck do you mean? The fuck do you mean hella good nap, brother? Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. I had no choice. Yeah, you're cooked. Gotta work out these performance issues. What do they worry about GVG? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think there are definitely more pressing things, but maybe the region will be instant, so it's 20, 50 people in that region. I think when you're looking at a PvP region, right? It's likely gonna have layers. Everything's gonna have layers in this game. It's built around layers. I just don't think a PvP region with layers incentivizes anything. It's like at that point, okay, you go to the PvP region for what? To PvP and then just beat somebody and have them instantly hop off of your layer? CeeLo, thank you for following myself. It's like, with a PvP region coming in, there's a certain element of you've got to make people want to go out there, especially since they're bringing in instance PvP as well with the battlegrounds. So if they don't incentivize that PvP region, then nobody's going to go to it, and it's just going to be like New World's Island was. And if you say, oh, here's a daily that you have to complete, people will go out until their daily's complete. Everybody will ignore the shit out of each other, and then the PvP region will again just die. And that'll be unfortunate to see. So I do worry on that spectrum. Someone say New World? Unfortunately, I could see their PvP region being very akin to what New World's PvP Island ended up being. So probably make the open world boss inside a PvP zone, see you fight for the boss skill. That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be great. But then the question is, world bosses aren't really exclusive at that point. So how do they make people want to fight over the world boss instead of just saying, oh, the world boss is down, let me hop layers until I find one that's up? People want shiny companions, but everybody just layer hops until they find a shiny companion and then they call it good and they capture it. People are just going to do the same thing. So unless they add a layering cooldown, which is then going to be seen as a really large inconvenience, because then if somebody's getting like griefed on a layer, then they won't be able to instantly layer hop in all scenarios to get away from that griefing. So it's like, it's a catch-22. Viewers always complain about the PvP region, if there's anything of value worth getting in that region. Yeah, I do agree there. I think a PvP region does need to come with increased reward for the risk to get out there, though. And then you can, if you do it right, also have PvEers wanting to go out there just to exist and not necessarily to PvP, which would be great. You get a little cycling time to play in which you have to be in the area to queue first. Yeah, but then why wouldn't I just do a battleground instead? Like, I'm trying to sell myself on it, I'm not sold on it. Loop? Well, yeah, but like, dedicated PvP gear, you know what I mean? So, if you're trying to do that for like PvE gear, then cool. But then you're trying to get PvEers out to a PvP area to complete that because PvP is set to have exclusive gear. A roadmap can always change. And I ain't trying to use that as like a one-to-one or anything like that. But I do think it's important to keep in mind that like PvP is meant to be kind of like an exclusive thing. PvP cosmetics. Now you might be cooking. Now you might be cooking. The only thing is, at that point, it's not really going to be like too exclusive. I would say just from a general standpoint, cosmetics as a reward for going out there for achievements, in addition to the actual incentivized content, like perhaps world bosses, increased drop rates, increased gathering rates, increased shit like that, XP payouts, stuff like that, right? Cosmetics do make the world go round for everybody. And that is honestly an olive branch between player types that I oftentimes sleep on the effectiveness of. Everybody fucks with cosmetics. From comp players to casual players, dads, pros, kids, no diddy, moms, everything. Everything. Literally everybody fucks with those shits. So 21, 10, 20, 50 gives things. Or even just certain achievements for being out there. It's like survive X amount of time in the PvP area, gather X amount of materials in the PvP area, slay X amount of mobs, slay X amount of players, die X amount of times in the PvP area. Just small things like that that could give cosmetics, titles, even if they decide to do it as a concurrency, could be interesting. Really could be. I think there are ways they can do it well. Even with the limited numbers. I do just worry that with such limited numbers, when I look at the presence that our community had in Ashes of Creation, we snapped our fingers, and I'm not exaggerating, had 100 people show up for world bosses. And looking at 20 layer instancing, just from a selfish standpoint, I'm like, or 20 person layers, from my own selfish standpoint, I'm just like, oh shit, it's a little small. It's a little teeny tiny for us, you know what I mean? So, I hope that they're able to get it up to 50 sooner rather than later. I do think that would be quite a large benefit, especially for the open world multiplayer feel. I think when they look at other systems as well, just quality of life things, a baseline group finder in a game like this could go really hard for dungeon content, instance content, completing objectives, or just general area group finders to put people together with the layer size being a bit smaller as they add invite functionality, friends list, stuff like that. I'd actually love to see a group finder with this game. And I'm not even necessarily like a group finder simp or anything like that. I actually kind of dislike it with certain game styles. But genuinely, like, a group finder over here is crazy. Evening, Master Chief. How are you, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful one. 4:30 a.m. About to come early for you, but what you be getting up to on this fine evening? It is a beautiful, cool, crisp 68-degree night. I might try to convince Carla to go for a walk after I get off stream, because we got to sneak to the store before they close and grab some noodles, because we found some garlic chili noodle sauce at one of the stores we went from a really solid place, but we don't have noodles, but we do have a rotisserie chicken. So I'm gonna try to convince Miss Carla to walk to the store, and we about to get some veggies, some noodles, and then maybe walk back. Sit down for a steak salad at Twin Peaks. Carla didn't know that steak salads existed until very recently. I put her on steak salad tech. I made some marinated steak tips, and I was like, why don't you just make a salad with it? She was like, steak salad? And I was like, this is a common thing among my people. It's very common. Very incredibly common. So, I don't know, man. All things considered. All things considered. I fuck with a good steak salad, though. I can sleep in tomorrow 5:30. Oh my god, brother. You're up tremendous. Holy shit. What's the occasion? Birthday? Funeral? Did you die? Why are they letting you live a life of luxury? What the fuck have you done for them lately? God damn. Just. What up, dog? Forever? Oh, shit. Really? It's all up in your bones? Well, 1314 road? Fuck yeah, dude. I love to hear it. You having fun with it so far? My biggest piece of advice is just explore and have fun, man. Whether you explore when you're level 10 or level 20, you'll want to complete the map exploration just so you have all of the upgrade materials that you can get. Just explore and have fun, Brody. There's only so much content to do. And it's real fun your first time through. It also, I personally think, does a great job of preventing you from hitting the wall. But there most definitely is a wall that you will find yourself hitting. I'm dead. Oh my god. There is a wall that you'll find yourself hitting. Got a legendary crescent. Oh my god, already? God damn! Yeah, that's gonna help with the rogue side of things a little bit. What the fuck? That'll carry you leveling wise until you're level 20, and then you can replace that bitch with a purple, and then you're good to go. Just be careful about upgrading too many things so you don't shred your spark crystals. Not your spark crystals, sorry, your spark shards, the blue ones. Those are finite through like map event completions and whatnot. So you will want to be a little cautious that you don't absolutely hose yourself there. Our trailer's in the location already. Don't have to drive an hour and a half east to my shop to then drive 1.5 hours west to my job site. So you have like big foreman trailer now, basically, is what I'm gathering. Like they got you set up in like the luxurious life. Where do all the peasants sleep? Outside? Or was the dealio there? So he's been 1.5 hours. Yeah, and 1.5 hours of commute is honestly an insane time save when you add it up. There's a handful. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I upgraded a lot of stuff because I was experimenting. Definitely ended up cooking myself a little bit, if I'm being completely real. Definitely gave myself some trouble all said and done, so. Just would recommend avoiding that side of it. So what have you been playing with for weapons so far? Are you using the fist weapons and then legendary cheese? And which fist do you have? Crab fist from this guy? Or is it Ramulus and Ramus? Camera zooms out appropriately far to see the entire crab. Bro, he's a big boy. Uh-oh. He's a hungry boy. Big boy, hungry boy, coming for me, crab fist. Yeah, I'm trying to farm up some Lego crab fist because I might make a mage. Maybe. Am I dead? Almost dead. Jesus Christ, I almost threw that. I might make a mage. I'm currently being bribed to make a mage. Who's draining the ocean without AI use? Somebody's got to get their money's worth. Listen, if they're constructing the data centers, we might as well fucking use them. Who else is going to use them? Nvidia? The corporations? Fuck. Bro, we might as well. It's free 99. Get that shit in, snooze. Someone's going to. And it's better us than them. You enjoy boss grinding? I enjoy any form of grinding if I feel as though there is an appropriate reward associated with it. I'm very good at putting the carrot on the stick as long as there's like something that I benefit from. So if I'm playing a game and boss grinding leads to me having a stronger character, then I will absolutely boss grind until the cows come home. What I always say to people that are like, Dusty, I don't know how you're doing this shit on loop all the time. I point out that I started playing video games with Diablo 2, right? And in Diablo 2, it's very optimal to just do one thing over and over and over and over and over again and figure out where you need to farm optimally, farm the optimal thing, and then just not stop doing that. And I kind of like got brought up in that element of just grind set mindset all the fucking time. So I enjoy it personally. I know a lot of people that don't, But I would get the same question from people when I was grinding in Ashes. What's that right out of purple background? Claudius, I'm farming for these bad boys, except in Legendary. They're rogue mage fist weapons that absolutely slap. Recently got all classes to 20. Mage definitely feels the weakest to me. Try to melee build. When my shield is down, I get one shot. Rats are auto attacks. Do like 80% of my health. You should check Alb's build. I'll link it for you. This is what Alb's running. But I can find Alb's Rats are fight before I raid out. Here we go. So this is Alb's Rats are fight. Shield's up, yeah, for right now. But when shield goes down, still tanky as shit. But this just does insane amounts of damage. This is a Claudius Wing Saber build. And he's not even, like, doing anything on the train. Like, not worried about killing jack shit. Because his damage is so high that he can just insta-phase. This is what people are trying to get to with builds. This is what got me to look at Mage. I'm not gonna lie, just insta-phasing it. You don't have to get hit. Mage is so good. Boys! I'm gonna leave y'all with this. Oh. Excuse me. If you are new to the channel, please do me a favor. Make sure you drop the follow. This isn't hard mode. Yeah, this is hard mode. These are all hard mode. Everything's on level 20. These are all hard modes, yes. So, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you drop the follow so you want to go live daily. If it is your first day, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I will be live right around 2 tomorrow. And we'll be grinding out some more, trying to get the mage build potentially set up. Big Flirt. Together. Thank you for the big 5 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. I appreciate that, dog. I will be back, and for those that are here for the first time, I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row, and I'm thankful for every single one of them. We're currently up above 1,060, and the streak is not stopping anytime soon. All the love, all the support truly means everything. So thank y'all to those that are lurking, those that are dropping the subs, those that are gifting, supporting the stream, those that are keeping a tab up throughout the day. Genuinely means the world, and I wouldn't be able to do it without y'all. I will be back. We will be yapping as we wait for more MMO titles to come out and wait for more Forever news. So, my boys, I will see y'all tomorrow, bright and squirrely. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Mage tomorrow? Maybe. Peace. It didn't raid.